All right, let's reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting. Says review agenda. We were talking this morning about the sheriff. He'll be here at 11:25. We have a lunch break kind of in between his discussion, so I'm thinking if we took a break and got back to our chair after we got organized, we could just have him continue on. So we might just work through that lunch break if we can get back in short order. And then we'll go through the county-wide law enforcement district and the rural law enforcement district, that scenario. All right, and good morning. We have up this morning community justice, and I'll turn it over to you folks.
I'm just going to get
Okay.
Yes, you did.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And as we discussed yesterday morning, this is one of our new department heads. Who's in the back? D.V. Holcomb.
Yeah, so if you folks go ahead and make introductions, we'll let you get started.
Go ahead and say hi.
Tanner Work with Adult Parole and Probation, Deputy Director.
And Sonia Little Deer Evans, Deputy Director for Juvenile Community Justice.
And I'm Trevor Stevens. I am the Business Manager for Community Justice.
I'm D.V. Holcomb, Director of Community Justice. I'm just passing out the presentations. I know I did just bring 7.
That's okay. Yeah.
And for those of you that are getting one that has something on the front like this, County Commissioners and Nick, this is something for you that you'll be doing, hopefully, if you agree. Although it's sort of forced agreement, you have to do it now. When we get to it, I'll let you know. So just kind of hold on to that.
Don't look.
Don't look, yeah. Don't look.
And we can share. Sure.
Yours is right here.
Thank you.
Is it a cognitive moral test?
That would have been a great idea.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, but we can't look at it.
We can't look at it.
It's like a
Usually
Christmas
we like
surprise.
to show
Yeah.
between accountants and lawyers, so keep that. You've got any good jokes.
You won that handily. That joke yesterday.
Evie, we got one more budget committee member over here.
Hey, how are you?
I don't know if these are person specific or if I can just hand it.
She's getting her exercise, it's good.
Are these person specific or I can hand it down?
No, yours is very, well, at least this thing is person.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. All right, woo. Is that, let's test if that one works.
So she does want us to move this or she doesn't want us to move this? She doesn't want us to see it.
Perfect. Let me just get my pen. All right, so hello again, D.V. Holcomb from Community Justice, and you've met everybody, I think, when I was passing out things. So we have about a 40-minute, I think, worth of materials. Ask questions at any time. Of course, as you kind of can pick up from what I said earlier, there's a little bit of audience participation, just a little bit, I promise. We'll do a quick overview of some of the budgeted functional activities of the department, not spend too much time on that, and we'll kind of dive into the specifics of the finances and end with some projections looking ahead in a couple years, particularly for the adult division. All right, okay. So I'll scoot through the intro since we did that. And you can all see? Okay, great. Oh, perfect. So just kind of starting with the mission statement of the department very quickly. So juvenile community justice and adult P&P together are two divisions that make up the community justice department. We kind of can think of us as a Venn diagram. We have numerous activities that are very distinct from each other, statutorily, budget, operations. Then we have this nice chunk in the middle that's quite similar. So you'll see from our mission statement, reduce risk, repair harm, create opportunity, that's the juvenile mission statement, and protect public safety, ensure accountability, and promote pro-social behavior change, which is the adult division's mission statement. You can see some similarities there. Now, in addition to our mission statement and our department's functions, we are, of course, part of the family of Deschutes County agencies. So when we look at the commissioners and the administrators' countywide goals and objectives, they're quite meaningful to us. So I'm going to quickly put up a word cloud image of FY23's goals and objectives. So if you can see that, I want to sort of just pause for a second. So a word cloud image is, of course, a visual depiction of any kind of text, right? And it weights or gives you a larger font size of words that appear frequently. In a way, you can kind of see what's the priority, in a way. So quick audience participation moment, if you would. Taking a look at this, maybe just a couple of you, if you're willing to share, what one word that you see really resonates with you and why? Eric.
If you want me to go first, sure.
Sure, thanks, Jim.
Because I'm always happy to open my mouth. I'm gonna go with service, because what we need to, I think, what we all need to understand is that we're serving our citizens and our community by whatever it is that we're doing. Here we are on the budget committee, and here you are supporting that. And I think really understanding that service to the less fortunate people who are going through this is something that we need to understand. Serve them like we would serve others.
Nice, thank you.
There, I broke the ice.
So promote and enhance jump out at me, and that's a theme, the countywide, so we are promoting just positive, cost-effective services for everybody, enhancing our community. So as I say, kind of the two of them jump out. Obviously supports the big word in the middle there, but promote and enhance jump out.
Yeah, nice, thank you. Anyone else? Nick?
Well-being.
Lovely.
That's one of our objectives with all public service is
Yeah.
well-being of our community and residents.
Yeah, awesome, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, you of course wrote them, so I know you think every word is important, and it is, but we do see that, some things come in and out. So in that, for us, we really like to think of ourselves as part of this broader picture. Well, that wasn't me, I promise. About to have swelling music in the background. So we have, of course, our mission statement. Just sort of diving into that, what does this mean to us? Our mission statement is not, okay. Oh, the bummer. Okay, there we go. You saw from our mission statement, protect public safety, right? That's something big one. Something else, though, that we do, we really are striving for innovation and competency. And for us, that means quality, cost-effective services like that. So those two words jump out for us. We also think about engagement, not just compliance and people doing what we tell them to do, but really engaging with clients, with communities, with our partners in this sort of collaborative way. So some of those words really start to jump out for us. And interestingly, for Nick, we really want to promote well-being, too. That's kind of one of our end states, right? Not just no crime, but really well-being for everybody. And then finally, when we've done a lot of work in the last couple of years around equitable outcomes, really understanding, who are the different populations that we are working with and serving, where are their successes, and what can we do to support their specific needs to find the success so that success is shared equally. So that's kind of just where we sort of see ourselves in the bigger picture. And we really appreciate this year's goals and objectives. They're really meaningful for us. We move those goals and objectives and our stuff into our budgeted activities. So this is the really quick overview part, particularly for those of you who maybe are really new to what community justice is. This is a quick chart. On the left are kind of some basic functions, and then moving to the right, the extent to which juvenile and then the extent to which adult are participating in those. So the first thing to really note, and this will be totally apparent in the budget, is that, when it comes to why do we do juvenile community justice and adult parole and probation, in Oregon statute, juvenile is a county obligation. It's very, very clear. Almost the opposite is true for the adult system. We basically run adult system through a series of state contracts that are kind of devolved down from the Department of Corrections, and you will really see that difference in our budget as you go through. Juvenile, of course, serves age 12 to 17. Adult serves exclusively 18 and above. Reviewing and routing law enforcement referrals. This is something you can see with, adult has really nothing to do with that. Juvenile is kind of the very first stop for all law enforcement contact with young people. Almost every single citation referral will come to our door, and we have quite a lot of discretion about what we do with those referrals, with our partners, the district attorney, and others. Informal supervision and services. That means really no court is being involved. There's a high value across the state to try to divert young people when possible and safe from court involvement, probation. And so we do a ton of informal work with young people. You can see on the adult side, there's none of that. Coming to formal supervision and services, this is probably what people tend to think of when they think of what is happening with both young people and adults. And you see that does definitely happen in both sides of the division. Formal supervision is when a person has been adjudicated, there's been a finding of fact that a young person or an adult has indeed committed a crime. And then that's usually followed by some kind of sanction or accountability or punishment, right? Formal supervision takes up the bulk of what adult does, but really, in a way, it's only maybe about a third of what juvenile does. All right, so this is our first participation. So Commissioner Chang, one area of formal supervision, particularly on the adult side, are home visits. So home visits are a very routine part where POs go to folks who are on supervision's homes. They are often very quick, short, very positive examples of, collaboration and working with clients. Sometimes they can get a little more complicated. So I wanted you to turn over your piece of paper that you had, if you wouldn't mind, and just read that blurb. This is just an example of a home visit that we did earlier this year.
Everybody ready? Formal supervision, CT. CT is the code name for this person, I guess. CT was a medium risk adult client on supervision for a felony DUI conviction. The PO's case management strategy included substance abuse treatment and mental health treatment for previous abuse and trauma. The PO received report of additional DUIs as well as possible firearms in the residence. Staff immediately conducted a home visit and located a loaded shotgun and pistol. PO secured the weapons, took CT into custody, and called law enforcement to investigate the firearms. CT disclosed they had recently been in a car accident and been physically assaulted, one or both resulting in a broken bone and other injuries. At this time, another person who lived in the residence arrived, angry that their firearms were being removed. Staff contacted and assisted EMS at the residence and managed the volatile emotions of both CT and the other individual before getting EMS clearance to transport CT to jail. The booking process required unusual levels of collaboration with jail security and medical staff to ensure that the situation remained safe and orderly. Ultimately, CT was revoked to prison and will return to the community in July 2023.
Perfect, thank you. That was lovely. Excellent model for anyone who's coming after you. Yeah, thanks. So that is just to kind of give a little sense of the complexity that can arise with clients and within that context of home visits and all the different players and partners that we work with intimately to get things done in a safe way. So just a kind of a quick example of that. Both sides moving down this chart to cognitive behavioral training and skill building. That's something that POs do with clients, really to make a link between their thoughts, their behaviors, and their feelings, and hopefully moving them towards pro-social thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Restitution support, you see both sides of the house. They're done very, very differently, but it's a huge priority for many, many victims. Not all crimes result in restitution, but some do, and it's usually quite important for people to get their money back, and we work quite hard to do that. Community service crew is another area where you think of the Venn diagram where we share one community service crew. We do a lot of work in the community and with community partners. And Commissioner DeBone, if you'll just quickly turn over yours and share one of the feedbacks from a recent community service project.
Sure, community service. In March, the community service crew helped with the Bachelor Butte Dog Derby. A total of 30 mushers competed in a 75-mile stage race and shorter sprint races. Sharon Knuckles from the BBDD organizing committee shared, "Thank you for bringing the crew to help with the setup and tear down at the race. It is such a huge help. We hope you will consider coming back again for next year's event."
Nice, thank you. Yeah, just so like we get these sorts of thank yous all the time. We try to really combine, young people and adults on supervision being accountable for things they have done by providing service that is of a benefit to the community. But we also want them to engage as productive, pro-social people in the community and get a sense of what that feels like. And that's why we try to select a lot of projects like this, in addition to others sort of much less enjoyable, I would say, for the participants. But we really do try a lot of that. So thank you. All right, coming down to the last two, behavioral health services, something people don't necessarily think of. We do that within both juvenile and adult in different ways. Some are personnel cost related, and some are more materials and services where we procure or help broker services from outside sources. And then last but not least is detention, which is solely a juvenile function. So any questions before we continue on to the basic overview of activities? Awesome. Okay, thanks. Sonia and Tanner are going to kind of jump in here in our next couple slides, give a quick overview of kind of what's been happening in our field with the COVID pandemic.
All right. So impacts for juvenile. We just wanted to share a little bit over the last couple of years what that has done to our activity. And one of the ways that we measure our work in juvenile is by the referrals that we get. And we count both youth referrals, so that's the unduplicated number of youth that get referred to us from law enforcement, and then referrals, which could be the same youth getting multiple referrals. So that's why we track both of those. So on the left-hand side, the blue columns here are the 3 years prior to COVID. So that was our referrals of youth in the left column, and the blue on the right is our overall referrals. So you can kind of see where that is. And then the purple is the COVID years, so 2020 and 2021. So you can just kind of see the impact that COVID did have on referrals of both youth and their actual referrals to our department. Yeah.
Is that cumulative or average?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Are the bars cumulative or average? So is it 3 years cumulative, you were 895, and then 2 years cumulative, you were 468?
Yeah, it's
okay,
average.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, average, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, in some, we're looking anywhere from 40 to 50% of that decrease, which, definitely during the COVID years slowed caseloads down a lot, intakes and referrals. We were able to find a lot of different ways for staff to help in other areas, like coverage in detention, even with some of the COVID tracing. And now the red line, you can see that's our projection of where we think we'll be here at the end of 2022. And that's based on what we've seen so far. And it's definitely starting to pick up. We've had about 4 to 5 months where it's ramping back up. Caseloads are back to for medium and high risk youth where they were. So it's been super interesting. It definitely had an impact on our activities.
Is there a backlog? I mean, are issues coming forward now that occurred in 2020 and 2021, or is it just that's this year's activity?
Yep, that's just this year's. I mean, it's really just a reflection, I think, of a lot of different aspects of the system, law enforcement included, where there was no contact when kids aren't in school. A lot of our referrals come when kids are gathered in the same place, which is school building. So as schools open back up, as law enforcement are back out and not, engaging with low-level stuff, then our referrals looks like are going to be continuing to trend back up to where they were. But
great, thanks, Sonia. All right, and then on the adult side.
So on the, excuse me, on the adult side, things have been changing rapidly over the last 4 years. and how we've been, not just with COVID, but with also sentencing and legislation. So as you can see with the blue chart, the area chart there, our population, our ADP has been declining rapidly. This is not just a Deschutes County situation, it's a statewide situation, which as we are funded by a capitated rate, it is affecting our funding. But we've seen that decrease rapidly starting around 2020. Part of that is based off of legislation and also along with some of the COVID impact as far as with prosecution and court cases not going before the judges during 2020 and 2021. So as you can see, right now we're like at 1,037 individuals on supervision, and not just 2018 we had roughly at 1,400 individuals, which means our caseloads have been shrinking, which if you go to the chart on to the right side, which are the line charts. So the orange, can you guys tell if it's orange? Okay, yeah. The orange chart or line chart there, if you notice, we've actually increased the number of contacts on average during that time. One of the big arguments that we've had within our field is our caseloads are always too big to do all these special things, evidence-based practices, all these kind of things. We really seized the opportunity having a slower population or a lower population and a kind of a slower roll, if you will, during COVID, and have amped that up. One of the big things we didn't want to do is lose contact with our clients during a place where typically you're not bringing them into the office. So as you can see, our officers were doing a great job of increasing the contacts, so we would have to hopefully issue less warrants during this time period. Also, if you can see with the gray line, that steep decline, and along with the yellow, those are jail custody units, along with the gray being the interventions. Those are non-custody interventions, violations as such. So you can see that we are also decreasing that. Part of that's the nature of COVID and what the officers could do, but a very dynamic couple of years. The last 20 years, nothing has been like this. It's been pretty bizarre.
Tanner, I'm sorry, I didn't track the gray line. That is activity that's happening in the jail or
No, outside the jail. So we just don't arrest people for violations. We can do community service, we can do electronic monitoring, we can do verbal reprimands, we can do written reprimands. There's this whole list of interventions, what we call interventions. And that gray line represents all those non-custody interventions that we were doing. So we don't use one tool. The takeaway from that is you violate, you go to jail. That's not the tool we always use. We use a whole list of tools. And usually before getting to jail, you want to use those tools on the front end before you get to jail and use your most expensive custody or most expensive sanction. Answer.
Well, would that mean that there's because I think the answer is no, wouldn't that mean that there would be a corresponding rise in and then sending people to jail because you didn't get the diversion in time? But I thought the answer was that we weren't seeing the jail numbers increase as well.
Correct. Everything's decreased. Interventions decreased along with the jail custodies decreased. I might not be understanding here.
No, you answered my question. Now I'm just trying to figure out what that means for the community.
That's a good question. We're always trying to, figure out the dynamics and what does that mean. You have, during that time period, you have a lot less police interaction too. So that generates a lot of our activity. So our officers get calls all night. Not all night, but certain officers do get a lot of calls during the night when police have interaction. So if you have a decrease there, that is one factor. We'd like to think some of the engagement that we are doing is another factor. We did have a large abscond rate during that period of time too, so more of our higher risk population would be on abscond, so therefore they would not be represented in this population most likely. But there's a whole host of variables associated with that.
And are you seeing a corresponding decrease in the interactions that your community partners have dealing with the adults as well? I mean, I'm not sure who your community partners are, by name, but I'm sure that you have plenty of nonprofits and other things that you work with in the community. Are they showing the same thing?
I wouldn't say, you guys also see the same charts, I wouldn't say that they're seeing necessarily a decrease, like, as far as,
But they're not seeing an inverse increase.
correct. On the homeless side, our homeless population is more where we're seeing more of an increase recently, I would say, and those are loose numbers.
Also, that domestic violence was one of those crime categories that really did pick up during the pandemic, which kind of makes sense, sadly. And those folks have seen people, and we were sometimes under restrictions from the jail by what we could do that might be reflected here with those numbers. But you can see that the contacts going up, like that might have been a spot where we could have done more, which is we can contact people more even if we weren't able to utilize some of the more traditional accountability measures.
The arrest rate has gone up since January, what we're seeing with Deschutes County. So these are projected, into the future here when you're looking at the 2022. So, time will tell the next time. This time next year, it'll be interesting to see where we're at. So, because it will be connected to this. Next slide, please. So this is just another way of saying the same thing. So essentially, our average population has decreased by 28%. Average monthly person contacts, we increased during that COVID time. We did not want to lose contact with them. And then we're seeing a decrease in utilization of jail and interventions as far as with our client base.
Okay, thanks. Okay. We've had a chance to look at our budget narrative. We're just going to kind of dive now, kind of moving forward into more budgetary related things. In terms of briefly accomplishments, I'm really, really proud of our team and of our leadership team. We really did maintain all the foundational services that you would expect of our department throughout COVID, despite massive upheavals in what was happening in the public safety world, economics, health, all of that. We have numerous, I think, some statistics in our budget narrative, so I won't go into that, but we kept things going, kept the shop open, and I can say that across the state that didn't always happen. We had a lot of counties just shrugging their shoulders and putting their hands in, like, yeah, what can you do? We can't. It was really interesting to go to some of those meetings and not at all have a shared experience with that. We pivoted with the help of IT into many, many virtual kind of platforms of doing things. Turns out that removes a lot of barriers. We can do even some more different things than we had been doing pre-COVID. Definitely took a hit. It's not where we want to be or stay, but I just want to assure you that we kept things going strong for the community during the whole time, and we continue to. Oops. Something else that did happen or will be happening is, we have had on the books for a long time an expansion of our parole and probation building. It's quite small. We don't have enough offices for everybody. We're kind of scattered throughout both Bend and Redmond and Lapine, and work has begun on that this fiscal year, which is really, really exciting. Welcome anybody to come out and take a look at it as it's going. If you have young people in your life who love large equipment and annoying sounds that go on endlessly all day, it would be a great field trip.
Whitney's going to take you.
Whitney's, yes. Please, anytime.
Birthday
There
party
was like
for
a
birthday party
sonic-
for a 3-year-old?
There was a sonic boom the other day. I don't know if maybe I'm being dramatic. It was loud.
It was loud.
It was loud.
It's like watching Bob the Builder outside your window.
Yes.
And I've never seen so many large pieces of equipment moving simultaneously. Quite impressive, actually.
Yes.
How fast they are moving, and everybody's moving quickly. It's interesting.
Skanska's doing quite an amazing job. They're moving quick. I'm going to let some others talk on these, but you'll kind of see in our narrative and in just different words we're using, we go back to our goals and objectives. We really had to do a lot of heightened engagement with our partners, staff, clients, and community throughout COVID. So I'm going to have my colleagues over here take some things.
So, as Devi talked about, the building renovations have been the biggest thing and will continue to be the biggest thing for us this rest of this fiscal year, as we will be hot seating. Devi and I share an office as we hot seat. So that's our world right now. One of the other things that our world from the last budget presentation that we did was we were introducing core correctional practices, and we've now made a jump deeper into that core correctional practices, which is the detailed quality work that you do with the individual across the table, essentially, is what that relates to. And so we've just started with 2 instructors that will be the other side of the house, if you will. We have our use of force instructors who teach us on the range and defensive tactics and those kind of things. Core correctional practices are all the soft skills that we do probably 95% of the time on a day-to-day basis. And that's where the change occurs. This protects officers, this is changing individuals in our community. So as we move forward, that's what you will see coming in the coming years. Sonia?
Oh, actually, sorry, before Sonia does, Commissioner.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Adair, it's your turn. I can see you're very excited. This is, just as an example of what Tanner's saying, heightened engagement with clients is just a changing part of our practice based on changes in law and changes within our own practice. So this is an example of what that can look like on the adult side.
Engaging with clients. Jay, a very high-risk adult client, reported for his office visit badly under the influence and admitted to having recently used heroin. Throughout his visit, he would alternately raise his voice, become agitated, and then become lethargic, almost falling asleep. He would state that he was ready to go to detox right then, and he wanted the PO's help to do it. But the next moment, he would state that he was fine and didn't need any help. While the PO continued to talk with him and assess the situation, fellow POs jumped into action, calling EMS immediately to assess whether Jay was experiencing an overdose, contacting the detox clinic repeatedly to get them to agree to accept him. EMS appeared on the scene and cleared the person for transport, and Jay was successfully transported to detox, still facilitating between wanting to go and wanting to be released, although the only other safe and structured option for Jay would have been jail. So I want to know, where are you going to send him that? I mean, who do you call?
Yeah, I'll let Tanner respond to them.
So I was part of that event. The supervisor had to leave and said, hey, can you listen in? And it happened to be next to my office. I'm like, oh, sure. So it was a very interesting interaction because the officer was so concerned that this person was going to overdose. And I sadly wasn't aware of what was that was the risk. I thought the person was tired, essentially. But she's like, keep him talking because I think he's going to nod off and overdose here. So that escalated the situation. So as we were talking, then he'd pop up and start kind of yelling, and that's not uncommon in our office. What I will say, it went into the lunch hour, and when I look out, I'm standing in the doorway, and I look out, and I see 4 officers stacked because they're concerned about this person's health, and 2 EMS persons, and we had to negotiate with this person for roughly 45 to 60 minutes, so not to take him to jail and take him to a detox facility, which was where we were doing the transport and so forth. But that's the amount of energy just to go into that one individual to jail or this, because he wasn't walking out of there under his own will, if you will, based on he was a community safety risk to himself and to others, watching him and his body language and so forth. So they, after the 5th call to the detox, which I appreciate, got a supervisor, they said, yep, bring him in, we'll make a spot for him. So he stayed there for a few days. Unfortunately, as he moved on, he chose at this point, but this is not uncommon for us either, to not engage into treatment. So we will be re-engaging with that individual, but that's the cycle of what we deal with when we deal with our individuals, and we deal with the 1% in our population.
But if you guys had to call 5 times, what about somebody out here that has someone that they've got a family member and they're trying to get them help? They're, where do they call, and who will actually respond?
It'll be very, very challenging. I don't have a good answer for that because I ended up getting on the phone because we weren't getting the call back. And so I got on the phone and said, we need to talk physically to a supervisor because we are concerned for that individual. And the supervisor was quite amenable at that point. And they're just full. And so they don't have the staffing. To my knowledge, the issue is they don't have the staffing at that level from that specific instant. So
Well, I know we're number 50th for residential treatment beds.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
it's a looking at that and getting to walk through that it was concerning. It was really concerning. And we were happy, he survived that interaction. We'd like to see it's the long game that we play, though, as far as community corrections. It's always a long game.
Yeah, and it's just a great example of where the rubber meets the road with, ballot measure 110 and the various measures to decriminalize drug use, which I think as a system, we can get on board with the ideal vision of what our community should look like in the world that is envisioned. But this is the here and the now and the actual situation that our folks, we can't say no, we don't say no, and we really can't say, you know what, we're done with you. That's not an option for us. So we just keep going.
Yeah. So he's back out.
He is.
doing drugs again and-
He is, as of yesterday, he was.
There's a warrant for his arrest. So we will be dealing with him again, and we'll put on our every day's a new day face and engage.
But
Yeah, and that's what his PO said. She said, whenever he comes back, we'll start over again.
I heard, one of my friends, her brother was in and out of jail 4 times. Finally, the 4th time, he got off drugs.
Yeah.
So,
It is an interesting thing. It's when they hit that, it appears that zero state, and then they have to choose that change. And then that's when it's the most effective. And we try to create an environment for that change.
So in that example, the trying to think about how Measure 110 interacts with that. So there is a warrant, and what is that for? If not for, so you could see that person, coming in contact with law enforcement for possession, historically, and now there's Measure 110 that possession isn't grounds to. You can cite them, but it's not.
Can't arrest on it, correct.
So how is it, I guess, just kind of how, like for that specific individual, how is it different now in terms of the context the amount of context that they have with law enforcement, kind of the mechanisms to route them into treatment in the pre-Measure 110 versus now period?
Essentially, the mechanism is a supervision order. He failed to report. So that's the mechanism that generates a warrant. So it's a violation of General Condition 13. So that's what gives us that authority to issue a warrant unrelated to his drug use. Kind of to what you're speaking about is another, and we won't spend time on it, but a whole host of other issues with General Condition number 2, no possession of controlled substances, was removed in House Bill or Senate Bill 1510 just this year. So our field is so dynamically different. It is very strange to work in this field right now because of that. It has been a staple of sorts to manage situations like this. So, but
No problem. Thanks. All right.
All right. So on juvenile side, we've also had a lot of heightened engagement with community partners, which has in turn allowed and given us skills to do more engagement within the organization internally with our staff and with clients. A couple examples of that are our partnerships with the Culture of Care, which some of you that have been around for a while might know about that. It was a pretty I think it was $1.5 million grant from Central Oregon Health Council to create Culture of Care with teachers and students in schools. And we partner with them and Restorative Justice and Equity, which is a community group. And out of some of those partnerships led to us being able to be trained in something called restorative practices. And we have always had a restorative justice model in the juvenile side. And after 20 plus years, the philosophy has improved and has changed. And restorative practices is one of the mechanisms that we have used to engage more fully within our department to create a restorative organizational culture. And restorative practices, just in a very tiny nutshell, is basically the science of relationships in communities. It holds the belief that everybody belongs and everybody has value. And it centers informal and formal practices that you can use before something goes wrong, before harm's created, or before wrongdoing has happened. And then if and when there is harm done, it provides a process for doing that. that, again, holds the value of each individual. And so over the past year and a half, we've been engaging in our department in some of those practices, and we've been also utilizing restorative practice to have discussions around equity and what does equity look like for our clients, for our community, for our department, our staff, and it's been really moving. We've had some pretty amazing just organizational shifts in our department over the last couple of years. One of the aspects of restorative practices is something that's called restorative questions. And it's a set of questions that are used with someone who has caused harm, and a set of questions that are used with someone who has been harmed. And so, Nick, it's your turn for your card. If you would please read the set of questions, well, the two sets.
Yeah, I have two questions to respond to challenging behavior. So do you want me to just read all the questions on that one? What happened? What were you thinking of at the time? What have you thought about since? Who has been affected by what you have done? In what way? What do you think you need to do to make things right? So that's questions 1 to respond to challenging behavior. Do you want me to read the second one now? Okay. To help those harmed by others' actions. What did you think when you realized what had happened? What impact has this incident had on you and others? What has been the hardest thing for you? What do you think needs to happen to make things right?
Yeah. And what we've found, this model of restorative practices, it can be used in schools, it can be used in facilities, it can be used in organizations, it's a way to preemptively manage tensions and conflict. And what we have found out is that we can't do restorative practices, and we don't want to do restorative practices with youth, clients, their families in the community, unless we are restorative with each other. So we've actually been using some of restorative practice tools like those questions, even for engagement between staff within the organization to create that culture. And it's been pretty exciting.
Thanks. Thanks, Nick.
And we just hit the. Oh, sorry. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is from the community justice side. We work with a lot of community treatment providers on both the adult and the juvenile side. And just more recently, we really have had some just concerns with the services that our community members and our community partners are able to provide, just because of the levels of services that are required for the clients that we serve. So both on the juvenile side and the adult side, we've been working on some innovations to just kind of make sure that we have services in place to address the criminogenic risk and needs on both sides. And so we've formed a work group on the juvenile side to kind of really work and address that. And then on the adult side, we've even kind of re-innovated some of our FT that we use. And currently we offer some internal CBT services, which are cognitive behavioral therapy. We're going to add to those services and include our sex offender populations and our DV and BIP populations, just because both the treatment providers in the community on the sex offender and the DV side, they're decreasing the number of providers that we have available. There's less and less of them in Central Oregon. And so in order to make up for that need, we're utilizing some of our FT in a different manner in order to make sure that we're providing services that really address the criminal thinking, that addresses those concerns that we have with that population. We've also been working with a community group just addressing looking at culturally responsive services and how we could expand those for services that we provide for our juveniles and adults. And so we just been making some changes there.
So is that a redeployment of the resources you already have, or i.e. taking an existing person and putting them elsewhere, or is that saying as we're filling our vacancies, we're filling over here rather than where we first had the vacancy?
Taking FTE that we already have right now and just like retraining them into other curriculums because they already provide those services, just retraining them in curriculums that could expand into the sex offender and DV population. And so rather than like taking them from assessments, now they're doing more in terms of the groups because we can make up for assessments with other FTE that are providing those services.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So one of the acronyms you used in there, it sounded like VIP. What?
It's Batters. Yeah, it's Batters Intervention Programs. So,
okay.
Yeah, VIP. Yeah.
That was following all of them except that one.
Not quite VIP, yeah.
Yep.
I have
Great.
a question on a more practical note. What can you guys do for like people that have applied to work at Ray's Market and Sisters and they can't pass the background check? And
Because of a a conviction passed?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they are forever doomed if they cannot work at that market that actually does the background check. I mean, you know, they're homeless, they want to, but they want to work, and they can't get that job. And so I'm thinking, okay, so where is it? Are they just forever lost out there? Do they, you know, forever have to work, I don't know, maybe at a gas station or something?
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing for those people that actually perhaps want to work?
Yeah, I think that's.
We don't have anyone working anymore.
That's such a great question. You know, we are contacted, and we have good partnerships with a lot of private small businesses who are contacting us to say, do you have anybody on supervision? We are going to be I think they call it felon-friendly business. What we don't do, though, is, you know, broadcast that or support people who aren't currently on supervision to get connected with that. So I think that's a really great innovation. I can think of maybe some ways we could share the resources we do know about of people who are absolutely looking for workers and are quite friendly and understanding and willing to work with people with backgrounds.
Well, I just,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And so how does that work? Do they flex the background check requirement, or do they create certain kinds of accommodations, or?
I think they're just more open to when they see the background check. So the background check has to be done. We can't do anything to change that. Once they see it, though, sometimes some employers are like, oh, if I see a sexual offense there, forget it. Or I see an assault at a felony level, forget it. These are folks who approach us and say, we are willing to work with people. And what we'll do is connect them. They'll interview the person and kind of on a case-by-case basis, I think, work through whether they think, you know, DV's a good bet now.
And our POs regularly communicate with those individuals that run those businesses so they can provide an additional level of support for that person, saying, well, this is what happened with that individual, and they work with that, provide that resource, and then say, oh yeah, we can let you know this is what they did here or there, or there'll be an additional contact that if the employer needs to reach out to that PO, they've done that in the past, so.
There's in part sort of like an implicit recommendation from you and like a commitment of support to that person functioning in that workplace.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, we've never seen as many requests coming from good places, too. I mean, it used to be just the gas stations, and we were begging, hey, can you take any of our people? Now we're being approached, and we disseminate that through all the POs. The POs know the individual's background, and, yeah, is this a good fit? We rarely, I mean, it's very important for our people to be working. That's huge, because criminal behavior will decrease if they're engaged in that. So it is just the strangest nature right now where you're having employers saying, please send us people that 10 years ago would have been like, no, we don't even want to interview anybody. And so we're in such almost a reversal right now.
Do you all, you guys have an intersection with, adult parole and probation and community justice, juvenile, and mental health services at times as well, correct? Do you guys ever work with the supported employment team on the mental health side, as they do a lot of that kind of job, intervention and whatnot?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have a specialized caseload that works quite closely with behavioral health in terms of some mental health.
Great, so they could assist with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks. All right, so all this work, of course, costs money, and so why we're here. So Trevor's going to kick us off with some of the more line item discussion to get into this. But basically, the big picture for us, the message that we think our budget picture paints is that the juvenile division continues to operate with very incremental increases, sort of as needed, that match service needs. We have redeployed or done things differently with the same amount of people, really only looking at the basic increases year over year. On the adult division side, we have been building up a relatively large contingency for a very specific purpose, which we will get into after we get into some of the details for FY23. And also, if you recall from last year, those of you who are new, the general fund transfer to adult P&P has changed from last year. It's decreased. And last year, we changed the formula by which we make that request. And it's going to kind of fluctuate from year to year, depending on actual costs for supervising misdemeanor folks. So we can get into a little bit of detail on that. But that's why there's a difference this year. And with that, and Trevor kind of mentioned housing and treatment gaps that you'll kind of see reflected in the budget. All right, juvenile.
Okay, so to start with the juvenile budget, overall, you'll see a 5.69% increase. And then just in terms of our resources, I just wanted to highlight a new revenue resource for you. You'll see an expunction lines on there. Just with some legislative changes, we have a new revenue resource that it comes in based on providing just funding to help us process those expungements based on those new laws. You'll also see a slight increase in state revenue. This is just really a function of biennial funding. When we budgeted last time, we budgeted less just depending on what the projection was. We got the final budget, and so that's just a fluctuation based on biennial funding. Personnel, you'll see a 4.1% increase, and that's likely much due to we have a 7.2 vacancy rate right now. And then kind of moving on to materials and services, there's really nothing majorly new or any major shifts. We're just kind of providing the same services that we are and kind of just adjusting where we need to. One of the big things where you'll notice just some increases, we do have the oldest computers in the county for the juvenile department, so we're just working on upgrading some of those and just kind of addressing that need. And then we also did some capital improvements in terms of, we were required to have a fingerprint machine in order to provide fingerprints for juveniles that need to be on supervision. Our fingerprint, we do not have one functioning at juvenile, so we need to purchase that fingerprint machine, so you'll notice that as a capital improvement. And then previously in the last fiscal year, we were working on detention security upgrades, supply chain delays, and increase in cost, and that's just continued. The jail was doing their upgrade, and we followed along with that because the provider will no longer support the technology that we currently have. So we're just continuing that, and you'll see those increases there for the increase in the security system, just addressing the new touchscreens that are required, and just camera placement, making sure that there's no blind spots where the cameras are placed in the detention facility. So that's kind of an overview of the juvenile side, but I can answer any specific questions that you have in terms of specific line items or anything.
Trevor, what's the amount that we're getting then for helping people out? You said there's another special state fund. Is it here?
Yeah, the expunction resource line, it is, which one is it? So it'll be the third one down on your sheet, 334034. We're estimating about $35,000, and so that'll help pay for part of the time of the FTE that's providing those services. So,
Okay, thank you.
I'm curious about the ripple through of the 2% wage adjustment. Do you have a feel for how much of the increase, the budget increase for this year is related to, just to that?
we definitely felt that impact when we made the adjustment, but also our high vacancy rate kind of offsets that with our personnel cost, and so that's why you don't see that such a large increase in our personnel cost overall.
So if more positions had been filled, then the impact of that 2% increase would have been bigger.
And also, the people that have come on, they're newer employees, so they're cheaper employees in general compared to some of the people that had retired, had been here for quite a long period of time, and so we see that shift with the funding there.
How much turnover are you having this year?
Well, our vacancy,
In our detention facility is where we're having the hardest hit. We just have, some of it has been promotion, which is good, because some of our applicant pools have been like 4.
Right.
And these are pools that used to have 80 plus in them pre-COVID. So it's been a very, very extremely interesting recruitment time. But with detention, we have to have a certain amount of staff in that facility. So that's been where we've been hit the hardest. We've had a few CJO positions come up. Detention staff almost always promote to those. And so like we have 2, just as an example of the domino effect, we have 2 folks that have been promoted from detention. They can't start in their new positions until probably July because we cannot fill the vacancies and we can't leave those posts unstaffed. So hopefully the pools will start to grow. But yeah, that's
the
where
story we're hearing from all the department heads, so it's not surprising.
Yeah.
Want to mention how you're doing some coverage, some creative ways for that coverage?
Yeah, so one of the silver linings about caseloads being smaller is, because most of our probation officers worked in detention recently or at one point, they have been helping cover shifts when we have shifts that we have to have someone there. They've been pulling those shifts, and they like it. They love it. I think it's just a change of flow. But it's been a huge savior for the detention facility, and it's been actually a really great team, just morale and a boost there. So, and it's kept us from having to go over in our overtime budget. So. Hopefully that's not like long term though, because I don't know how sustainable that is as their caseloads continue to rise, so.
Right, may we move to adult?
Okay, so looking at the adult division overall, there's a 5.72 increase overall for resources and requirements. Just some things to note for resources. Once again, you'll see the increase in state revenue function. That's just a function of the biennium funding. We always project, but we don't get the budget till after the budget is finished. So that second year, it looks like we get more money, but actually it's just because the budget came in higher than it actually was originally projected. General fund, you'll see it's a 19% decrease in terms of what we asked for last year. We targeted that against the number of misdemeanors that we provide supervision for that are not funded through state funds, and those are tied to a specific number, so we just do that calculation, and that's why you see the decrease there. And then in terms of personnel services, it's a 5.66 increase in personnel. We have a 9.2 vacancy rate on the adult side, and we've had some attrition as well there, so that has kept costs down there. On the materials and services side, you'll see some just general inflationary increases, but other notable things to note are, you'll see one line item, it's called client stabilization, and I can tell you which, it's on page, I believe, let's see.
$216.
216.
440-430.
And that's where we provide all of our transitional housing. As Dee mentioned, housing is a major problem. I mean, in Central Oregon in general, housing is a problem, and so then you add a criminal background to that and the people on supervision, and that's just an increased problem that we're experiencing. So that's where we have increased some funds there, because sex offender housing for both men and women is an extreme problem for us, just trying to find places that will actually house a sex offender. And so otherwise they end up homeless, and that's just not the great situation. So we have some funds there to kind of work with community partners to kind of work on some relationships to address some of the housing issues that we have. But that's where you'll see a major increase on that side. You'll also see some increases in training just because of the cost that we need to add for those services, like that I was mentioning around sex offender services and DV services. It'll just require some additional training. Also, as Tanner and both DV have mentioned, with our remodel, likely will be finished in next fiscal year. The furniture and stuff for some of those offices were not included in the capital upgrade, so we just added some costs there to provide for those services when we're ready to stock some of those offices and finish those conference rooms. And then also on the adult side, we are being required to get a new fingerprint machine as well. We do have one right now, but it's outdated and they're requiring an upgrade. And so we will be required to purchase a fingerprint machine, which will fall into the capital outlay as well. So there's an overview of the adult side, but I can answer any specific questions about line items on that side as well.
Trevor, I remember in the past that we've gotten an allocation of the people that are on parole and probation. From what area are you guys, they being watched, such as the sex offenders? And it seemed like domestic violence was really a high percentage, and so was the sex offenders. Do you guys do that analysis anymore?
Yes. Sorry, to answer the question, yes, we do. We keep a tally of, the drop was because of Senate Bill 497 last budget cycle funded 3 new statutes. So with those statutes, it decreased what the county was paying out general fund for misdemeanor supervision. So our SO population's been fairly static, but as DV said, the DV population was the only population that has increased over the last 2 years. So we're seeing a slight increase, but the state is now funding a percentage of those that they did not fund last fiscal year.
So the data you presented earlier said that the juvenile system has essentially recovered. You're starting to see the numbers go back up. The adult's been down this last year, but you're expecting it to go back up. But you don't really have a good data. Like we were discussing, you don't really have a good data on the rise. And you're doing that as you're trying to redeploy resources into juvenile to cover for some of the loss that's there. I mean, if the adult rises faster, what's your contingency, or what do you think you're going to do? And is that going to have any impact on spending? I'd say that's very theoretical, sorry,
Right,
but I'm just trying to figure out what we need to do
In this
here.
fiscal year, I would not anticipate that adult population bouncing back that fast, to be honest with you, because within that population, you have a percentage of how we risk them out. Depends on how many of those individuals that are high risk that are going to be more time-consuming than a lower-risk population that go to a reduced supervision level. So, but I am not anticipating, and we're not seeing any of the numbers, and we're in almost June, starting to bounce back yet. So we're just hitting the bottom of that, hopefully the bottom in one way, of that population. So, and every county is almost doing an identical, we are falling a little faster, but every county around the state is in that same boat. Also, the local control population, which funds us, it's a greater percentage of the allocation of grant and aid. That population is a record low. So they're under 200, and about 6 years ago, they were up 700. That's your most expensive funding population that influences that capitated rate. So we're just seeing all these hydraulics affecting, but it doesn't tend to go up very quickly in our world.
I mean, there's a lag because you're probably interacting with them. I mean, you're interacting with them after jail, or you're interacting with them after a court system addresses them. The court system numbers have been down, but I wonder how long that lag is going to be. So you don't think you think the lag's longer than at least the year in terms of where it's coming up is the answer that you
The forecast from the state is it's going to, and the next slide I think is going to be indicative of that. The forecast from the state is they're not seeing a bounce back immediately.
I'm just here to be your straight man so you can get
Perfect.
And it's tied to legislation. I mean, on the adult side, the changes a lot of them have been tied to legislation, where on the juvenile side was tied more to COVID in the terms of the drop. And so with those legislative changes, we just noticed that drop as well. And those are legislative changes, so we'll continue to see that.
Okay.
And ballot measure 110 is having a huge effect, because that's the number one crime that typically would be a recidivating crime or somebody who's getting brought on. So that's also one of those other mechanisms that are affecting us immensely.
Any other questions on the detail for the adult side?
Well, we did have a talk with, FAN was giving us a presentation recently, and they said their numbers had increased so much due to COVID and the lockdowns and everything. So I'm wondering, so are you seeing more people then at your end in the domestic violence problem?
Yeah, that is one of the caseloads that is increasing.
It is.
Yeah, and that's, I think Trevor had mentioned, one of the redeployments we're doing with some personnel is to add some domestic violence treatment capability in-house so that we can supplement what's going on, because what's available in the community is not meeting the need.
So do we have any kind of like numbers? Has it gone from like 100 to 300? Do we know that?
We do. I would hate.
Load up my dashboard right here, or I would have had it.
Yes,
It is slightly higher. I'm shooting from the hip. We're about 50. We're averaging, if I recall, about 220-ish for the county, and we're running, I want to say, hopefully I'm correct, around 270-ish. So we do.
Pull up that dashboard immediatamente.
No. I mean, I just was wondering, because you could see what was happening, I mean, people were drinking every night. I mean, it was just, all kinds of things were happening during COVID when people were locked down. And you had to know that there would be, complications from that with our culture, with our society.
Right. The DV caseloads were the only ones that were kind of slightly growing over the last 2 years. I mean, just slightly. But our street crimes, which have historically been our largest caseloads, are just tanking. And so it's been a kind of weird to watch the numbers just shift so dramatically.
Okay, and so on the note of dramatic shift, so we just wanted to bring your attention and if you can get through this year, thinking about beyond FY23, when we're talking about the adult division. So as a reminder, again, for those of you who weren't here, last year we started to talk with you all about this large contingency that we were building and when were we going to need it, or, were we going to need it? And we have been planning that for the past 4 to 5 fiscal years, thinking there was a time at which expenses were going to exceed revenue, right? And at last year, we talked about perhaps that being depleted by FY24, so next fiscal year. So we kind of ran some numbers, and Dan, thank you so much for your assistance with this. Another chart here, I'll kind of explain. These are some, they're not shot in the dark projections, but they're very, very preliminary. We did receive from the state of Oregon their very first projection of what we might be looking at for the main portion of P&P funding for the next biennium, so starting in FY24. And it was about 15% down from our current biennial amount. So that's the big blue figure. It's like our ocean of funding. That is the primary source of funding. If you recall what I said at the beginning, P&P is funded almost entirely 85-90% by state funds. The other state funds that aren't that blue source kind of follow the same capitation rate. So if the grant and aid goes down, much of our other revenue is going to kind of go down at the same level. So that's the orange that you can see there. And then the gray, that gray wave on top would be that beginning net that we had been kind of building over the past several years. So you can also see what's happening there. So we took, for the years that are in the past, these are actual figures. For the years moving forward, these are projections. And what we thought we'd do, because we are actually sort of synthetically holding down costs by freezing vacancies. We have 4 FTE vacant in the P&P division right now, and we will keep those vacant for the foreseeable future to address what you see here. So the yellow line would be, again, either actual or projected budgeted expenses. So you can see right around FY25, there starts to be a gap there. That would mean we do not have enough revenue, and we've completely, fully expended that beginning net if that 15% cut comes through as we've been told right now. Of course, it will be something slightly different, but it's going to be a cut, as we just talked about. The numbers are not bouncing back statewide, and that's exactly what drives the main funding. And that's due to legislative changes in culture, changes in enforcement. If you look at the blue line, we have done some actuals. Every year we come in under what we budget for them. I mean, actually, that's been the case with P&P. I think that's probably the case for a lot of divisions. But we are kind of holding back these, and so we anticipate in FY25 being okay. I don't know if that's a financial term. Being okay when we look at actual expenses and projections that we can kind of control with those vacancies. And we talked with Dan about this. I believe the Health Services Funds has some different budgetary mechanisms to support their services at kind of knowing that they're going to have a vacancy. So we may be in the territory of doing that. That would be new for us. That's kind of just a little tidbit of what may be in our future. Otherwise, we will have to, do the only 2 things that can be done, which is reduce expenses or increase revenue. There are options on both sides. We're doing a ton of innovation. We learned so much in COVID. We have to do more with less, and we've learned that we can. So that's something we can probably handle in the future. That's why we're holding those vacancies open in the event that we have to go to a reduction in workforce. On the revenue side, we haven't historically done a lot of federal or other state grant funding. Those are out there. There's always reforms and innovations out there that we could address for sure. There may be a need to have another conversation about county priorities with general fund revenues. And that's kind of where we're stuck. We cannot do much about the state funding. It is what it is. And in a way, if you think about less people under supervision, that's good news for the state of Oregon. So is this a long-term thing we just have to adjust our operations for structurally? Maybe. Maybe it's a blip. So Tana and I talked about this. We think it's the movie Apollo, where they slingshot it around the moon, remember, to get back to Earth or something? Thank you. We're maybe we can keep our expenses down on the personnel side, really be careful with all expenses, and kind of just scoot through this tough period, because the state doesn't expect there to be any beginning increase back up, if you kind of see there at the end there, by until FY26. So it will come up. This is the the fluctuation of this division in particular. It is nothing new. It always looks pretty bleak at this stage, and we just roll with it and communicate with you. But just kind of a little FYI, this is kind of what we're looking at.
So budgetarily, that's very responsible. Congratulations. Not yet. Sorry. What I wonder is what's your opportunity loss by doing that? So what you're saying is we have need, we're choosing not to fill it currently to be able to support a future need, but what are you missing out on either doing or preventing in the growing community because you're doing it that way? That it was a rhetorical question, but I think it's something that I'd like to see you wrestle with as you're building the budget. It's nice to hold all this stuff in reserve. I just have the concern that you're gonna miss something because you're trying to be too responsible.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I've been accused of that before. I'm a very responsible person.
Probably why you have the position you do.
Yeah, potentially. The interesting thing about this division is the reason there is less revenue is because there are less bodies. So in a way, freezing the vacancies, I mean, you only get to a certain point and people get burnt out and they can't do. And I'm looking at Trevor. Trevor's prior position is one that is being held open. I mean, this man is extremely busy, for example. But with less bodies, we actually can shift things around and hold some things off here to the side because we're adjusting to a smaller population. We don't have the same or growing population that we're trying to meet with less and less people. So there's a little bit of a hydraulic that matches there, but it's so true. There's only so far that you can go, and there begins to be an impact on morale and staff wellness. These are really important things to us. So thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, I'd really encourage you to track your vacancy or your turnover rate and watch to see if there's going to be a blip somewhere along the way to see if you need to go make a different strategic decision. I like the direction you're tacking from a budgetary standpoint. I'm just concerned about it from a department standpoint.
Susie, I have a question on the probation supervision fee. Who was paying that? I see that we have zero, we're expecting zero now. Who cut that off? The state?
I'll let Trevor respond.
Yeah, so there was state legislation that removed all supervision fees, and so you saw it actually happened right at the beginning of last fiscal year. So you can see that the actuals last year were quite low as well. So yeah, they did kind of make up for some of that in the grant and aid funding when they made the adjustment. And that's why you see kind of a slight increase in the grant and aid. But yeah, there was new legislation that eliminated, and so clients were actually the ones that were providing that funding. I mean, they were paying to be on supervision, and so that's where it was coming originally from, was from clients themselves. But now there is legislation that prevents collection of supervision fees and other fees that are related to community supervision, so.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add to that, Commissioner, part of that legislation did infuse $10 million into the statewide community corrections funding to augment some of that offset cost. So it wasn't just I say that in DOC's community corrections liaisons to complement, because they did advocate for the counties that it's not a complete loss, if you will. So they did infuse $10 million into the statewide. Does that equate to what each county gets? No. But
Did we get our 5% of the 10 million?
we did get I think it was 4.2% at that time.
Okay.
So actually, for us, it was a pretty net.
It was better.
It was a pretty net zero. It was a good deal for us.
Okay.
I
That's nice to hear.
wanted to kind of ask a little bit more about the vacancies and kind of how that's helping us to contain budget, the size of the budget. Trevor, I think you said we've got a 9.2% vacancy rate in adult P&P, and then I heard there's these 4 positions that we're holding open to kind of maintain our budget at this blue line level. How much of the 9.2% is those 4 positions? Kind of, I guess I'm trying to get at what the actual vacancy rate of concern is for adult P&P, and whether we're similarly having struggles finding with recruitment and retention in that area.
Yeah, knock on wood. I'll just answer that real quick. We've had pools of great recruitment of late. The positions we have filled, we've actually had really good pools. Maybe not quite as big as they used to be.
No, No, they're not as big, but we did, maybe because of all the hydraulics happening around the state, we did secure a very talented individual. So that's going to add to all the resources and opportunity within our organization. So it's kind of exciting.
So 9.2% vacancy is not as big of a concern as just the raw number might suggest.
At this moment in time.
Okay.
But if, you know, we have to keep Trevor happy. No, there are other people we're picking up load, particularly on the administrative front, where that's a much more squishy workload. You can just kind of keep piling on before some people will say, wait, can't do this anymore. So, yeah, we're watching it very carefully. Thank you. I'm noticing the time, and I know we even started a bit early. I can see your chair. Team, if you don't mind, I'm just going to rip through these last ones point by point, and then okay, great. So yeah, we're done. FY22, you know, we just sort of had a slide here of these are things we were talking about, you know, last year. COVID was still big. We were anticipating what was going to be happening with criminal justice reform. We were still looking at different kinds of case management improvements, and we came on the P&P side and asked for a more general fund. So this year, I won't even go through those because we've just talked about all of that. This is, you know, we've spent the last hour talking about FY23, and in fact, we ended with kind of looking ahead for FY24 when we see you again in a year. The criminal justice reform and its impact on our populations and our partners who are behind you in the room will probably echo this. This is just going to be a change for a long, long time to come. So we'll be talking about that. Doing more with less, we also just talked about that. And we get really good at it, and there is a point at which it breaks. So I appreciate the questions on that. And when you have less, you also have to reach out and be more engaging with our partners. So you will just keep seeing that. We're one of just many public safety entities, and on both sides we work with many other social service, human service, and advocacy groups. So we'll keep doing that as well. Thanks for all your questions, and apologies for going over a little bit. Also appreciate the participation.
We got it.
Blurbs. I really love it. Thanks.
Can I just also really quickly flag, I'm looking at Whitney, who keeps our list of legislative stuff that we want to track, and this question of, state funding for adult P&P, I think it should be something that we're tracking closely.
Definitely, and I will say that Community Justice historically has been very engaged in the legislative process and definitely flags for us those bills that we should be monitoring and keeps tabs on them in a fantastic way, but we'll continue to do that in upcoming sessions.
We have some legislative friends who might be able to help with that.
All right, thank you, folks.
Just a couple percent under what other places are, and I think it's because they have, those vacancies get budgeted at step 3, same as people that are after step 7. So.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the work.
Oh, good to see you. Thanks for coming. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Maybe should I?
No problem. You did good.
I've never had you when you're
I know it. It's right after lunch, and I started falling asleep. I'll review what happened.
Exactly. Well, you can, I'll confess to you, we were like, oh, they're going to be really alert.
You were. Do everything around here.
Keyboard's up there. Oh, okay.
That guy that's walking
Oh.
the building there.
Grab one more.
Are you sure?
Yeah. We're horrible, aren't we? It's been nice that you've been. Yeah, been able to lie through a straight face. Betsy and I are just the worst. Oh, yeah. Ashley's awesome.
All right, next up is District Attorney Victims Assistance, and we welcome DA John Hunnell. And this is the first time I think I've seen Steve Gunnels, so welcome.
Maybe by Zoom.
You ready, or? There we go, all right.
Got a mix of chairs for you now.
Oh, we're only 10 minutes, Steve.
Not bad, given the content.
All right, should I start?
Go ahead, John, I just introduced you.
All right, well, sorry, we were assembling chairs up here. Good to see everyone. I'm John Hummel, District Attorney. I said very brief hellos to our two new committee members, so welcome. I'll introduce the team here, and then we'll jump right into it. I have Cara Palacio with me. She's our supervisor of our administration team. We've got Steve Gunnels. He's one of my chief deputy district attorneys. We have Ashley Beatty. She's the head of the Victims Assistance Program. We have Casey Newsome. He heads up our IT program. And Jessica Chandler is the executive assistant to the district attorney. I assume most of you know there's another title that Steve Gunnels has. It's DA-elect. He prevailed in the election last week. And I'll tell you this, it's been a real pleasure to work with Steve on this transition. He was involved very closely with me preparing this budget. Steve's been in our office for 28 years, right? So it's going to be one of the smoother transitions ever. One reason I decided far in advance not to seek re-election was I thought this department deserved a smooth transition. Maybe not everyone knows this, but I can tell you the last two transitions in this office were not smooth. From 2 DAs ago to my predecessor, not particularly smooth, and from my predecessor to me, not particularly smooth. And for something as important as safety, this office and this county and our community needs and deserves a smooth transition. So I'm really proud of how it went. I didn't put my finger on the scale, right? I didn't want to resign and have the governor pick my replacement. Whoever does that, that's good. I'm not, casting dispersions on them, but I think the people should pick. Right, so I didn't resign early, and the people picked Steve, and we've been working very closely together. And to kind of show you in practice what I just said, I'm going to have Steve lead the presentation. I'm here, of course. I mean, you can ask me questions. Don't shy away from that. I'm not trying to shirk your tough questions, but Steve's going to walk you through, and he's going to do it with the aid of our team. And so then we're happy to answer questions. So Steve, take it away.
Thank you, John, and I second that. If you have tough questions, they go to John. The softballs come here. Okay. In the DA's office, we have a mission, and it is to enhance public safety. We do that by seeking justice, by holding offenders accountable, and by protecting victims' rights. As a prosecutor, I know that we can't do that job effectively without excellent trial assistants, victim advocates, and IT support. Our budget requests this year are designed to make those parts of our office stronger. Up there on the screen is a snapshot. Those are the numbers. Those are the numbers that represent the people who do the job in the DA's office. We have 64.6 FTE total in the DA's office, and 63.6 of those are county employees. There's one, the district attorney, who is not a county employee. It's obviously a weird hybrid position in our system. Next slide. These are our requests. I've gone through this. I've been involved in putting together budgets for a number of years, and this budget cycle, it feels to me as if these are fairly modest requests. Obviously, you are the judge of that. The first request is for an administrative supervisor position, And the reason for that request is that currently we have one administrative manager, that's Cara Palacio. Cara Palacio here. And she is tasked with supervising 23 and a half full-time employees. Those are the trial assistants in our office. That is 24 people, human beings, which is a very demanding ask of Cara or any human being to supervise that many people. Human Resources recommends, or County Human Resources recommends supervision of 6 to 10 people as being a target, and 23 and a half full-time employees is seems to me excessive to ask of a person. We're requesting the addition of an administrative supervisor position who would be under the administrative manager but would supervise with the administrative manager the trial assistants to aid in the functions and the mission of the district attorney's office. Cara is here to explain some of the challenges that she faces day to day in being the only manager, the only supervisor of trial assistants, and how this proposal would help her manage the office.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that intro to the request. Like Steve said, my name is Cara, and I have been the administrative supervisor at the DA's office for about the last 5 years and have had the privilege of supervising and honing in our trial assistants. Just to give you a very quick briefing on what a trial assistant is they are essentially our legal assistants. So they assist our deputy district attorneys in managing caseloads. They do everything from open cases, request discovery, provide that discovery to defense, prepare for trial, send subpoenas. So our trial assistants are managing the thousands of cases that come in our office. We like to call them kind of the wheels that keep our office running. So a very important part of our office. And I have the privilege of managing the staff of them. And so what that entails for me is managing their work processes, their work assignments, their work flows, work review, any HR issues that might come up, which imagine 23 women working together, there's bound to be some, and then employee reviews, and then any work that overflows from their workload, we just don't have the capacity to do. I will usually also take that on to help offset some of the burnout or work frustrations that the trial assistant staff may incur. So that is what's currently on my plate. I think, I'm moving on to the next slide, you can see some of the challenges for both myself and the trial assistants in that heavy workload being put on one person. I think for me, some of the ones that stand out, I won't read them verbatim off the slide there, but I think the big one is delayed policies and procedures. When I first took the position, it was definitely very volatile. We'd had, I think, 5 or 6 people in the position in the last 4 years, and so we really took the time to create structure. We created a policy and procedure manual that's over 600 pages long. We implemented all the efficiencies we possibly could. I really tried to streamline the processes and procedures for the TAs to make it as efficient for them as possible and for me, and we've still come to the conclusion that it's just still too much work for one person to continue to manage those policies, procedures, update things in a timely manner. So that's definitely one frustration that I think the trial assistants share. One thing that weighs heavy on my heart is the reduced feedback, both positive and negative. I think just, we're kind of in survival mode, trying to go through the motions, and not being able to offer that feedback readily to them, I think weighs on me, being able to congratulate them in their wins and then also coach them when needed. I think that's something that both them and I crave for more of in the office. Burnout is a selfish one, but I think that one's a little self-explanatory with that many people to supervise. And I think just the limited strategies and training. We have some amazing trial assistants that I think with a little coaching and development could do really amazing things, and we just don't have the time to do that right now. So I would love to see more of that, and I think we could do that with another supervisor. I think as far as the trial assistants go, they've definitely mentioned the minimal feedback, not knowing how they are doing or where they're at with their supervisor. I can imagine would be really frustrating. Last minute work assignments, we're going day to day, just trying to get things in order as they come at us rather than being able to forecast and plan ahead with the amount of work we have. And then I think another big one, with not having much linear growth within the trial assistant or the administrative function of within the administrative roles, there's really no growth or development for our trial assistants. They enter as a trial assistant, and then they just stay there until either I leave or we have one other operations manager position that's kind of a natural flow, but there really is no room for growth. And so our retention of our employees is a little bit stagnant because they don't see any future in being at the DA's office. So I think adding this position will definitely increase morale, will increase work productivity, efficiencies, and also kind of create a sense of future for the trial assistants within our office. So those are kind of the main reasons and goals I think that we have with this position, and I appreciate John and Steve both supporting it.
The next request that we have is for the IT Analyst 1 position to be added. In 2013, we hired our second IT position. Since then, the office has increased by almost 20 full-time employees. Obviously, the pandemic caused additional demands for the IT department. People were working remotely. We got laptops for everybody, or virtually everybody, and IT is responsible for making sure that those things run according to their design. They get deluged some days with requests to put out fires when the system isn't working 100% effectively, and it makes it very difficult to do some of the higher end things that IT would like to be doing. We are requesting an IT Analyst 1 position to fill those needs. The workload, in addition to the number of people in the office, the number of computers and so on, we switched to a totally paperless system at the beginning of the pandemic so that we didn't have to carry around paper files anymore. It's been a blessing, really. I was skeptical of it because I had grown up as a prosecutor carrying paper files to court, and that was like carrying my little comfort blanket to the courtroom, having the files, the piece of paper that I could look at and answer the judge. Going paperless has been a phenomenal success, really. We bring our laptops to the courtroom. We can look up any case that the judge is asking about, give them information very quickly, and that's because of IT. That's because Casey Newsom and Kyle Herbst have done an excellent job for us. But the demand, in addition to those kinds of things, this is a new day in law enforcement. Every police officer in the area has a body camera on them whenever they engage with a suspect in a case. Those are the cases that we get. We get all of that body camera footage. It has to be reviewed. It has to be edited because the law requires that for faces be digitized or pixelated so that people can't be recognized in those videos. It takes a lot of time and effort to get that done. Just as an example, the Bend Police Department sends an average of over 270 hours of body camera footage per month. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office sends a similar amount, and then the smaller agencies, OSP, Redmond PD, Black Butte, and Sun River, send smaller amounts. But it all adds up into a huge volume of digital data coming into our office that IT has to deal with before it goes out in discovery to defense. And people in our office have to be looking at it to make sure that it's what it should be. So I'm going to turn it over to Casey Newsom to explain the ask for this position. He'll explain some of the demands on him and some of the goals and expectations of this new position.
Oh, and I'll just jump in right before Casey does. Just a reminder, and not a reminder for our two new members. I guess 2 years ago, the Budget Committee and the Commissioners, and me all agreed to conduct an assessment by an independent outside entity, the Prosecutor Center for Excellence. One of their recommendations was to add an IT position. I told the Budget Committee and the Commissioners I was not going to be asking for that. We asked for a lot, so I felt I needed to pare it down. And we had a pending grant application to help us with IT staffing, and I was pretty confident we were going to get that grant. Turned out we didn't get that grant. So, and now we're back here, and we've had another year of time under our belt, and I continue to agree with PCE that we needed that position. I just thought we could get it through a grant, and we couldn't. But sorry to jump in there, Casey. Go for it.
Hi, my name's Casey Newsome. I just kind of wanted to talk about what I would be looking for this new position. I do want to dispel the idea that we do specific just help desk tasks like, restarting computers or fixing printers. We have a very specialized department that's very exclusive to the responsibilities of the DA's office. So some of the things that I wish we had more time to do, that we could focus on more, for instance, would be assisting with the presentations during trials. There's so much digital evidence that comes in that I feel like that's a missing gap right now, is to really improve that front of ours, and I think a position could definitely assist in that approach. With COVID and all the remote work, we've had so much technology come in and go out with the staff and all the digital evidence, like I said, coming in, that there's been so much equipment and assets that one of the things we're kind of lacking in right now is proper asset tracking and management. We have probably 40 terabytes of digital evidence that's being stored right now. We do have redundancies in place in case there are issues, but as far as having a solid restoration process that meets the high standards really for the country, that's something I'd like to pursue, and I think a position could also assist with that. And of course, new employees, particularly when me and my coworker have been here for at least 5 to 6 years, I think a new employee could also help kind of innovate the department as well.
I'm just curious, what's the split in effort between a police department versus the DA's office in handling the video? And I'm saying that because there's another special request coming from the sheriff's office for an IT analyst to handle increasing body and car camera efforts. So I'm just trying to figure out the split between the two.
So one of the issues too is that every law enforcement agency mostly have different platforms in how they provide their digital evidence. So right now it depends on the agency. With the sheriff's office, we recently had an agreement with them that they would actually basically download or place their evidence inside of a shared folder that the county provides, and then from there we have integrations and stuff where we basically kind of automatically provide it to the defense attorney, and it goes inside the case for review and things like that. So it's really, they put it in a folder.
Steve, maybe you can answer Jim's question by explaining the different work that forensic detectives do versus the prosecution work we do. I think that might be helpful for the committee.
So the forensic detectives, they take seized evidence, typically computers, cell phones, mostly cell phones, and with a search warrant, typically, they can examine the contents of the hard drive within limited parameters to try to find evidence of crimes and so on, develop a report about what they found. It could be images, it could be text messages, it could be emails, Facebook, you name it, anything that's in a computer or cell phone, depending on what the warrant authorized. And that digital evidence then gets condensed and sent to our office after the forensic examiner is done handling it. Likely the position that they're asking for would also be involved in that process as well, to assist the investigators in packaging and sending the data to the DA's office, as well as body cam video. I don't know if Casey has any inside information about it, but both are needed, I would say, because there can be delays in getting body cam video because of shift work and so on. When they download it, on their next shift and so on, it takes time because we work, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We have to charge cases on the quick. Sometimes if somebody's in custody on a Monday morning, we need to have the information we need to have to make a decision. And so that position would help assist getting the data from the sheriff's office to here, to our office. And it sounds to me like that would be an excellent addition to their office.
So the split would be archival versus evidential. So they would be, anything that they'd be doing would be archival because they have to maintain the entire library. You're talking about something that's pure evidence, and then you have to treat that evidentially, like you said, pixelating the faces and other things. Am I close?
Yeah, I mean, yes, from an archival standpoint, though, we also archive anything that comes our way. But yes, we do treat it as.
Yeah, but you don't own everything. You just own the evidential, anything.
Yes, anything that's extracted from their end. Yes, that comes to us.
I think you got it right. You hit it right on the head. We're part of the investigatory team, so the detectives can send us anything they have, and they don't have to worry about, pixelating or hiding anything. When we get the evidence, we have to conduct an independent legal review and determine what is appropriate to send to defense attorneys, what we have to redact, and then what is appropriate to introduce in court, and then we have to redact and change stuff. And so, yeah, the sheriffs, they look at everything, they share everything with us, and then we have to then do the evidentiary review. And then, so that's where Casey and his team are editing a lot of the information we get.
Okay, that's more clear. Thank you.
And the victim, the next slide, the victim assistance program is requesting a full-time advocate as well as some additional funding for an existing position. And victim assistance program manager Ashley Beatty is here to explain that request.
Thanks. So as John mentioned, a couple years ago, there was the overarching analysis from Prosecutor Center for Excellence. They had created recommendations, those were presented, and last year we had requested that additional advocate, which was the result of a recommendation from PCE. One of the things when they did the analysis of the Victims Assistance Program, they talked about how we were kind of just doing the requirements, and they had acknowledged that there were really people in this community that could use additional advocacy that we weren't getting to advocate for because we were spending so much time on victim notification requirements. So really renewing this ask to add that additional FTE and talk to you about, since that recommendation has come out, we've been spending increased amount of times on additional things that are requirements for our office. One of the things that have come in are increases in expungements, so people trying to erase their record. That is victim contact for us. We're reaching out to those victims, getting their position. Similarly with Senate Bill 819, which was recently passed, which allows a defendant to request a change to their sentence. So reaching out to those victims in cases that are pretty significant cases sentenced by our office, and walking those victims through not only what the Senate bill is, what their options are, what their rights are. Again, same with clemency applications. Those can come in through our office or through the governor where a defendant is trying to change some aspect of their sentence. So reaching out to those victims and just kind of wanting to explain to you guys how impactful this process can be. Not only when you're a victim of the crime is a criminal justice system very unfriendly and can be extremely traumatic, but then think that the sentence is done, you're trying to move on, you're trying to heal and move forward, and then one day I'm going to call you out of the blue and tell you that the defendant's trying to do it all over again. And that's kind of how heavy these phone calls have been, and is unfortunately something that we're seeing more and more. I'm going to give you a little bit more about the victim notification requirements because I feel like you guys are really data-driven, and so we'll talk about that in the next slide and just kind of how those impact our workload. And some of the other things that PCE talked about that I wanted to circle back on is really that victim witness contact information. They really wanted us to streamline that. So I wanted to circle back and let you guys know that we have implemented where every victim gets a packet that specifically requests their contact information and their preference for how they'd like to be contacted. Because sometimes we can come into contact with an individual who may be changing a phone frequently. Maybe they're a victim of domestic violence and they're intentionally using throwaway phones. That can be really hard to maintain contact with that person. So they now have the option to say, you know what, use this email address, and we're going to use that email as the preference. The one thing we haven't done that was mentioned in the PCE recommendation is utilize social media. It's too much of an unknown, and it's not safe. And when you have victim safety as a consideration, it's just been a statewide recommendation as victim service providers that we don't utilize that. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So as you'll see, victim notification, and just a reminder, this is a statutory requirement. It is a victim's right to know each of the critical stages of a criminal case. You'll see that back in 2018, we were around, the 11,000 mark, a little bit more towards 12. Then 2019, we had a big jump, and you will see that consistently we're going up. If we stay on track in 2022, we'll be making over 17,500 victim notifications just around court hearings. And so we'll be talking about how are you doing? Here's what these court hearings are. Do you have any unavailability coming up? And think about every contact is kind of that opportunity for that victim to touch base with us and tell us kind of some of the things that are going on for them. So again, I loved what I believe it was Devi mentioned about tons of networking with our community service providers, human service providers, social service providers. What can we do to wrap around victims?
Can I add also that those contacts with victims advocates and victims are extremely important to the prosecution process to maintain that contact and to keep the victim engaged in the process so that they don't, as often happens, get frustrated with the system, how slow it goes, how they kind of feel like they get dragged through the ringer. The victim advocate contacts are our vaccine against that kind of reaction to the system itself, which can be kind of a dehumanizing process for people. The victim advocates put the human face on the system, and that really is a big benefit to us in trying to achieve justice at the end of the case.
Thank you.
So just statistically, that sounds like it's moving from 200 to 300 a day over that 5-year period. Roughly.
You're way better at math than me. It's a lot. We do a lot. And I will say one of the things that I don't have built into the presentation, but I should mention, and I would be remiss if I don't, also in the PCE recommendation had to do with streamlining our computer system. And one of the things that we did, and I think one of the primary reasons the Budget Committee last year did not fund an advocate was just around the unknown of what else could we do to enhance the computer system. So Casey and myself ended up meeting with Lori Duke. She's the program manager for PBK, which is our computer system. We did an overview. She watched me do all of the work that we do. I basically said, tear it apart. Tell me where we can do better. And her quote was, "We are working as efficiently as possible with the system we were given." We then sat with her. We made, I think, 5 formal recommendations or enhancement requests of PBK to say, well, here's how we think you could make it better. Here's how we think you could streamline things. They have not made any of those improvements since. We have been following up, but we're doing the best we can with the system we're given. Casey has also done a great job of building us efficiencies himself in PBK. So we're very lucky that we have our own IT. Otherwise, you can see what we have been given. It would be very slow to get enhancements made. So we're very lucky. And then just to kind of compare Deschutes County to statewide, per the 2021 case filing report, comparative to advocates in other counties, the average case count per victim advocate is 340. So that's average if you're averaging the other case counties. In Deschutes County, our average is 434. So you can see that we are above average compared to other offices in the state. To bring us to average, we would actually be requesting 2 FTE, and I'm not doing that. I just want the 1 FTE. Next. The next is the other thing that Mr. Gunnels had alluded to. We are a part of a grant that will end September 31st of this year. It's called Priority Funding through the Victims of Crime Act. And for the last 2 bienniums, that funding has really focused on C-sex, so commercially sex-trafficked youth, in which we have been engaged in a collaborative grant with J. Right now, we have not heard what that priority funding is going to be, and I just really wanted to be transparent about that funding potentially ending in September. Now, if it came out and the priority funding met with the aligned vision of the district attorney's office, I would anticipate you'd see me coming before the board for permission to apply, but I just didn't want that funding to go. And then since we kind of met and did our preliminary budget, we were notified that our VOCA ongoing funding, so the Victims of Crime Act funding, would be increasing by $24,000. So you'll see in the fine print in the presentation, this initial request was really asking for $32,070, but then we were notified about an increase in funding for $24,000. So in the end, the net ask is really around $8,000, and that would be in the instance that the priority funding is not aligned with what we see. And just being transparent, what I really feel like we're getting from the Department of Justice around priority funding, it's probably going to be diversity, equity, and inclusion related. And again, I'm not sure where Deschutes may fall in our ability to apply for that funding. But if we can and we have the partnership, we would.
Ashley,
Thank
do you remember how many victims assistants you had in 18?
Ooh.
I was just wondering, what I would love is that, because your employee count isn't in the DA's summary, we should have our own little, saying that there's so many staff. It's not in that number, it's because it says 58.6, and you're actually with your fund of 212. So it should show up there, down maybe for next year. But do you remember how many you had? Because truly, it's increased. But the cost also, we've spent, I think, 200,000 more than we spent in 2020. You spent 802,000, and now this year maybe $1 million when you get done.
Yeah, and if there is a budgetary question about that increase, I think Dan can kind of chat with you about why the increase is so significant this year.
Okay.
You're
I just
talking
thought it
about
would be
the-
nice to have that 7 so we could see it.
You're talking about but you're specifically talking about the general fund increase year over year for this year.
Right.
So, yeah, I wrote a little blurb about that, because that is something, yes, so, in,
I knew you were going to ask this, Pat.
Yeah.
Nothing gets past Patty.
Well, no, I'm just like trying to go like, okay, I see
Yeah.
that it went from like 1,200 to 1,500, 1,600, yeah.
And the
Definitely there's more problems.
The general fund request for victims assistance isn't actually related to personnel. Basically, in fiscal year '21, victims assistance, which I'm going to refer to as the VA, did not receive the fully budgeted general fund transfer and instead received $130,000 less than was budgeted, receiving only the transfer amount that was needed to maintain a $0 beginning working capital. So I think we had budgeted them like $400,000. We gave them $270 instead at year-end close. And so during fiscal year '21, we were working on the adopted budget. We were unaware that the victims' assistance would not receive the remainder of those funds at the year-end close. Because of this, we budgeted them to receive the full general fund transfer, leaving them with $92,000 to $130,000 in beginning working capital in fiscal year '22. When the full transfer was not received, they started fiscal year '22 instead with a $0 beginning working capital balance, and this reflects the current gap that is being picked up by the increase in general fund this year. This likely occurred due to the confusion on the Budget Committee decision package between Budget Department and Accounting Department. Because we budgeted them to have it, accounting at year-end close did not give it to them. Accounting is likely right because they're a bunch of CPAs. But
Of course they're right.
yeah, of course they're right. But if we had known the fund would not receive the full general fund transfer in fiscal year '22, adopted budget would have actually requested a general fund transfer of $580,000 in this fiscal year, not the $494 to cover costs. And so that's why this is a one-year gap of kind of making up those costs right now is what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Ashley, it seemed like last year our discussion and decision about an advocate related a lot, not all, to issues of efficiencies with the computer system. And there was some processes that were not being utilized in the system, and that you were going to investigate those and see if we could implement that. I forget it had to do with sending out notices or putting stamps on envelopes. There was quite a discussion about that, and it sounds like you're saying those efficiencies just don't exist in the system, and the work still remains.
One of the things, the person who did PCE, the analysis, she had recommended one county in particular. When I contacted that county, they didn't use the same documentation system that we did. However, we did have a conversation about what efficiencies they had. It's exactly what we're doing now. So I think, unfortunately, we're as efficient as we can get. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be innovations moving forward. And I think as Mr. Gunnels pointed out, sometimes things like going paperless will make us better, and I do see that someday PBK will be making efficiencies that will make things better. But right now, any ideas that we've had to improve efficiency, if PBK can't do it, Casey has been, and the IT department has been able to work with us to streamline things as much as humanly possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just curious, can you quantify any additional costs that you're incurring because of the courthouse situation that you're running in? And can you talk about if, with a remodeled courthouse where you think you'd find some efficiencies? I'm putting you on the spot, mostly because I'm stalling because I want to ask another question, but I've got to do some math first.
So the tight space, is that what you're referring to?
Well, just the tight space, or the fact that you're spaced, that you have two different courthouses that you have to operate in. I mean,
So
what's the impact on the department, and how does that get fixed with the expansion? Because we have to consider the expansion, so I'm just trying to get data for that as well.
Well, the courthouse, where the courtrooms are, is not only adjacent to us, we also have access to it via, I call them habit trails, but there's a tunnel upstairs and basically a tunnel downstairs that the county built years ago. So we have easy access to the courtrooms. And I don't know that there's a cost associated with it, with that distinction there. It's essentially as if we're in the same courthouse. They call it the courthouse complex. So I don't know that there's a cost associated with that. In terms of the tight space, my belief is that that is a driver of morale, having, and I know people in particular who are not happy with having the accommodations that they have in our office because of the tight space. We have an attorney office that used to be a supply closet, things like that, and that's not horrible. I would take that office, to be honest with you, because I'm comfortable there because I used to spend time in the supply closet getting supplies.
That's why.
Right, but not everybody's happy with that. A lot of people are in cubicles that are in the middle of the office, and that's, that's an office, right? But it gets tight, and I think that's a driver of low morale to some degree. And so obviously the cost of people leaving the office, we have had turnover. That's not the reason, but I think it's workload more than anything, and other opportunities that come up for people. But a nicer office, a bigger space would make things better. That's the reality of it, and we'd be able to keep people a little bit more marginally, and the cost would be less for, recruiting and retraining people.
I'll chime in for Jim and Judy's benefit. You may not know this. As Steve said, there's the new courthouse and the old courthouse. We just call them the courthouse now, but there's two distinct buildings. The DA's office is in the old courthouse. We have the top floor, the bottom floor, and half of the second floor. The other half of the second floor is occupied now by court staff. The plan, of course, some of you will ultimately decide what the plan is, commissioners, but as I understand the plan, when the courthouse is finished, the court staff on the second floor of the old courthouse will move into new offices in the new courthouse. And at that point, the DA's office can take over the second floor. And then our space needs will be solved. But right now, I think we're probably the tightest, most compact department in the county. And when that second floor opens up, we'll be fine for the next 15 years. So it's kind of like feast or famine. We're in the famine section, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and it will be solved. But for right now, it's pretty tight.
Yeah, that's true. If we had the second floor, it would be a different feeling in the office of space and a professional feeling that a DA's office should have, I think.
So that was half the answer. Thank you. The other thing I was asking about was the fairgrounds trials, and what's the impact on that, and what do you think you're going to see as you recalibrate back to a single place? I mean, you answered it a lot in terms of the efficiencies of just management by walking to and fro, but what's the other impact?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I hadn't understood the fairgrounds piece of that. Fairgrounds trials, I think, were an amazing success during the pandemic. Judge Ashby, the other judges stepped up, commissioners obviously stepped up and provided that space. Probably other people in the room got involved in that and made sure that it was well run. We tried some big cases out there, important cases, serious cases, and we're still trying them. In fact, today we're in the middle of a stabbing trial out at the fairgrounds that's running into the 6th day, I think. That's been an amazing boon to our office and to the court, being able to move cases forward, giving people space during the pandemic. But I believe the court hopes to continue using that space over the next year to 2 years, if the commissioners are on board with that. It's been an excellent way to move cases forward rather than having them stall and stack up, so that at the end of the pandemic we would have 20 major cases instead of 10. That's a big deal to us. In terms of cost, there is additional cost, just travel time, having IT and trial assistants travel there to assist, different pieces of equipment that have to be moved there in the middle of a trial and so on. In terms of quantifying it, Casey may have a better estimate about the cost of that, but it's an additional burden on everybody, but well worth it in my opinion.
Yeah, besides the technical equipment that we've moved out there, I can't think of any additional expense that's caused from it. It went pretty smoothly.
Okay, thank you.
So I have an IT question, back to that issue. I think it was prior to the assessment, several of us, John hosted a tour of the department, and we were talking about morale issues and the tight space, and so we've addressed some of that with the courthouse plan, and we put into place a big, expensive IT program. I believe it was subsequent to that visit. And at that time, IT was kind of a new concept to the department, and the focus was to get all that material digitized, get that off of everybody's desk so that there was more room. That was part of the morale issue. And the focus was on instituting this new technology. But it sounds like, okay, so we're still asking to build IT, but it sounds like there's now a different focus. The world is becoming more IT-oriented. Is that how you characterize it, or it sounds like the requirement has shifted for IT?
Well, I would say kind of mission accomplished on the digitizing records, and really proud of our office for stepping up on that. And I remember that tour. We had, boxes of paper files all around that office, and that was causing a space issue. We just ran out of space, right? And so now that I can't say we have gotten rid of all of the paper files. I mean, every new file that comes into the office is not paper, and we're working on the backlog of paper files, but we made a good dent. And so what that has allowed is, as our office has expanded, as we've added people, we've actually ended up having places to put them. They are now sitting where there was 20 boxes of files, right? So we've opened up space for people. So I would kind of say mission accomplished on the digitizing files, but that was all about creating space for people to sit. We now have the new issue of the new electronic information, not the electronic information we've created by digitizing files, the electronic information from all of the body-worn cameras by police. And that's a good thing, right? I mean, these are good things. We all want to know. More evidence is better. Our job is about determining the truth. And it used to be, if a police officer says one thing and a suspect says another, that's hard for us. We're like, well, I mean, we trust the cops, right? But it's like, you'd like to know more. Now we have that digital evidence, but that requires IT to process that digital evidence and us to review it. So the paper file issue solved, and now we have the issue of more body-worn camera evidence, which is a good issue to have. I'd say the paper files was not a good thing to have. Having more evidence in our cases is a good thing to have. Thanks for that question.
Yeah, this is definitely a better system than we had, although talking about paper files makes me wistful for paper files. But this is a better system. It's clearly more efficient, and more. We can do a better job on our cases with this system. We can just enter into a case. It takes 10 seconds to enter into a case. Click on the body cam video and watch it immediately. It takes 3 seconds to spool up and run. And in the old days, you'd have to, go to your paper file, flip it open, get the CD out, pop it in the computer. The whole, it's just those efficiencies, but it's, multiplied by 100 a day. That it is a better system for sure.
So we've had a chance to discuss these very valuable special request proposals. Going to just kind of that would be those aren't included in the proposed budget at the moment, and the proposed budget does include a 4.45% increase in general fund contribution. So before we're thinking about the special requests, and I was just wondering if you could speak to in your core budget, general escalation of costs and what accounts for.
Yeah, pretty straightforward with us. I mean, I always want to extend my sympathies for all of you who have to deal with the health department budget, right? The most complex beast ever. We are people, right? We don't buy equipment, build roads, do anything like that. We are people, and so we have union contracts, of course, that the board has approved with pay increases every year. So you'll see the bulk of our increase are pay increases, salary increases negotiated, by the board. The biggest one, of course, the deputy district attorneys. Recently in their last round, they got what I think is a hefty pay increase, right? Good for them. But and that plays forward every year. Other big. Well, we don't really have any big line increases. You will see some expert witness fees have gone up a bit because we have some significant trials coming up, some significant homicide trials. We're bringing in expert witnesses, doctors to testify. So you'll see some lines going up a bit related to trials. We have some travel lines going up, though that could go down, right? We have not been traveling for training conferences. We've budgeted for traveling for training conferences. Well, if COVID rears its head again, that would go down. But other than expert witness fees at trial and some additional travel, you won't see any significant line item increases. It's the salary for employees that are going up. That's the bulk of it.
I guess my other question was the administrative supervisor's special request. The other two special requests you kind of tiered back to the Prosecutor Center for Excellence recommendations. And did that PCE report speak to the need for this, a more administrative supervisor or managerial structure?
Yeah, I can definitely address that. And I think I'm probably mostly at fault for not addressing it. When they came to me and spoke to me about the trial assistants and their role in the office, I mean, the main goal there was to improve the efficiencies of the trial assistants. I think at that time we were kind of just heading into a fairly large turnover that we had at the beginning of the pandemic. And so the focus was really on what do we need to do to make the trial assistant role a better role to be in our office. And I think I completely set aside my role and my work practices and didn't take that into consideration with them. I think what it can be mostly related to, though, is the recommendation for the deputy district attorney leads to become supervisors. If you look at the PCE report, their recommendation was to take 3 of our deputy district attorneys that were currently leads and make them into some sort of supervisory role to make a more tiered system for more efficient supervision. And I think this can easily mirror that in terms of a recommendation. We do have trial assistant leads now. We have 3 of them. 2 specialize in leading the actual trial assistants. 1 specializes in working with our PBK system. So I think looking at taking some of those lead positions and mirroring what the DDAs did is helpful in the PCE report.
So we heard from parole and probation that things are changing. Total cases are down, or there's just dynamics in the public safety world out there. What's the big picture where we're at today? As in, are we queued up with what happened in the pandemic? Are total number of cases going up or down, or what does the future generally look like? Just the big picture, I guess, what I'm asking.
So the number of cases filed by our office dropped significantly in 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic, I assume. Yeah, you don't really know how to trace it, but that was the national trend on certain categories of cases, and we saw that here. DUIs dropped about 40% in 2020, which is remarkable. We're a county that has a lot of DUIs, and
people just stayed at home, though.
People stayed at home, right?
And
Commissioner Adair was mentioning that I was eavesdropping in the last presentation, and mentioned that people were staying home, and that's likely why domestic violence cases didn't drop. Really, person crime cases didn't drop. Staying home, drinking with family members, things like that, with the right kind of circumstances, those can turn into violence, but they don't turn into DUIs as much. People going out to the bars, that's more likely to result in a DUI because they're out and about. So with the bars shut down essentially for significant periods of time, that reduced the number of DUIs. But those numbers are coming back up. I was doing another, looking at the numbers for a different reason a month ago, and those numbers are coming back up. The DUI numbers are coming up very close to where we were in 2019. And so, we're getting a lot of DUIs again. We're not going to be getting the drug possession cases because of Measure 110 in the numbers that we had before, so those numbers are probably going to stay down. Other kinds of offenses are likely to go up because of drug use and so on. So there's kind of a balance, but it appears to me that we're on a trend line that's going to be pretty close to where we were in 2019 this year. And that's what I see.
So that's I'm trying to figure out the philosophy of the investment right now. So we're basically building back into a capacity of a growing population, traditional levels of activity, you know, in the generic terms. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, we are growing. Crime increases. It doesn't increase one to one. You know, when people move into the community, it's just proportional, right? So we do expect over the next 5 years, say, to have numbers noticeably higher than where we are right now. And I would expect from the trend lines I'm looking at, because I look at all of the intake as it comes in and assign it out, I see the numbers coming back to what I would call normal plus, a little bit more than it had been, particularly DUIs and domestic violence. They seem to be bumped up, which not good news, but there we are. So I mean, I think we're going to see a busy office in the coming years, and I really do believe in the requests we're making. These requests, if approved, would make the office better.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we've shared this already, but just to put a kind of exclamation point on it, the numbers are very important. Let's focus on the numbers, and I agree with Steve that we're back to 2019 plus, like, you know, a little more, and I think, you know, that's where we're going to probably end up. But it's not just a one-to-one. The cases now involve a lot more work because of all of the video evidence, like all the body-worn evidence. And maybe it would take a deputy DA 4 hours to review a case. Now it might take them 6 hours to review a case because you have a couple extra hours of evidence through that body-worn camera. So the same number of cases would take more work to process, and we think we're going to be have a few more cases than prior with the extra time on each case.
We've reached our time limit. We appreciate all your effort and for being here today.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Thank you all for considering our requests. Jessica Chandler put this all together, and if you have any questions about numbers, budget, anything, she's the guru, and she knows it all. She knows it all.
Come back next year to watch the budget?
Yeah, you bet. You're always welcome.
Yeah, all right.
You can just sit in the back of the room for the rest of it.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to miss it, don't you think?
Thank you.
And we're going to take a
You're not going to have big
2-minute break?
15-minute break.
Oh my gosh.
and I'll turn it over to Judge Fadley.
Thanks, folks. I'm Chuck Fadley. I'm the Deschutes County Justice of the Peace, recently re-elected.
Congratulations.
As long as there's not a recount, we'll be okay. And, this is my,
Or recall.
yeah, that's always. This is my court administrator, Judy Stacy, who's the person that, actually figured out what our budget was and knows all the numbers. I understand that this year you want to concentrate more on that end of it than hear me go on about what justice court is. And so I think we'll just open it up for your questions.
So can you talk about the last couple of years and what the activity has been and what the COVID impact is and how you're coming out of it?
We kept the court open through COVID. The ticket volume is, as you can see by our handout, which is our main source of revenue, went down. But not a tremendous, well, yeah, statistically significant amount. Now we think we're going to get close to where we were, not in 2019 when we were solvent, but a lot better than we were in 2020 and 2021. The other great impact on our revenue is the 2020 legislation that took away the incentive of license suspension for people that don't pay their fines. And that has impacted our receivables by about 25% to the bad over the last couple of years.
So there's been a number of, or a significant decrease in the Sheriff's Department citations.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that come back to where it has been before COVID this year. Or not this year, because once we have a full COVID-free year.
Well, and that's a function of the Sheriff's Department, less than anything else. It's just the operational philosophy.
So do you have what you need with the facilities? I know there's a couple courtrooms around the county.
We love our facilities. The courtroom there's the city council chambers in Redmond, and it's they tricked it out pretty good. I think they've spent $1 million on the sound system and the visuals, so that's working out just great. We hold court in Lapine in the South County building and in Sisters in the Sisters City Hall. Our office space is terrific. We really like it, and I don't know if your question is, should we be thinking about moving or what?
Pine and Sisters is what I guess I was asking about, those remote locations.
Both are manageable.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
A couple months back, I was asking about the amount of people from outside the Tri-County area who are, coming to justice court and having trials and processes. Could you review some of that for us, just so we have a feel for, how many people who have to come before the judge are local versus non-local?
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over to Jody to tell you how we got the number and what it is.
Okay, so we did a query of our database, and I worked with our software provider to get that done. And what we did was we just looked for any address outside the Central Oregon area. So Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes we would consider here. And so anything outside of that folks were cited for, we got the statistics on that, and it came back about 25%. So about 25% of our citations come from folks that are either out of the area or out of state.
It's just because, this is the first time I've ever looked at it. So, first of all, thank you for the job that you do. I saw you already mentioned fines were down. I saw the line item that says 417 to date. I don't know how much
there's obviously some time left in the year, but it looks like you're gonna hit lower than last year in terms of that. This would be my first plea, by the way, for a FY22 projected column. I might ask a couple more times before the week's over. But otherwise, though, you've been controlling your costs really well, and what you're asking for is under what the county's, projecting to increase over time. It seems to me you're doing a very good job of running a good department.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's 2 months left in our fiscal year, and Jody, do you have a guesstimate about where we'll end up as far as?
I think we're going to be a little bit short on our revenue projection, just a little bit. Shouldn't be terrible. We've had a couple really good months here, and this month is looking really good too. But I don't think we're going to quite hit the 525 that we estimated, and so you're correct on that.
Well, you're very reasonable on materials and services at this point too. So,
well,
like as you see costs go down, you're responding with by lowering your internal costs. Or I'm sorry, as you're seeing resources going down, you're lowering your internal costs. That's what you'd expect a well-run department to do.
That's what we try to do. Yeah, to the best of our ability.
So, can you run us through what some of the future plans are as resources maybe, as we look at the Justice Court and citation, as resources maybe continue to decline a little bit and we still have this inflation in personnel costs and whatnot?
So you're asking what our plan is to increase revenue with increased costs, or?
Right, yeah, is there a plan is there any way to optimize revenue or increase revenue or new revenue sources, I guess?
Well, during COVID, Judge came up with some inspirational plans that we tried to do what we could, and so he.
All of them were a flop.
Well, no, I mean, he tried. Like, we sent out some letters and told folks, we know you've got to, especially folks that have a lot of different cases and fines outstanding. If you come in and see us, we'll work with you. We'll let you set up a new kind of payment plan. Judge will look and see if there's any reductions he can make, that sort of thing. So we did have some takers on that. Some people came in.
The postage cost us more than we realized. We're about broke even, so.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like.
Thank you, Jody.
I feel like it made it look like we were trying to work with the public in a time that was very difficult, for a lot of people, and that it was a good opportunity. Those that took advantage of it were really pleased, and they got their licenses, and all of these things were good. So that was one thing. Another thing that we're trying to do right now, as far as we send cases to collections when people don't pay within the time frame that they're allotted. We're trying to really stay on top of that, as far as in the past it's been like we've been maybe a little bit more lenient because we've got other things that are priority. Folks will come in and pay, that sort of thing. But now we're really on top of those deadlines, so that when they come up, they go immediately to the collections. And I think we're seeing a little bit of increased revenue from that. The problem that we have with collections is what Judge referred to, the fact that we used to be able to sanction licenses, and that really gave people a lot more incentive to set up payment plans and stick with them. And now that we've lost that ability for the most part, that makes it a little more difficult. People don't have the incentive to pay the way they used to, so that, they did a bad thing to us there. And not just us, it's every court in the state. So.
How long do you give people, and how many notifications before you send them to collections?
Well, that kind of depends. If they fail to appear, their time frame, of course, is shorter. What we do is we give them actually up to 30 days to actually show up before we start taking action. Then we send them out a collection letter and say, hey, you have 60 days to come in and talk to us, to set up a payment plan, whatever, or we're going to send your case to collections. And so basically they have 90 days to get in compliance.
And they get a letter 30 days that says if you don't contact us and set up a payment plan within 30 days, then we're gonna send you to collections, and then probably actually, if we don't hear from them, they still don't get sent to collections until Well, it used to be like probably 60 days after the letter, right?
Yeah, that's the time frame. That's what we give them in the letter. We tell them you have 60 days.
Oh, 60 days, okay.
To get back with us. Now, folks that are already on a payment plan with us that, saw a judge in court and came down to our office and set up a payment plan, if they fail on the plan that's been set up, they know part of their payment agreement that they sign says, I understand that if I fail, my case goes to collections. And we do give a little bit of lenience on that. We give like 10 or 15 days past the deadline for emergency type things, or for them to get a hold of us and say, oh my gosh, I forgot, or that type of thing. But those people get a much shorter, because they knew what they were getting into, and so if they don't follow through, then after that 15 days, we send them directly to collections.
Jody, I just want to confirm I heard you correctly. You took Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes County, and then everybody else outside of it, and that was 25% of your cases?
That's correct. So, yeah, the count of 75% was for all of the Central Oregon area, Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes, and the 25% was anywhere outside of those 3 counties.
Because that's the same percentage I was told when we needed a new judge, that 25% of the problems of, the regular court was from people outside. So I think that's kind of is a kind of an interesting statistic.
So you got that statistic from Circuit
Yeah, I
Court?
got that from somebody when I was working on getting our 2 judges. That was part of my, I said it, and the tourists are, they're not all perfect.
Right,
Yes.
right. Well, that is interesting that their statistics match ours.
I know.
Yeah.
So it's nice to hear that from you. Thank you.
And the question was, what are we thinking about ways to increase our revenue? And we don't have any control over the tickets. We don't have any control over the small claims filing number. It's just how it is. Commissioner Chang had a good idea about he asked the question about how many tickets are from out of the area, with the idea that perhaps we'd be a good candidate for room tax funds. And I don't know where we are with that, but 25% is a significant number. So at least, it makes sense to me. I don't know if it's going to make sense to anybody else.
Currently, in the proposed budget, we're transferring out transient room tax to cover the operational expenses for Justice Court, and I don't know if the suggestion is that there would be, some kind of percent or something, but that is what we're using as opposed to general fund as of last year to cover the operations.
Yeah, so we kind of made that argument last year, and without proposing any changes, I just carried through.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Well, it's interesting that 25% number actually matches what the sheriff says their rural stops per out-of-towners is. Shane's been saying 25% on that as well.
That means our statistics are good. That's great.
Consistent. Amazing.
So a question about our budget book. So it says transfers in Justice Court on page 70 here. Is that general fund? So it's not general fund, but is it transient room tax only? So it's one. So, I guess, so my point is that transfers in, I think, has been different in some different tables, as in sometimes it says general fund and sometimes it says
Right.
TRT
Transfers,
line item.
Right. Transfers in is just a roll-up category that could cover general fund or TRT or interfund transfers in. It's more specific in the line item budget that this is TRT, and I think it had been, general fund was used in fiscal year 21, and then last year we switched to fiscal year 22 for TRT and continued that in the proposed budget. Of course, if the committee wanted to move it back to general fund, we could do that as well.
Well, I guess my question, is there any way to read those transfers in or look for general fund? I think I saw a reference to general fund in the past on some of those tables.
125 in your big book.
Oh, no, I know how to find that. I'm just referring to the readability of this document.
Oh, of the budget document? We would have to go down to the line item as opposed to doing it, or create a new roll-up category for general fund transfer or a TRT transfer. You can also check, I believe page 30 or so is the general fund transfer out list, and that would show that we don't have a general fund transfer this year. Another thing we could do is we could create a TRT transfer out list, page along with that general fund, and that way you can see. I think that would probably be.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I'm just thinking readability of being able to kind of look for that line, because transfers in on other funds too.
Right.
I guess my point is, I think I've seen general fund in that line in the past, in some of these tables.
Correct.
And I don't know, I can't find it right now, but.
Some years ago, the budget document used to include a transfers in and out list that included every single transfer for every single fund, either in or out. And I always thought that was a pretty useful tool because it gives you the detail behind that transfer line. But that, we'll think about putting that in maybe in the final document if people think it's useful.
What does it say? My vision is, this is a pretty condensed document, very valuable, but maybe just a little more detail on transfers in sometimes, however we might do it. So and that's not even relative to your effort per se.
Well, it's
We do have
relative
it
to our budget,
The
so.
blue one.
Oh, yeah, no, I know how to find it. I'm just thinking readability of the document.
Yeah. One other initiative we take whenever there's a new police chief at Black Butte is I go out and visit them and try and convince them to side into Sisters, because most of their tickets are local folks. It's not, that on the people that are renting, I'm sure that they don't tell them to, they bust up beer parties and stuff like that, but they're writing traffic tickets to owners out there. But they continue to side into Bend, and when they could send the local folks to Sisters at 5 o'clock every other month. And it's, but as soon as they have another police chief, because that's a lot of turnover there, I think they always get people that are retired, they've got their 20 years in someplace else, and then they go and, have an extended sabbatical at Black Butte. It all stems from when I first started, the chief of police there got mad at me for for dismissing a bunch of MIPs where they had a party, and I asked the officer, well, why did all these people get MIPs? Because they were at the party, he never checked their ID, so I dismissed them, and the chief didn't understand that, and that was 15 years ago, but that's kind of the way law enforcement is. We don't get citations from the state police. That's a political thing going back to when our court was started in 2000, and we never will. But I'll keep trying. It just hasn't borne any fruit yet.
But Jason's wife is the DA in Marion County. So, as far as the police chief out in Black Butte now, and I think he's living there because their son wanted to go to school in Sisters. So maybe you should have lunch with him again.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, when you know the whole story, yes. I think,
Yeah.
and I think he was a Marine too. So if I remember, but truly, they need to get tickets out there with people coming down the San Diego Pass. We're doing a lot of speeding right outside Black Butte.
Any other questions for the judge? All right, thanks.
I've got one other thing I need to mention.
A CPA joke?
Well, I've got a good one.
Oh, nice.
I'm .6, and I've had a private law practice, maintained my bar membership through that since I started in this in 2004. And I closed my private practice last week. I have to be a lawyer to be the Justice of the Peace in Deschutes County, so I'm going to ask the county to pay my bar dues, which would be due in January of 2023. And the annual amount for that is $6,013. And I didn't tell Jody about that, so it's not in our budget. So but we need to add that. And here's my joke, or here's my story. This is actually a true story. It didn't happen in my court, but another judge told me about this. It's not a traffic story. It's a jury verdict story. This young man was on trial facing a pretty serious felony charge, and the jury came back not guilty. And his lawyer turned to him when that happened, and he said, to his very relieved client, and he said, you need to understand something. Those people have done their civic duty, and they have spared you, and you should thank them. And so he stands up and he faces the jury and says, thank you, and I'll never do it again.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
So you put budget number there? About the
Yeah.
extra 6,000.
We did, yes. Yeah, we just put it in. We have these dual documents.
Was it already in there? Or did you already know
No,
that?
no, we just put it in notes. We have these
Yeah.
dual documents.
Line item for the line item budget.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yes.
I see some of us holding up their end of the bargain.
His wife is still the DA at Salem.
All right.
So, but they wanted their son to go to school.
We are-
Yeah.
So we're back on time.
He's a really neat guy.
Right.
Yes, we are. Let me go. I'll go grab them.
When you know
Are they
that
all
whole
here?
story, that his
Yeah,
wife
they're all
is
here.
the DA, isn't that?
Good.
Like, he might be
It is
someone who can actually.
I mean.
Oh, good.
Well, because we had the.
Sun River was just.
So we have it in
So,
I'm
and that's,
just gonna
and
go
that's a lot.
tell it.
It's the,
Like, give him another chance, you could get a lot of tickets for black.
Exactly. Every time I go back and forth, they're screaming past me.
I know, they go so fast. So you guys could have a whole revenue.
COVID, the people who rent their short-term rental for a week.
No, yeah, bistro, why not? I mean, it's.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
there's still people causing trouble too.
Judy, I'm just walking around. Oh, yeah.
We're out now.
No, they went past us 90 miles an hour coming back saying, somebody was driving down 97 and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, are they gonna kill somebody? And he's like, yes, we were there. Oh, you guys were there for the
Like,
police.
get your popcorn.
Yeah, I should have gone to that too.
Maybe this is why those extra fonts have.
Could have been fun.
This is what we've been working on.
Next up is the Sheriff's Office. I'll turn it over to Sheriff Shane Nelson. Sheriff, just as a note for timing, our lunch schedule is kind of right in the middle of our program, so we might break around then, 12:25 or so. We'll grab some lunch, and then we can just keep cruising.
Okay,
if that's
thank you,
okay
sir.
with you.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Shane Nelson. I serve you as your Deschutes County Sheriff, and I will let my teammates make introductions, starting with Lieutenant on the end.
My name is William Bailey. I'm the Administrative Lieutenant for the Sheriff's Office.
Captain Michael Schultz, Corrections of the Courts.
Captain Paul Garrison, I'm the patrol captain as well as the detective and special services captain.
Joe Brundage, I'm the business manager for the Sheriff's Office.
And in the back with no microphones, I just want to point out three of our other teammates. Pete Martin, Automotive Supervisor, Jason Janes, Sergeant and Public Information Officer, and Crystal Morton, Paralegal with our office. Mr. Brundage.
Okay, we'll get started with just a quick high-level overview of this year's budget. Up from 54.1 million, we're requesting 59.4 million. That's a $5.3 million increase, about 9.9%. Our reserves, we project at the end of this year to be 14.5 million, and at the end of next year, 11.1. So we will be using some of our reserves this year. We propose to keep District 1's rate flat at 105 and to raise District 1 9 cents from 134 to 143. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. We're going to start, though, with talking about the highlights of our year and upcoming what's to come. And we'll start with Lieutenant Bailey. Or no, sorry, we'll start with Captain Schultz.
Thank you. Boy, it has been challenging with COVID. I'm sure you have heard a number of people talk about the past and how we're moving into the new normal, especially for us in the care and custody of individuals. Prior to COVID, we were averaging our daily population count above 300. During COVID, we were down to about 200. Currently, as we're coming out of the pandemic, still with protocols in place to manage it, we are moving up into about an average daily population about 260, and we expect that to continue as the system comes out. As you may recall, we made a number of changes in the jail when the pandemic hit. We changed our booking acceptance. We closed programs. We shut down, mothballed our work crews. We quarantined individuals in medical areas when necessary. We provided extra cleaning and protocols in place so we wouldn't cause infection rates to go up. We also did options for remote video for not only courts, but for medical professionals coming to see their clients, as well as parole and probation officers. Also, the main thing for us was to not have an outbreak and create social distancing in a very closed group area so we didn't have an outbreak, and we didn't. We did have COVID, and we managed it appropriately where we had a medical director on our team, and we worked very successfully with the Oregon Health Authority to come up with protocols that we were able to keep our jail open during this time. And we also worked with the Oregon Sheriff's Association to manage that process. And I couldn't say enough about when we do this, I want to make sure we couldn't have done it without the support of not only Bend PD, Redmond, Sun River, OSP, County Probation Parole, and of course, Paul Garrison and his team showing the lead on making sure we were bringing the right people to jail to keep the community safe, as well as not creating an outbreak in our system. The next thing I want to talk about is pretrial release. That is a new program to us. As you know, you've approved a grant, the 2-year grant that we've been operating on, and we've been utilizing that to work with the courts, parole and probation, and our DA and prosecutors or public defenders to be able to look at individuals that may not need to be staying in the jail system to alleviate some of that overcrowding and position, and put them back in the community with their loved ones, perhaps on bracelets, phone contact, to make sure that they follow through with the courts. This program, we think in the future, is going to be helping us as our system grows so we can manage the jail count without overextending and just building more jails. It's a great program, and as you know, the courts have already, the judicial system in Oregon is operating under a new Senate Bill 48, which mandates them to allow release options in every community. And we're working with the presiding judge now to get those programs formulated, and I see this program growing in the future.
Quick point of information on the pretrial release. That's a program that's evidence-based. Studies actually show that individuals that are eligible and appropriate for pretrial release do better with their cases if they're able to be released from the facility. And the only other thing I would add about COVID, there was guidance and regulation from the Oregon Health Authority, and the jail commanders for the state sheriff's offices were instrumental in working with Oregon Health Authority on those protocols.
So I think success for us, and you know, I always pound our teammates on the back for getting through that process. So the final thing I'd like to talk about is staffing and E-team. It's a program that we have. We have 4 teams, generally an A, B, C, and D, all team operated, and we've now included an E team for staffing issues. As you may not know, staffing has been an issue for the past couple years, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. I'm sure you've heard from other departments struggling with getting people to come into Bend, and rightfully so. It's beautiful here, but it's very costly to live here. Still, with that, we're not giving up. We're using systems to be able to recruit and retain. And as of course you know, in the jail, the nice thing about our office is that individuals that come into corrections, if they want to learn a new skill, such as going to patrol, which many of them want to do, we allow that process to go through for them. It really helps with morale, helps with learning, and we get a better patrol deputy out on the streets, I think. And I think Paul Garrison agrees with that as we move through. Currently, we have an E team of 8 individuals, and it's a unique team that we're asking our retirees that are leaving or maybe leaving the field for family care, might have new babies on board and may not want to leave the field right away, but with child care and things like that wanting to come back, the sheriff has offered them to be able to put on an on-call situation, and that has been helping keeping our numbers down. So we've been very successful of that, and that's kind of a new program. We expect that to grow, and I think as we do this, we'll have other jails around Oregon wanting to learn what we've done and what if it's being successful, because I think we're all going to be struggling with staffing for a short period of time. One of the things, I wrote down a list of 10 things, as we did with staffing, because it's always been on our agenda. Staffing. The number one thing I think that we can do is we can offer more hours to employees, right? Overtime, what that means. The nice thing about our staff is they don't like working overtime. They prefer a great, healthy lifestyle that they came here to do. The bad thing about our staff is they don't like working overtime. So how do you get that? Because that's always the faucet we use. Hey, we need more staffing. But we've made it a very big decision that we don't want to order staff in. We'll look for other ways. And here's some of the ways we've looked at. We've wanted to train more staff to do other things. In our classification positions, we've moved positions around where deputies can do the job, or taken work for booking and moved it to our office assistants to streamline those abilities. Number 3, we like to hire temporary employees, and that's our E-team. When they come out, we all, those in good standing, we want to come back and help. And the nice thing is, they're all so far wanting to come back and help us and utilizing our, and I think we get a better quality employee. Number 4, we want to hire staff that may not have the total experience. And we want to look for those individuals, those people of Central Oregon that have grown up here, that have gone to school, maybe community college, and we're partnering with our community college program to get them to come into our workforce. Number 5, post on jobs, social media, and that's a big deal, and our HR department, our recruitment has done that to look nationwide to grab individuals to come work here, including myself. Use of technology, and that's coming. We're looking, as you know, we have the public safety campus architects, designs. We're going to be looking at that technology to bring in our jails so that we might be able to be more efficient in our booking processes, release, court appearances, all those things that we can keep the numbers down so we can maintain a safe working jail. Of course, when it comes down to retaining good increased wages, we've done that. We had a great negotiations. Our staff are doing well, and we will really appreciate that outcome and all the support that we got from the community, from our staff, and from you to do that. Number 9, offer more benefits. Medical is an important thing, and we know as we continue through, those are going to be used to attract more employees coming to this expensive area of town. And finally, revamp our hiring process so we can onboard people more quickly as we continue to grow. And we've done that utilizing existing staff, to move over in those areas and help get those people moving through our onboarding process. And when we get to full staffing, we'll be able to move them back into their job class. That's all I have.
Right. Lieutenant Bailey, now we'll talk about patrol.
Thank you. Let's take a few minutes to talk about our accomplishments over the last year and some of our goals. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? Okay. I'll take a few minutes to talk about our accomplishments over the last year and some of our goals for this coming year. As you know, body cams are something that we were working on, and we went through an extensive testing process late last year, and including the feedback from our deputies, the cost of the devices, as well as the customer service from the vendor. And we chose the Coban platform for our body camera system. And we have since completely implemented the body cams to our patrol division. Those includes all of our patrol deputies, our detectives, our SWAT team members, and our special service deputies. Currently, our phase 3 is we're working on the in-car camera systems. We currently have 47 in-car camera systems in use. And by the end of this fiscal year, we're looking at have 60 in place, and then looking at another 26 next year. And so by the end of next year, having all of our patrol deputies and having the in-car camera systems in use to pair up with the body cameras.
Could you share a little bit about kind of the protocol of how, I mean, so it's on a vest. Is officer turning it on and off, as they step onto a vehicle, or what's the general idea there? And it's in context of, we just heard from data needs of the DA's office, how there's just this mountain of video coming, from the different cases. So just a little bit of information about that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure. So the body cameras are worn on the deputies, and they're in a constant recording state. And so
12 hours constant?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, that answers one of the questions right there then, okay.
Yep. And one of the things I didn't mention was during the last year, we also upgraded to a newer generation of body camera. The first body camera system, or body camera we had, would not last the entire shift. And so halfway to 3/4 of the way through the shift, the deputies would have to put it on a charger and get it charged back up. So we completed that complete upgrade, and everyone now has body cameras that'll last through the entire shift. And then because they're constant recording, they're on a 30-second backwards loop. So once they activate it, it actually goes back 30 seconds, and then the audio turns on. The body cameras are also paired with the in-car cameras, and so they're at the beginning of the shift, they pair the two platforms. And so when they are recording, they are you're simultaneously recording at the same time. And when you go back to review the video, then you have the audio from the body camera and then the in-car camera showing you what's going on outside the car. Two different perspectives, but both beneficial when you go back to review what had happened on an incident or call. They don't have to turn them on all the time. If they go out to just talk to a community member, help them with their trash can, whatever they might, that's not a time to activate it. But if they need to activate it, they can anytime in taking enforcement action, traffic stops, calls for service, their body camera is activated.
So when you acquired that system, does it come with a back end at all, or does it just have a chip in it and you hand it off and say, here you go, good luck? Or is there any kind of thing on the back end that helps process the data or information or look at it? Or
Well, we had to upgrade our servers as part of the implementation for the body cameras. And so the implementation time, to prep for the implementation, it took us, I want to say it's close to a year. But I think there was, we had to develop a policy in looking at best practices around the state and design a policy for this area, because there's also the balance of some folks that are victims of a crime don't necessarily want to be recorded. And so you want to be respectful of that and balance what you have to do for full transparency of your office and at the same time for the community members that we work for. And so we had to get that lined out, and that was done through teammate input. And then we also reached out to various groups in the county that had different stakes in body cameras. So public defenders was one of the groups that we reach out to, and of course our prosecutors. So there was a lot of preparation up to that, Mr. Chair. And when you look at it, I think it's also important to note that when we started looking at this technology, maybe 8 to 10 years ago, technology has a tendency to decrease in cost as more people come into the market. And at the time, it was about $3.2 million to implement the body camera program, and we had fewer body cameras that we would have needed at that time. We did this contract, 5-year contract, which included the free upgrade of the body cameras that the lieutenant was talking about for $750,000. So it's really very fiscally responsible.
But there isn't necessarily a comprehensive system. It's just the cameras and some kind of data capture capability, and then you just hand it off. You don't do any.
It automatically downloads when they come within range of the main station.
Oh.
It's a Bluetooth, essentially, Wi-Fi connection that it's stored in the DVR of the vehicle, and then it uploads once it's reached. They can also take that off of their vest and download it at a hard dock within the station itself.
Okay. So to get from that to, let's say, the DA's office, how does that happen?
They make a request for that video, and that's something else that we're still working through with our policy, is they ask for essentially all the deputies, sergeants, lieutenants that were involved in the situation, and then those things are gone through, and whether or not that video is actually captured, downloaded, because oftentimes if it's not identified with a case number, it may be missed, not intentionally, but those things sometimes happen. So once they make that request, the technicians, along with our digital forensic lab, are going through collecting that. If there's any kind of a redaction, there is a software for that. Oftentimes there's innocent bystanders that their faces don't need to be displayed, so those things are redacted from the video itself, and then that is in turn transferred. They're given an opportunity to look at that at the DA's office.
And is that data handled at that point where it has taken off the system and handed over through your IT department, or who does that?
IT is a component of it. However, we have a lieutenant that oversees the digital forensic lab, and he essentially was a huge part of our project management of the selection of this system, as well as the protocols that are in place currently.
Thank you.
In terms of archive policy, how long do you keep just the raw video?
Raw video is 200 days. Essentially, by law, it's 180. We've gone beyond that by 20 days.
That's still a ton of storage.
It is. We have terabytes of that was, as the sheriff mentioned, we upgraded our servers, and we have it on hand.
I want to talk a little bit about Lapine, but I'll start with Sisters. As you're aware, in the last couple of years, we adjusted our Sisters contract to give them a dedicated lieutenant and 3 deputies. And I served out there as the interim lieutenant for about 6 months. And in talking to the community out there, not only are we proud of that contract and the service we're providing to the city of Sisters, but the community members are giving feedback that they're also very happy with that service. And so we are working to model that in the Lapine area, and we are currently working with the city of Lapine to develop a contract. We added a lieutenant position down there at the beginning of the year, and we're working with the city of Lapine to add up to 3 deputies dedicated to the city or the general Lapine area, hopefully the first deputy this summer.
So just acknowledging there's a big difference between the 2 cities, because Lapine has that tax rate on their bills for each new house that goes in down there, and Sisters doesn't. And I'm sure you're aware of that, but it's just good for everybody else to understand that too. So there's, both rates are on their tax bills, and there was houses are selling for $450,000 new. So that tax assessed value is starting off at a higher rate too. So, just there's an opportunity to see that rate really grow for those services in the community down there. So.
And we'll have future discussions with the city manager. They've been great partners, and they really steer what they want to see out of that contract. And the city wanted to start with a lieutenant to kind of oversee projects and delegating patrol resources to different areas. And we did take a look at that. You're exactly right. Lapine pays District 2 taxes. I would tell you they really get a great end of that deal. When you consider the resources that we have in the Southern Patrol District. They're necessary resources, but
They could grow faster than other areas, probably.
Sure.
That's the interesting thing.
That's the one thing we're definitely seeing around here.
Well, it's a high-density incorporated
Right.
area, which will have a lot.
Right. So we look forward to future discussions about that. I think they're going to go well.
In part of the Lapine, we're looking at a substation remodel, upgrading the wiring in the building, some security upgrades into the building, also reconfiguring the office space to accommodate additional staff and workstations down there. And then I'll just kind of close with, currently our patrol division is approximately 95% fully staffed, and so a challenge over the next year will be to continue to attract and retain highly qualified deputies to serve the citizens and visitors of Deschutes County. Last year, we also added 2 of our Community Action Target Team deputies to our team. So we have a total of 4 people on the Community Action Target Team now, 4 deputies. And we'll want to continue to focus on traffic safety and quality of life issues in Deschutes County.
And now we'll turn to Captain Garrison for detectives and essentially everything else.
Well, not everything else. All right. So detectives, the biggest accomplishment that they've had in the last year is the addition of the Leica Geosystem Scanner, which is a state-of-the-art 3D mapping and crime scene documentation system, which integrates a GPS, drone, handheld markers that collaborate to form a complete scene representation. This is huge for any type of major incident call-outs that we may have, as we are part of that Tri-County team. That documentation, it's done at a very rapid pace as opposed to the current older systems that are out there that are currently in place and used by the Oregon State Police, as well as a few of the others that are there. SAR and emergency management, preparedness is the biggest component of that. They average about 126 missions per year. Of that, in the last 2 years, even as Captain Schultz mentioned about a new norm, we still have seen a huge uptake in visitors. In 2020, 55% of the missions were of folks who did not live in Deschutes County, and last year it was 45% of the missions that they undertook were non-Deschutes County residents. Then to digital forensics, which is our computer crimes, detectives that investigate all things digital. That's your phone, your tablet, your computer, your infotainment center in your vehicle, those types of things. They're one of the most advanced digital forensic labs in the entire Pacific Northwest. They manage a lab that consists of not only ourselves, we have 4 persons assigned to that presently, but also Bend PD contributes 2 members. The state police have 1. Redmond just did, and they also have a deputy DA that's assigned to advise, as constantly that is an ever-changing landscape with legalities for search warrants that are required to search the digital items that I mentioned. Their biggest challenge in the coming times will be the software implementation as well, and upgrades and licenses. That it's a fairly large financial undertaking to continue to fund their software, and their workload's only going to grow. The bad guys have figured out they can pretty much hide their tracks by the smokescreen of digital items that they use and they employ in the commission of their crimes. I think that's rounded that out. If you want to go to that next slide.
Quick question about the partnerships there. You said State Police, Bend, and Redmond. Is that kind of a virtual team, or is it everybody trying to?
They're all in the
into
same
lab?
They're all in the same office, Commissioner. They're housed in the sheriff's office.
Okay, yeah. So that it truly is people, all the different evidence coming through and just processing, working on it together.
It is. We've had to shuffle bodies around.
One thing I will touch on while before the captain continues on, and to your point, Commissioner DeBone, about the growth and specific growth in the different areas of the county, is even though we don't see the same pace for rural growth, I think Portland State puts us at 59,000. I would argue it's at 74,000 rural patrol community members served. Our business increases with those population hubs as they're population increases, and that's because these folks recreate in the rural areas as well as travel on the rural area roads.
And speaking of travel, we'll discuss our fleet real quick. That's comprised of 228 vehicles. The sheriff introduced earlier Pete Martin, that's at the back of the room, which is our automotive supervisor. They're not just simply tasked with the patrol vehicles and the vehicles that are assigned to detectives and the jail, but they also have, I think it totals over 300-plus pieces of equipment that's assigned to search and rescue, which is snowmobiles, and that list just goes on and on. It's very encompassing. So we once upon a time had a rough estimate of about the patrol division did 1 million miles in a year. That's pretty staggering when you think about it, but when you realize that in the county we have 900 miles of county roads that we're responsible for enforcing traffic on, and as well as patrolling, and 1,100 miles total within Deschutes County, and deputies go everywhere within the county, from all the way from one end of it to the other, and also out of county oftentimes to aid other agencies. Go ahead and jump to the next one. So I realize that this has been some discussion at one point or another. Our purchase of 32 vehicles, shortly you'll see another slide that Joe has presented that it's going to show that that's not out of the norm. That's been a pretty standard practice for us as we've progressed. But part of that problem with these purchases of these vehicles is, you can well imagine, if you've purchased a vehicle in the last year or two, the lead time to acquire a vehicle is considerable. Then on top of that, we have the vehicle build as well, which is we have a third-party vendor, which we put it out to, and they wire it, they then install the other emergency equipment as well, and we're looking at about almost a year for that before it rolls out and it's available to a patrol deputy. We also studied the one deputy, one car. For some time, there were some certain advantages to that. We had that program at one time 20-plus years ago, moved away from it. The Clackamas County Sheriff's Office has an in-depth study that they themselves did. They weren't the only ones, but they've researched this. They found that the deputies take a greater ownership in the vehicle now, the accountability for a supervisor, when in fact it's not assigned to multiple deputies as to who's responsible for the service of the vehicle, ensuring that it goes to a service in a timely fashion, or vehicle damage. It's easier to determine that. The service life of the vehicle is longer as well. In the efficiency of our patrol deputies, its shift change from one week to the next is now greatly mitigated. We were probably averaging per deputy 13 hours out of a year that they were out of service at the time of a call may come out. Now we've made an inroad to that, to where they're instantaneously on duty from the time that their week starts to the end of it. And this enhances our visibility in our community as well. And our response times to critical incidents are greatly reduced, as well as our response to when overtime for shift coverage is put out. Deputies are much more eager to sign up for those, because they know they just simply walk out their front door and they get in their patrol vehicle and they're on duty.
So I will say something on the heels about that. And what the captain is referring to is just some minor correction of some inaccuracy in some media articles. So we purchase that many vehicles every year as our resources have grown. The most important thing is to make sure during an emergency your first out vehicles are well kept. We have a great automotive unit that makes sure those cars and trucks are serviced and ready to roll at a moment's notice. As some of our vehicles get higher mileage, we'll rotate them out to a spare function, or maybe an off-highway vehicle patrol function or marine patrol function. So they have that dialed in where it's very efficient. When we're talking about deputy sheriff time, the other thing is when you need immediate response to an emergency, like the captain was sharing, and you heard the lieutenant say we're 95% filled in patrol. That's wonderful. I will guarantee you that's going to change in a week. attrition is a common practice in private business and government business, and it is absolutely something that we have to be aware of and contend with. But that doesn't mean we're 95% staffed and everybody's trained and an efficient deputy sheriff. That's not a knock on the deputy sheriffs. There are varying stages in careers. It takes about a year and a half for a lady or gentleman assigned to a patrol division to become a functioning deputy sheriff. The training span is much greater. So if you don't have as many resources to really, to be able to respond to all of those calls, making it efficient for immediate call out is a good thing.
And this graph just shows, again, the history of the last decade, the vehicles that we've purchased. And when we say there's 11-month lead time, what that means for Pete is they tell him, like, if you want a car before April 2023, you need to order it today. When it comes between now and April 2023, we don't know. And so he's had to be proactive and order things for the future years that may come. And so that's what's happened to drive this up a little. There is some of the one car, one deputy that's in this increase, but just barely.
And one more thing to note on the heels of that as well is now instead of these patrol units lasting 2 to 3 years, now their lifetime will be 5 to 6 years, so it's really an offset.
Just a quick question, because you were talking about purchase price. Was that purchase price or outfit price? Was that?
This is just the purchase price. This does not include the outfit of the cars.
And are you seeing the ratio of outfit continuing to go up with purchase, or does the outfit stay relatively stable?
We're seeing the outfit increase.
Okay, thank you.
And Jim, more specific, I believe a fully equipped patrol unit is about 65,000 or more now?
It's gone up, yeah.
Okay.
Last time when we did that research, it was about 6 years ago.
Oh, okay.
It's between $75,000 and $80,000.
Okay. There's a lot of equipment that goes in the cars, and as everybody's aware of, COVID hasn't helped the supply chain, and inflation doesn't help the prices.
Can I ask one more question about this? So, I hear all the arguments for one car, one officer, or one deputy. It does seem like a lot of, that's a lot of depreciating capital asset to maintain and to store. I'm curious, like at any given point in time, you have people who work various shifts. If there's one car per deputy, then there will be cars in the parking lot. At any one point in time, how many cars are in the parking lot? Not.
It's a great question, Commissioner. And the fact is, we don't have storage space. That's why the vehicles are a take-home vehicle. They actually stay at the deputy sheriff's residence. And when you throw in a little bit of an issue there, we don't have everybody come to the office and get dressed like maybe a local police department would. We have everybody goes on duty in the field. It increases our ability to respond to calls quicker. The other thing is there's a public safety aspect. I view it as, okay, we have 100 substations around the county, which I love, and I hear their neighbors love. But the other piece of that, when you talk about depreciating asset, the cars, I mean, they don't have anywhere near a $75,000 value, but we pull the equipment out of them as well. But the vehicles do have a decent resale value, some of those vehicles that still have some life in them and not major mechanical. However, there's a lot of vehicles that we use until there's not much life left in them.
Right. Okay, so I guess the way to ask my question then would be, at any one point in time, how many vehicles are off duty, spread around the county?
I think so. If you look at it from that percentage point, probably 70%, because we do 12-hour shifts. So we have 4 shifts and 24 hours a day covered. So you'll have 25% of that, 25% deputy sheriffs and vehicles on the road during that 12-hour shift.
And I'm just curious, because they are take-home vehicles, have you seen any increased maintenance or damage covering due to vandalism or just random hits on the side of the road or anything like that?
We have not. Of course, we've had our instances of some damage, and life happens, but we have not seen an increase or anything that's notable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to then recap, also in 2023, we're proposing 32 vehicles again, and I'll mention those a little bit later because we're expecting possibly half of those, 17, a little over half, to come in this year, and we've increased our budget this year to absorb them. But if we look at our fleet of 228 vehicles and you go, well, 32 is a lot of vehicles to buy in a year, well, that's 14% of the fleet. And so that would put us on a 7-year cycle. If we were buying 32 a year, we'd replace our fleet every 7 years. We expect the 32 to start to drop now because the cars will last longer. Okay. Sheriff, would you like to talk about?
I was just telling the captain to send out that Clackamas County Sheriff's Office study, because I think that can help answer some questions and give a little bit more insight to the Budget Committee and the commissioners. And what did you, the contract.
Sheriff, if you want to talk about the contract and then health of the force, the two last things.
Yes, I think there's no secret that working in public safety has its ups and downs, and especially in the national news media coverage of pointing out and making an example of individuals that, in my opinion, don't belong in the profession and never should have been hired in the profession. That doesn't do well to recruit and attract individuals to the profession. And then you throw in there that prior to COVID and the effects of the pandemic, that the private economy was doing really well. And any time the private economy is doing really well, we of course have a decreased interest in law enforcement positions. So first of all, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to our county admin partners and the commission for approving that contract. That was the right thing to do. You have taken a step in moving forward, which I would hope in the future the state of Oregon would follow, because public safety is a difficult profession. You cannot expect an individual to serve 30-plus years in public safety's profession. There's a lot of things that have changed over the years. First of all, again, the national news media and the coverage there has changed. There have been a lot more, and in some cases rightfully so, don't get me wrong, but criminal prosecutions of law enforcement officers, and then, of course, civil proceedings against law enforcement officers. And so it's a difficult job that is closely monitored, and again, rightfully so. State of Oregon has actually increased the duty life for a law enforcement officer in an attempt to help adjust PERS. In my opinion, it's a mistake, but we may not see the outcome of that for a few years. If you have an individual who is in a career where they're exposed to 188 traumatic incidents in that career, when your average community member might see 2.5 traumatic incidents in their lifetime, there's going to be some effects to that. And so I really applaud that contract. It's the right thing to do. I think an organization that has a great, strong culture, wonderful people working in it who believe in the service that they deliver is going to appreciate that type of a support for the job they're doing. And as a matter of fact, it's helped us to attract some great talent. I think in the last 3 to 4 years, we have had at least 10 people come join our organization from very professional local agencies and agencies across the nation. So it works and it helps. And then I sent out the annual activity report. I think that really paints the picture. When you look at an organization that has 72,000 calls for service in field operations, an organization that booked in 4,000 inmates in that year, which usually were around 7,500 or 8,000 inmates in a non-pandemic affected year. When you look at all those contacts, and the organization has 16 complaints total, and around 200 physical hands-on uses of force, and 10 internal affairs investigations, that paints quite the picture when you look at the ratio and do the math. I will tell you, the folks that I work with were very appreciative of the support from the commission and county admin, and it doesn't go unnoticed, and it doesn't go unnoticed in the profession or the community as well. So when we talk about health of the force, talk about health of the force, because of the things that we touched on, what's very important in public safety, and it touches all aspects of the folks that work in public safety, because we have individuals that read reports and hear the stories and help us on crime scenes, help us on investigations in our facility and out in the field. Those effects, they affect individuals that are in those certain circumstances. So we really have a standpoint of, we want our folks having a strong peer support system, having access to counseling, which is one of the reasons at our office, it's no out-of-pocket cost for counseling services for our teammates or their family members. That's very important to us. Whatever the health plan doesn't cover, all they do is they seek a voucher from our public safety chaplaincy or peer support, and that counseling is covered, because that's going to be important to keep them healthy. As you can imagine, working shift work is not healthy sometimes because a result of dietary intake and the lack of exercise or inconsistent exercise. So we're trying to do what we can to fill those gaps. And one of the ways to do that was to enter into a partnership with Sigma Tactical Wellness. They have been a great partner, offering good advice and medical counsel to our teammates. When we first implemented this program 3 fiscal years ago, I shared with the Budget Committee that they found 6 medically urgent cases in our teammates. Now, those cases could have cost the insurance plan anywhere from $250,000 to $1 million each case. They were that medically urgent. So when you look at the offset cost, when we're investing $100,000 with this company in an ongoing contract to keep sheriff's office members healthy, we've just paid for that contract anywhere from 20 to 50 years in that one assessment. So it is a very big strong point. The other thing that group identifies were that 40% of the participants, and I think we had about a 65% turnout. We had a good turnout for that health assessment. 49% of the individuals that turned out for that health assessment had the early warning signs for heart disease. So you can see how you can get these preventative measures at the forefront, and you can take steps to prevent something catastrophic to their family, our office, the community, and also at the end of the day, something catastrophic to the insurance plan.
So for this budget year, we're requesting an addition of 4 people. An administrative analyst for finance, a legal assistant, an administrative assistant in training and working in administration, and an IT analyst too. Now, the IT analyst, part of that will be to deal with the body cams. When we presented that project, part of it was adding an IT person to deal with the data. So far, our 2 IT personnel and Zach, the lieutenant who oversees it, have just been able to handle it, but it's getting to the point where they need help. In addition, the jail is switching medical software, which will save us some money, but require some IT investment and some time in that. So that will partially offset the cost of the IT analyst. You notice all 4 of those are support personnel. We've done a lot of hiring of deputies in the past, especially, and this year is kind of a let's regroup, let's strengthen our core needs, and that we hope will improve efficiency and will make us more efficient, that will bleed out into the patrol and jail areas.
The one thing I would like to note is we provided that resource study, and please, I'll give the disclaimer again. That resource study has not been completely digested by our internal sheriff's office team. So we still want to take a strong look at that and be able to digest it and have conversations that would be specific to our office and this area. But these full-time employee asks are based on that resource study. And the one thing that I want you all to know is that when we take a look at adding these positions, sometimes we like to test things out a little bit. So this full-time employee ask, according to the resource study, actually would have been 5 full-time employees. But we found an opportunity to test a combination. So we shrank 1 from 2 FTEs to 1 FTE so that we can try it out and just see what the bandwidth is and see how well that works. So that resource study is going to really be a roadmap for where we move forward, and there's a lot of discussion that we can have within that resource study with our team members and then with our partners in county admin.
Was the 5th position in IT?
No, Judy, the 2 positions that became 1 was the training assistant and an assistant to the captains.
And then we're including the request to continue to roll over 2 limited duration employees. One is the deputy sheriff that oversees the justice reinvestment grant and the pretrial release program that Captain Schultz talked about. And the other is the management analyst that works for our legal marijuana grant. Both of those grants are 2-year grants, and so we request an extension of 2 years on both of those people.
As you say, and those are filled positions.
Those are filled positions. Well, I believe the deputy sheriff is currently vacant, isn't it?
For what, for the deputy for the?
With pretrial release?
No, we have that.
Oh, you have that filled? Okay.
That's through a grant we've been operating.
Okay. They're both filled. Now, we talked about the challenges of hiring, and like we said, we know everybody is experiencing this, but we just looked over the last 5.5 or 6 years. Those are our recent hires, and they're spread out pretty evenly. We were hiring about 32 people a year in the first half of this graph, and it drops to about 26. We do them a little more in groups now. But when we show our turnover and we layer that with it, you'll see that the turnover right around June of 19, or right as we kind of got into the pandemic, the turnover started to pick up. And so over the last 3 years, we've had 22 people a year leave for various reasons. In the first half of this graph, we were able to grow nearly 64 people pretty quickly. And then in the last half of this, we had to hire that many just to tread water. And so we're working full-time. Our HR staff, our background investigators, constantly trying to fill the vacancies in the jail and in all of our positions.
It's so important, the backgrounding piece of it, because you don't want to invite a substandard employee into your organization, especially with what we do and the public trust that we have. And so we spend a lot of time on the backgrounds. We have 2 very specific people who handle all of our backgrounds. They're trained, they're updated on the case law, and they do it very well. The washout rate between backgrounding and the field law enforcement training process is probably about 70%, and that's probably a conservative estimate. And that's a good thing. It means you don't fill positions as quickly, but that also is a good thing when you're trying to do that. And what I found very interesting in that graph that Joe just showed you is it takes us about 2.2 people to fill an opening. And so we have a great partnership with Nick, and what we are able to do is we try and overhire for certain positions by 3 people. So it puts it right that ratio works. We still, as you can see, it doesn't solve all your openings or all your issues with openings, but it sure helps you be more effective in getting those resources in to do the job. Thank you.
And are you expecting any significant turnover bump given the change to 25 years?
Actually, we have only heard from, I think, 2 people. So we kind of expected it, and there weren't that many people that would be eligible for that anyway, Jim. but we kind of expected that. But no, we've only heard from 2 people, and I think that's in the next 6 months, those 2 would occur, so not a huge jump.
What are you hearing for potential hires on locating and the affordability of housing in the area?
Well, that is a concern of folks. Our agency has not had anyone back out of a process, to my knowledge, because of lack of finding affordable housing. But I know our partner agency at a city PD has had 2 or 3 people pull out. They realized that they could not move here. We have seen an increase in individuals that are moving to areas like the northern end of the county or the southern end of our county for more affordability. And then we also have had a handful of individuals that are moving out of county. And I want to keep an eye on that, but with the help of the commission and our county partners approving that contract helps us keep a handle on that so we can stay competitive, because I'm a firm believer, and I'd love to have all my teammates work in the community we serve, but I understand the handful that may not be able to do that. So I would throw one more plug in there, and I know it's being discussed, but I think there's some good potential for some county-owned housing like other agencies or areas do that can give our teammates and the county's teammates an opportunity to get in there in a short-term living situation that offsets some of the cost of living and gives them an opportunity to build up where they can purchase a place of their own.
But now I'd like to talk about the District 2 tax rate a little bit. In 2019, in this meeting, Wayne Lowry was helping the sheriff's office and presented this slide along with the recommendation to cut our District 2 rate 6 cents. At the time, our balance was up to, our ending balance was up to almost 9 months of reserve and growing, and so cutting it 6 cents for 3 years was our plan. That ended up lasting 4 years, thanks to our partnership with the commission. Last year, we talked about the need to do it, but we're able to increase our transient room tax and hold off a year. But this year now, we need to increase it. And we have a saying in the sheriff's office, hindsight is 20/20, but only if you look. You have to look, or it's might as well be whatever blindness is. And so to look at what happened as we look back, we saw that ending balance grow 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, cropping up. So we cut our rate, and what happened? Well, it just kind of hovered there and then started to decrease and decrease a little more. And now as we look at it, whoa, it kind of sped up. So we cut the rate and we had a lag there, but then our ending balance really started to drop. Now, why did that happen? Because we added 16 people, mostly sheriffs, sworn personnel, along with a record supervisor and an auto mechanic. But all these people were necessary.
Sorry, I want to add one thing real quick in there. It's good to have Wayne in the room. Wayne's been a great partner to us. But this was not a surprise to us. Wayne really helped us in navigating this area. One thing you can't really ever account for is where your reserves are going to end up after you follow through with these plans. But Wayne has been an integral part of this. The other thing that I want to point out is Commissioner Chang had an excellent question last year, and I didn't fully answer it. And when you take a look at how tourism affects our business, we kind of came up with a little formula, which is why we're always happy with the support from the Budget Committee and the Board of County Commissioners in looking at and addressing that transient room tax ask. But about 19% of our rural patrol business is tourism related. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll have a slide that'll detail that. When we established the tax districts and originally planned for the rates to max out in 2013, we were at about 1.7, 1.8 FTE per 1,000 citizens, and that's sworn personnel per rural citizens. Well, we had been growing at a pace of about 2 people a year, and without monitoring this with the growth of the county, we ended up dropping almost to 1.1 FTE. And so in the last 3 years, we've been able to climb back and get back to where we need to be. The resource study showed that we should be at about 2.0 FTE. That's our goal. We don't know if we'll ever get there, but that's where we feel we'd be adequately staffed. And so we want to at least keep this level or heading towards 2.0, not moving away from it.
And in looking at the adding of the full-time employees, because we do monitor this, some of the things that cause a blockade or a delay is what I explained earlier about it being 1.5 years to get a deputy sheriff who's in the patrol division up to speed. This budget committee was really great and supported the funding to add 2 members of our community action target team, which is a proactive team that takes a look at assisting our detectives and traffic enforcement and higher crime areas. But when we take a look at adding those 2 community action target team members that were approved for that budget, those seats didn't get filled for a year because of resource and staffing shuffling needs. So a lot of that is delayed for good reason.
So here's the history of that District 2 rate with the 9-cent increase this year. We held it flat for nearly 10 years, then had the one cut because it was over-reserved, and then now we're recommending to raise it. I almost feel like we're back right where we were when we started, and we'll probably, look at that. This will support our growth going forward. We just kind of held off for 10 years, and we're able to save the taxpayers money on waiting before we needed to increase it off that original rate.
So just to be clear, this is getting back to getting the District 2 funding right-sized is the way that you're saying it. The 4 special requests that you have are all District 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Quick question. That year that in 2019 you had that flashback when there was a reduction in the tax rate. Was there an increase in District 1 that year?
There was an increase in District 1 of 6 cents
Okay.
to offset it. Because, District 1 was projected to decrease a little too fast if we didn't do that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then we did raise that, and then last year we cut half of that and decreased it 3 cents. So now talking to hit on the transient room tax that we've mentioned, last year we showed this graph where the sheriff's office money had been frozen because we had sufficient reserves, and so the county felt, why do we need to increase this as county room tax transient room tax took off and increased 14%, and that stayed fixed. The sheriff mentioned, here are some of the numbers. Our traffic citations, 22% of them come from residents outside the county, 18% of our cases, and actually 45% of our search and rescue. We have 6 to 7.25 million visitor nights per year. And that increases the need for public safety, the need for us to be out there. A different way to look at our transient room tax rate would be, well, if we hadn't frozen it, if we had raised it just by the cost of living, the same COLA adjustment that the employees got, this year it would be 3.7 million. So we're asking for 3.6, the same thing we got last year. We'd like to look at this in the future as a percentage, but we know there's a lot of needs right now for the county, and so we're requesting it just be held at the same 3.6 million that we had last year.
And what Joe's talking about as we take a look at future requests, we mentioned we estimate 19% of the business comes from tourism in our statistical data. And for comparison, a look back at last year's budget year, that would equate to about $4.9 million of District 2 offset, $4.9 million from transient room tax for the percentage of tourism that creates that percentage of our business.
As you're looking at these statistics, so the number of 6 to 7.25 million visitor nights per year, is that whole county, or is that the unincorporated portion of the county, which is the transient room tax that we collect is,
I understand correctly, it is from the unincorporated portion of the county. So I'm just trying to tease apart the influence of tourism, people who are paying transient room tax, you know, into the pool that we collect versus the pool that the city collects. And it's complicated because, I mean, I hear what you're saying about, you know, someone could be staying in the city of Bend, they go out and get themselves in trouble, you know, as they're recreating outdoors. But I mean, just as easily, someone could be staying in a short-term rental in the unincorporated county and come into town to go to a bar and get themselves in trouble with the City of Bend police. And so
I think that's the trade-off, Commissioner. What you're explaining is, and you bring up a good point, there's no way to actually detail that out where everything is. The only thing that I could say to help answer that is everyone has to drive through the unincorporated county to get to a population hub. And the only thing that we could really share to kind of give an accurate picture was that 19% of our business last year was tourism created. So to your point, sure, it could have been somebody driving in on a day trip. There's really no way to kind of tease that out. So we just kind of tried to find the best way that might paint that picture a little bit better.
So the way that you calculate that 19% is the address of the person who.
Yes, out of county residents. Yes, sir.
It would be interesting to get that same data from Bend PD and Redmond PD and see if the numbers match or see if they're skewed in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you, Jim. Joe will follow up with that.
And the 6 to 7.25, Commissioner, that's countywide. And I think their numbers were, it was 3 point something million, and they stay an average of 2.24 nights each. But that's throughout the whole county.
And I think I would just close this point out to say that at the end of the day, it's up to the Budget Committee and the Board of County Commissioners to guide that and make that decision. Really, all I want to share is I don't want the complete burden of the tourism industry to fall on the backs of the rural taxpayer. I don't feel like that's appropriate. So we're just trying to find where that nice balance might be.
So lastly, just to show our months in reserve, overall, the sheriff's office with the budget we propose, we'd have about 2.6 months in reserve. District 1, you can see, drops down pretty low on that, and then everything starts coming up the next year. To then recap, though, and talk at some of the highlights of that.
Sorry, Joe, can you go back to that last graph real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, in your projection here, going into fiscal year 24-25 for District 1, have you included the $392,000 for the proposed, or for the special requests that are outside of the proposed, coming from LED 1?
Yes, in this analysis it is.
Okay. And then in future years, are you looking at I see the revenue going up in District 1, but is that a tax increase, or is that just a decrease in vehicle?
That is forecasting a 3-cent increase in 2025. So our policy is to try to hold our tax rates at least 3 years when we move them. We reduced that 3 cents last year, so we would hold that for at least 3 years and then increase it back on this analysis, the 3 cents.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'm happy to jump back on that. I just want to talk on some highlights that will influence it. So this is assuming the transient room tax is $3.6 million. Our rural tax rate goes from $134 to $143. We leave the countywide tax rate unchanged at $105, and we increase our support to the stabilization center from $570,000 to $620,000. Now, the variables in that forecast, and these are all that would turn positive for us. There's 1.2 million in vehicles in our budget. Like we said, 17 of them may come this year. If they do come this year, we will not need to spend that next year. If they don't come this year, our ending capital will increase by $600,000 because we budgeted this year, and they will fall into next year. Also, some of those cars that we're pre-ordering that may come in could also be delayed potentially. Also, the health of the force that the sheriff talked about, part of that is a $550,000 remodel of the work center. That can be delayed and pushed off if we feel that money is tight. And then lastly, that graph assumed that all of our positions were filled. It allows for a 2% lag in hiring of the 4 people, but it assumes everybody is filled. And so it's kind of a worst case scenario. Get back there.
I think we've gone over the positions being filled scenario is probably not going to be a variable. We'll never reach that point. We're just shooting for having 5 to 6% vacancy as opposed to over 10% vacancies.
Since you mentioned the stabilization center, can you talk about it a little bit? Because the health department will be coming up later today, I believe.
Yes.
So we just want to get your opinion on it and how well you think that's working and what it's saving you in terms of finances.
Yes, those are great questions. First of all, we are a very healthy supporter and investor in the stabilization center, and we believe in it. And the main reason we believe in it is the right thing to do by the community, and it was the right thing to do by our jail facility, because before it used to be housed in the correctional facility, and that's not the appropriate place for it. So the one thing that the stabilization center has done that's notable is it's really increased time for deputy sheriffs on the road. Sometimes going to the emergency room, it can be a 3 to 5 hour stay, depending, and that's no fault of the emergency room. They're busy. When we take an individual to the stabilization center, there's a 3.5 minute turnaround. So it gets law enforcement officers back out on the road quicker, and I strongly believe it provides these community members accessing that resource better resources than they would have if they were to go to jail. The stabilization center has over 4,000 visits in 2 years. That's wonderful. That's an amazing success. I would have to look at it anecdotally, how many jail diversions came out of that, because there's really no good way to track that. But just looking at that, there's over 400 diversions from the criminal justice system, and those are appropriate. Those are happening because that's appropriate and that's the right thing to do. So when you look at over 400 individuals that I would consider to be a vulnerable population that aren't going into our correctional facility, you can never measure the number of uses of force you didn't have to get into, the number of serious injuries that you don't have, the number of suicide attempts that you don't have, or tragic jail deaths you don't have. So it's the right thing, again, by community members, family members, and by the taxpayer and service delivery.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So back at half a topic ago, purchasing vehicles. I heard back from community members saying, why didn't we buy local? It sounds like it was a state pool and it wasn't from Central Oregon.
Right.
So I'm just sharing.
No, it's a good question, and I actually reached out to one of our local longtime dealers, and there's so many rules surrounding that. It just gets really interesting, and I can go into the legalities of that and the RFPs, and over a certain amount, you've got to go out and you've got to get these bids. And at the end of the day, I invited the community member for us to help them to get in touch with the state bid practice. One thing the state bid practice does is it cuts a lot of red tape and steps when we can go on the coattails of a state contract, because that price is already set for that savings for government program. But you bring up a very good point. Look, folks working local, folks who are paying taxes here, those are the folks we want to support. We support a lot of vendors that are local, not because of a price point, because of quality service. And they're our community members. So we did open that door. I appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner, because we do want that. And we're going to help our local businesses find those avenues so that they can be utilized for that. Thank you for bringing it up. Did we need to pause, Mr. Chair, or do you?
Are you at that point?
We're at point, Sheriff, if you have anything else.
Oh, well, I guess we're close, if you don't mind, do you care if we hit the ball out of the park? And
Oh, yeah, go right ahead.
okay. I'm hoping we hit the ball out of the park.
There's a couple questions here. Do you want to take those now?
Go ahead, Commissioner. Yeah.
Close and then ask hear
No,
questions.
go ahead.
If you have, go ahead.
So I wanted to ask about this legal assistant special request. So I'm looking at the description in here, and it mentions specific needs related to the body cam, historical or videographic data, and so I just wanted to ask, like, is that kind of going to be the main duty of this legal assistant? Because we have these kind of ongoing bigger questions about about how much of the legal stuff at the sheriff's office are things that we could be handling with our legal, the legal department at the county.
So quick history there.
There are
Yeah.
things that you
Quick history.
want to hold within the
Sure.
sheriff's legal office, but
But
as we think about just kind of being as efficient as possible,
Right.
and not reduplicating capacity within departments.
Sure, and I understand that. The first thing I'll say is no, that's going to be one of the duties. Right now, there's a lot of duties that are completed by the paralegal or legal counsel where frankly it would be more efficient and inexpensive to be completed by a legal assistant job classification. The second thing, when you talk about county council is a great partner. They have a number of issues that they address with county government. When you start looking at law enforcement, it becomes a different beast. We have all sorts of laws, and then you throw case law in there that directs how we house prisoners or how we function out in the field. And so it really starts to get specialized when you're talking about civil process and keeping yourself out of liability in civil process and your corrections duties within our facility. So about 25 years ago-ish, when I was a deputy sheriff, it was kind of agreed on by the sheriff's office because county council at the time didn't have the bandwidth to assist, sometimes at all or sometimes in a timely fashion. And so county council at that time said, we see a need for sheriff's office legal counsel. The sheriff at the time created a half-time sheriff's office legal counsel position. And again, this is back in 25 years ago when our office, I'm going to roughly estimate, was half the size it is now. So that started to grow to about 10 years ago when we, or over 10 years ago, we created the full-time sheriff's office legal position because of the workload increase. We constantly work in coordination with county council. They are great partners, and we balance each other with the workload and resources. So hopefully that gives a little bit more insight into that realm.
Okay. So this one, not a question, but a point I wanted to make about when we were talking about the stabilization center. So from my perspective, the sheriff's office is contributing more from their taxing districts than the county is through our general fund, to the stabilization center. If you look at the numbers, somewhere in here, it'll show that it says that the county is putting close to $800,000 of general fund investment into the stabilization center, which I think is not quite accurate. It captures historical investment in our crisis services division, but the increment beyond kind of our historical investment in crisis services before we had the stabilization center is much less than 800,000. So it's just a fraction of that we've added essentially in the last couple of years. So I just wanted to express thanks to the sheriff's office for
Thank you. You're welcome.
for that foundational commitment to the stabilization center, which helps us keep it running and keep it running 24/7. The one other question I wanted to ask about was throughout this budget week, we're looking at capital project needs, and the three real big ones that we're looking at in the next couple of years are not, adult parole and probation, that's expansion, that's happening at the public safety campus, but it's not a direct sheriff's office a capital need, and then there's North County campus that's going to have a variety of of things in it, the bulk of it being health services and the courthouse. But we are, I'm trying to get an understanding of what our big capital construction needs are going to look like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now. And yesterday, when I asked Lee Randall this question, he said, well, when we went through the public safety big look, coordinated look a few years back, the sheriff's office sort of stepped back and said, no, the stabilization center is the highest priority, and deferred some of the needs that you have to those higher priority projects. So I would love to hear a little bit about what some of those needs that will come back in, and those deferred needs that you have at the sheriff's office are.
I really appreciate the question, and thank you for that. It's delivery of public safety depends on the relationships you have with your partners, and so that's one of the reasons we do that. In the next 8 or 10 years, we will have some space needs. Some of those can be controlled based on how many resources you add in the year, and that's why we really want to digest that resource plan and then take a look, because when we are at capacity in the main office building. So when you start adding folks to come in and keep up with the workload, we're going to have to create space for those folks. So I would see some remodel areas needing to be done to the main office. We're fortunate we still have some room. And depending on the outlook, we're going to need to take a look at possibly relocating automotive and search and rescue to a different facility to create space for work that we will have to do on our correctional facility that takes into account some basic infrastructure needs like laundry, food service, a redesign, sanitation, a redesign of the booking area. And then one thing that we outlined with our facility is we've got to move toward direct supervision. When we built the facility at the time, it was the right thing to do indirect supervision. It was completely appropriate. But now as case law changes and liability changes and mental wellness needs change and medical needs change and the folks that are in our custody, we've got to start addressing and adjusting so that we can reduce our liability and do the right thing. So we will also need to look at in the future to add jail beds. The resource study cites how many jail beds would maybe be projected in the future. The one thing that I would tell you that keeps us from maybe having to rapidly do that are programs like pretrial release and those types of programs that keep folks that don't need to be incarcerated out in the community. And so that is a balance. But one thing I would offer is when we do look to add jail beds, I would want to look 25 years out and build out to that capacity just so the community member and taxpayer doesn't have a burden that hits them every 3 to 5 years or something like that. So those are the considerations in the future. You're welcome.
Sheriff, you mentioned the direct supervision. What's the impact on staffing with that change of model?
Great question, Eric. It's an impact, and I would I'll let my partner answer that question because he's been looking into that.
Yeah, the tenets of direct supervision are really, it's about safe housing for individuals. We already know the individuals coming into our custody are very unstable when they get here, not only with medical issues, but drug issues as well. And managing through those type of 10-day period or 5-day period into a more safe housing area takes time. It takes medical expertise, mental health. It takes constant care at certain times. And those are the areas the jails are experiencing, and they're not going away. It'd be nice to take any one of those individuals that are destabilized and move them into an alternative housing unit like the stabilization center. But many times when they're caught into crime and they have victims, they need to come to jail and be held accountable as we manage through it. But it is, it's all about safe housing and managing individuals. Instead of having a big group of 30 inmates where we come by every couple hour or couple times an hour, we have a deputy in there being the lead changing behavior, watching out for everyone, so you don't get fights in the back room, you don't get assaults, you don't get commissary stealing, all those type of things. We manage a more safe, humane system, and that's what direct housing is.
How many dorms do we have?
Dorm, I think we have 17. I can't be exact.
So I mean, you can look at it. It's going to be one deputy sheriff per dorm, and it's not going to occur all at once. It would be a phase in. It's, you know, slight remodels to phase in different dorms. But if you just say staffing stays the same as it is, we have 2 deputy sheriffs that are on the floor that do the hourlies. So if you have 17, you're going to need to increase 10 to 17 per shift. So you're talking 60 to 80 folks. I mean, that's still looking to the future and determining how you want to phase that in. Because at the end of the day, the resource study I gave you, it's wonderful, and it comes from 2 experts. And then with our input and review of it, it is wonderful, but you're still going to have the constraints of tax districts and funding, finding great people, and the resource study. So it's going to be a constant balance like you bring up. And the, you know, at the end of the day, when we talk about direct supervision, maybe we take a look at that, and where we start is, okay, our most vulnerable dorms, where we would, you can't ever account for everything, because human beings are human beings. What we try and do the best we can with our training experience to account where we can have the most vulnerable situation, and maybe we address that sooner than later.
And I think our biggest need is really to bring the outside in, getting those professionals, POs, doctors, medical folks, able to come in, and their attorney, their defense attorney, to be able to come in and see these individuals to help stabilize them, get them through a process, and get them back in the community better than what they came in. And direct supervision can help with that. It's not all of a sudden we're direct supervision. We have to manage through it. So
I have a question for Captain Schultz. I remember a couple years ago we tried to help the medical program in the jail so that we increased wages and things, and we didn't. Is it actually working now? It seemed when we had our tour a couple of months ago that it seemed a very positive experience.
yes, when I first got here 4 years ago, we were without a medical director, and we were down to, I think, 3 nurses. And our whole goal was to have 24-hour medical service, which we weren't able to do. We were budgeted for it. We're currently, we're just too short. We have 2 nurses that we're recruiting for. It's still difficult even in that, but we're still able to provide 24-hour medical service. And if you remember, we added a number of behavioral health professionals to help us with the vulnerable inmates coming in, and that has been very successful. In fact, the one thing that we didn't talk about, the stabilization center, you know, at the front end is really great to divert people from custody, but we're also using it on the back end. When those individuals who have disabilities, either mental health or physical disabilities, we're walking them over from release, for release planning over there, so that we're just not putting them back on and saying good luck on the streets after they've been in custody for a number of months or even a number of days. And that system has been very valuable, that we didn't see would be valuable when it first came, but just another hidden gem in that process.
So that was a huge help, Commissioner, when you're only 2 spots down and you're seeing reduced turnover in your nursing staff. That was a help to stay competitive.
Well, I just, you know, and it seemed very positive when we were there recently. And then my next question is, how many of the 56 deputies drive home with their patrol cars actually, how many cars actually go home now, and how many of those people actually live in Deschutes County?
So I have one exception for one detective who doesn't live in the county. He lives within 5 miles of the county border on Crooked River Ranch, which, as you all know, we do a lot of response out to Crooked River Ranch and help our partner agency with Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. So we only have one individual that has had the ability to do that. The rest of the individuals have to park their vehicle at one of our substations or the main office if they live out of county.
Okay, so how many of those deputies, though, do 56 of them get to drive home their car yet? Or is it only 32, or what is that number?
Who has the take-home cars now? Mm-hmm. So I think we have, 13 or 14 deputy sheriffs a shift, or 2 shifts with 12 and 2 with 13, something like that. So 26, 24, 50.
Okay, I mean, I just think that's
Yeah.
such a great program.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's 50.
because I had to stand up for it with somebody one day, and he was like, "Oh, I can't understand why they're doing that." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, wouldn't we want more communities to feel safer?" The last time I looked, we were having a car stolen a day in Deschutes County between everybody. So yeah, I just think, it adds safety to neighborhoods. So
Thank you.
for
I
that.
agree. I have two quick comments, and then I'm done, Mr. Chair. I know you know me, but I mean it. I mean it. One thing I want to point out is there was a slide earlier that showed something called an AMU sled. It's a blue plastic victim transport that our search and rescue uses. Our Search and Rescue Foundation is a private foundation. They fund an extreme amount of money into our search and rescue program. As a matter of fact, their latest donation was $60,000. They heavily fund pieces of equipment so that we can help deliver public safety. And so I wanted to give a quick shout out to them. And I just want to end by thanking the Budget Committee and the Commission for always being supportive of public safety and for asking those questions that show the transparency. We really appreciate the partnership, and we know how seriously you all take public safety and support of public safety. Thank you.
Sheriff Nelson, we have two public meetings we have to open and close. They're short meetings. If we could take a quick break, grab some lunch, and then we'll be right back and take care of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you doing that because I said 5 more minutes and it's
Yeah. I saved that one.
Well, I don't know, Bruce. My teammates.
1, we'll open the public meeting. And does he have some prepared presentation on that, or what are we trying to accomplish?
It's a special district, and so we
Yeah.
have to hold a separate public meeting
Okay.
related to it. But we're not going to make any decisions or motions today because
Okay.
some of those items for change.
Are you going to lead the public discussion then, or what do we
I
say?
think you're really just trying to see if there's any public input, and then
Okay.
you can close the hearing.
Okay.
Or ask for any questions.
Any discussion about countywide law enforcement District 1, page 78?
Do we need to check if there's anyone on Zoom?
And, yeah, we're open to public discussion if there is any.
No hands raised, okay.
Anything come to mind, Joe, when we think about this area?
No. Normally, you've done this without me, I believe.
Yeah, I don't really remember us doing this before, but.
You're just dressed so nice, we wanted you to hang out.
One thing I'm curious about, so last year you dialed down the assessed rate for tax district number 1 by 3 cents. Did anyone even notice
No.
in terms of taxpayers?
We've not received one comment, good or bad, on any of the rate adjustments we've done.
Any other comments or questions?
I have none.
If there are none, then we'll close the public meeting for countywide law enforcement district number 1, and we'll open the public meeting for rural law enforcement district number 2, and ask for any public comment or any questions or comments.
So question-wise, this is the district for 9 cent, here's number 2. So I'm sure there's been some analysis done, but what if there was a 6 cent approval instead of 9 cents? I mean, I think there's other moving parts here, tax assessed value, and, the transit room tax opportunity.
We looked at that, and honestly, I was uncomfortable given our goal to hold the rates for 3 years. And I thought at the rate we probably need to grow over the next 3 years. If we just go 6 cents, we might be back here talking about it in a year or two going, oh, it's tight. And so 143 was, that 9 cents was appropriate to kind of get us a little more stability in there for the longer term.
Got it. And that helps to, yeah, so knowing that that's the projection for a couple years out, and if we don't do it, we could be not getting on reserves. I'm with you, okay. Thank you.
Could you just remind the committee how much 1 cent is, or what is the 9 cents?
9 cents is $870,000. It's just a little below 100,000 for each cent.
Because it's only the rural value.
Yeah, only the rural values.
Trust me, my husband will notice.
Commissioner DeBonne, throughout the TRT statement, did you do any analysis of asking for additional TRT instead of a District 2?
We looked at that, but we just thought there's enough need in the county right now. It was not really something in our discussion that needed to be had this year.
The 3.1 million plus an additional 500,000 is a substantial amount of TRT.
Mhm.
It's not nothing. So
And I was also pleased that it ended up matching almost exactly what a COLA increase had been. So if we had just not tried to peg this because it's so complicated, but just had it increasing at a basic rate, we'd be at around 3.7 million right now.
Okay.
So, can you refresh my memory? You might have already said this, but is it built into your assumptions, is that 3.6 going forward in the fiscal year 24, 25?
Yes,
Okay.
It's staying at that fixed rate. It's not.
So it's fixed at this point. Got it.
So there you go, an assumption of enhanced TRT contribution is built in there already with the 9 cents.
For future years also, assumption.
I have no further questions.
Sure.
When Jim doesn't have any more.
Yeah, when I run out of
No.
steam, I.
If there are no other questions or comments, we will close the public meeting for Rural Law Enforcement District Number 2. Thank you, Joe.
Is that all you need?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did you at least get lunch on the way out?
Now there's only one of you left, you could.
Maybe I'll walk by.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi, how are you? Good.
There might be one extra. And they're all paper clipped together and triple finished.
Oh my gosh, we're on time again.
How do we do that?
And I will keep you on time.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Keeps us alert here, but yeah, alert. Whoop. Yes. Oh, thank you. Everybody's kind of running into lunch today. Thanks for joining us. Yes.
This is for the wife.
We talked with the sheriff about the benefits of over-hiring. And just know I'll support your over-hiring as well.
Yeah, you wanna get a file, and then find your file, and then not tell anyone.
Yeah, so if you want to hire 12 people for your 9 positions, I'm all in. Yeah.
The wife. There's only one wife, and she is the wife. Or more, yeah. Or if.
We just had everything run together, so.
Fair.
Pardon us, yeah.
Nothing past that.
Okay, next up is Deschutes County 911 Service District, and I'll turn it over to Sarah Crosswhite.
Good afternoon, it's nice to see everyone. Nice to see Bruce, I only see you once a year. So.
Yeah.
Judy, welcome, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah. And this is Chris Perry, he's our operations manager for the district, and Jonathan Spring, he's our technical manager for the district.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna jump right in. I'll start with just a little bit for our new members. Deschutes County 911 is a service district, and we are funded solely on our taxes, so our property taxes and our 911 telephone tax. So we do not use the general fund, we do not use the TRT fund, and we do not bill our other police and fire user agencies for dispatch services. Typically, you'll see in other places in Oregon, they actually have a amount that they bill for dispatch services. We do not do that and have never done that.
So one question about that, and I don't know if you'd have this answer, but would an agency like this, if it was a partnership, be funded by just those fees to the agencies, or would a general fund be part of the mix?
So
If we weren't set up the way we
yeah,
are.
Depending on how it's set up, I believe they do get some of the general funds. Some of those departments do, yeah.
Okay, so I think that was mentioned in passing yesterday, I forget who said it, but, so we aren't out of the general fund, and we haven't been, and we may or may not if it was set up differently, but it's just not, it's very much disconnected from the general fund.
Which works really well for us.
If I understand correctly, that was a deliberate move to
Oh, yeah.
get it out of the general fund.
But as I say, I forget what, yesterday it was just mentioned in passing, it wasn't a big deal, but I was like, no, I wouldn't even touch it, yeah.
So I'll start on slide number 2, which is our call stats. It just kind of shows you guys what our call volume is and how it's increased. You know, I was watching the presentations today by the sheriff's office and the DA's office, and they were talking about their increases of calls. That comes to us.
Oh, yeah.
That starts with us, and people always forget that. We're that first link to public safety. You know, when I was looking at the BOCC goals and objectives, you know, we have our safe communities and how our budget and our operations connect to it. You know, we collaborate countywide with all our user agencies with our monthly user board meetings. So we communicate what we're doing. We ask if they have questions, what we can do to work with them better. We make policy changes based on stuff that they need, and we work with them on projects, new technology that they implement. That's where John comes in. He does a lot of that. Chris works with them on the policy side. We've been doing a lot of big changes for Ben PD over the last few months where they're changing how they do alarms, how they respond, and that's just a piece of what we do, besides the call stats, which you can see are increasing. And you know, people look at our 911 calls and look at our call takers that we have, where we currently have quite a few vacancies, and think that that's the crux of what we do. And you know, the dispatching is a big piece of that too. That's a big job that our dispatchers are doing, plus answering the 911 and non-emergency calls at the exact same time. And then there's our training component. You know, Megan couldn't be here today because she's training at the academy for 2 days, and she does our training and hiring. And our people have to be trained, and they have to be trained well and yearly, and they have certifications that have to be kept up to date. And that's another big piece of this, and how we work to keep our community safe with our yearly training, keeping our staff where they need to be able to answer these calls and administer the stuff that they need to do on the lines with our callers.
It's interesting because we've been talking a lot these last 2 days about, you know, the impact of COVID on service delivery or anything else. Not here.
Not here. Right. And you know, it's funny because when it first happened, I think we had maybe a week when everything first shut down where it was quiet. I mean, eerily quiet, because you know, our officers were going out and responding, and then that was it. It was a week. You know, and then it's just like right back up. So yeah. For our funding, so in fiscal year 23, you'll see that we will again keep the levy rate at the 36. This is the 7th year in a row. The goal is that we don't have to do this until we, I'll show you in the next slide, but I don't want to jump ahead too far. But until we get to that point where we need to raise that levy rate. And you know, initially I think the commitment was 4 or 5 years. Do you remember? I think it was 5, maybe. 5, yeah. To not have to raise that levy rate, and now we're in year 7 of not having to raise that levy rate. We're proud of not having to do that. We don't want to have to go back and tell the taxpayers that we're going to raise that. We want to keep it where we are, and as long as we can keep everything stable, we've been able to do that. So we will continue at that pace as long as we possibly can. Originally, I think this was a 30-year levy for our employees and for our radio system, and we've been doing really great so far. And then also, the next bullet point is, you know, due to our number of vacant FTEs, we're going to remain at 60 again this year. We currently have 9 vacant FTEs, and we're doing our darndest to try to get people in the door. When I came here last year, we had 2 FTEs, and now we're at 9. So it's a little bit disappointing to see, but we're hopeful, and you'll see further on in the presentation that we do have 4 in background right now that will start in June. So.
Do you, so what's your secret there to being able to hold the tax rate? Is it because of the increase in vacancy, or?
I think that plays a part in it, the increase in vacancy. And then, you know, COVID also played a part. I think the last couple of years we didn't travel, we didn't do training off-site. We did most of our training we did online, and we just switched a lot of things. A lot of our projects were delayed. So you'll kind of see that as we move forward in the capital stuff. Okay. So we had an opportunity just to save some money without having to spend it. And nice. You'll see we're working to spend it this year. That's our goal.
Well, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, so thank you for saying let's hire before we decide we need to expand. I think that's a good methodology to be able to go through. Hopefully you can get the hiring so that you can determine what it is that you want to do. Is there anything that you're asking of the county to try and help you fill that? Or is that something that you're going to continue to work on your own?
So we are working with HR, so they've been phenomenal. They've been helping us with postings. They've been helping us look at past people that have applied. You know, what are we missing? We go back through the test because they administered the testing for us online. They're usually the first contact with the applicant. And so they've been helping us go back through and look at the data and see what we've missed. We've lowered some stuff. We've lowered our typing speed. Just by 2 words, but you know, that makes a difference. And so they are collaborating with us and helping us as much as possible so that we can try to bring some more applicants in.
Okay.
Sarah, maybe he needs some cards. And I also have cards for fun. And if I meet someone really spectacular and they seem like, you know, I give them a card and go like, if you ever thought about changing careers, this is a great place to work. So I think
If you need a big "we're hiring" banner, we can probably find that.
Yeah, sure.
Sarah, the sheriff suggested to us directly, or recommended to us directly, that we pursue employer-provided housing opportunities. Do you think that would help with 911 recruitment?
You know, it probably would. I think for the people that we want to encourage to move out of their current area and over our area.
To poach people from other 911s, yes.
Yeah, buy a house.
That's not a nice way to put it. But yeah, I mean, to get people to want to come here or to be able to afford to come here, because I know that when people look at the cost of housing, they're like, uh-oh. You know, they just can't make that change. And that would probably be actually very helpful. If you look at page number 4, this is our 5-year levy rate projection. I could not have been able to do this without finance. Betsy's been awesome. She was very helpful in this. But you can see that this is how we're able to keep our levy rate for 23, 24, and hopefully 25. And then we might need to make some adjustments in 26. Now, again, this is all our estimates and our projections, but hopefully this is something that we would be able to keep without having to change that number. Any questions on that?
Is it, and you're making the assumption in here that you're filling to your requirements?
Yeah.
So it looks like you're kind of steadily drawing down your beginning net working capital over the years, and that's part of what's making this work.
What's your comfort level on beginning net working capital?
Probably somewhere between 25 and 26. I mean, 26 is a little low, which is why, so I mean, I wouldn't probably want to go below that 4.4. I would be a little concerned if I was below that.
Sarah, have we thought about advertising like in more expensive places like Vail and things for people that want to live like in ski towns? But, you know, it would be cheaper here than like Vail or Aspen, definitely Aspen.
Would
You know,
it?
like actually targeting there.
Wait, you're wanting me to target people that want to be up skiing all the time.
Well, no, they'll work nights, right?
Yeah.
They'll work nights.
But in communities like those, they've also been more aggressive about creating carve-outs of affordable housing for essential workforce. So I'm not sure if it would be. Let's explain.
Well, maybe we'll have our ADUs in the next 2 years, right?
I was going to wait until farther along to mention this, but we literally have just talked to the Justice Court and the Sheriff's Office about how much of the volume of business that they do is tourist related. You know, we heard this magic number, 25%. 25% of the citations, you know, are from people outside the Tri-County area. 25% are, you know, the sheriff said 19% of the incidents that they're responding to are people from non-local addresses. And that was a justification for allocating transient room tax revenues to those two departments, because the people who don't live here aren't paying property taxes, but they're still placing a burden on your department. So I mean, as if we are looking at the beginning net working capital dropping below an ideal level in a couple of years, I guess I would just say that if we want to follow that principle of departments that are heavily impacted by tourists receiving some transient room tax revenue, then we could think about doing that here as well.
Okay, on to slide 5. This is our reserves capital plan for fiscal year 23. This again, ties to our BOCC goals and objectives with our service delivery. We did our radio and phone upgrades, which helps ensure our quality service delivery through our innovative technology and systems. These are all really big projects, and so I can touch on each one or just let you go through and read them. But just the first one I'll mention, this is our radio sites. We did our long-term radio enhancement plan for the county. And this is our 3 sites that we actually started last year, and they're continuing into this fiscal. And then we have 2 more, one which will be at our North Campus Backup Center that's coming in this next year, and then one that'll be down south. And so, we still have a goal to complete all 5 of those, but as they start, we start realizing getting the equipment has been challenging this year. There's been a lot of backlogs and delays on getting things here, so we're hoping that we will see it start to pick up a little bit, so some of this equipment could get here quicker and we can actually finish these builds. That's our goal. Our backup system replacement, so if you guys notice in our revenue from the state that had increased this year, that is because they actually give us a reimbursement for our telephone replacement. So this year we do replacement every 7 years, and the state actually gives money back to the district for what we pay out for that system. So that's what we budgeted for our new 911 telephone system. This is a huge replacement, but we take all of our phones and replace them. It's a big overhaul, and if you look at our phones right now, they're computers. And so we're touching the front end, we're touching the back room end. It's a big project, and if we go with a different vendor, it's a whole new thing that the dispatchers have to learn. So we're right in the middle of that process right now. We've actually had a couple demos, and we'll have to make a decision on what everybody thought was the best option for the district. And then we have our 911.
Question about the phone. What kind of drives a phone upgrade like that? I mean, is it end-of-life hardware or next-generation technology, or is there some cost-effective thing, or?
Yeah, you can jump in if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got an old rotary phone at home and it works fine.
Yeah, we take into account all those things. So, in fact, right now as we go through our demos and selection process, we've created a list of technological requirements, and we're trying to balance those with the operational requirements. So we're looking at both sides of the house to determine which one will work best for our folks.
What do you do with all the old equipment once you replace it?
It depends. So we try and use it for as long as it can readily be depended on for use, so it can become a spare set in the event it can continue to be utilized with the new stuff. But at some point, we'll have to wipe it and send it off to e-cycling.
And it's funny because as you look at our capital plan, I don't think I ever would have thought this years ago, but everything really is based on technology. It's amazing how you think about, we're looking at our computer server replacements, our future radio system replacement, and everything is just, you can't sleep on that. You have to just keep moving, and you have to keep replacing your technology or you're behind. And so you go in some of these centers and they're in desperate need to upgrade their technology, and they just either don't have the funding or the ability to do it. And I'm thankful that we have John here to recognize that, to keep us on track, to keep these things updated. A computer server replacement, a CPU replacement, I would never have known that was necessary, that we were at the end of life on it. And so that's an important piece that he's got us on track for the future, and that's huge for us.
What is your computer replacement life cycle?
Typically, I like to look at a 5-year replacement cycle, but it depends on funding and longevity of what's currently supported, what we have in the center now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But what I'm most excited about on here is our 911 backup center. So after our COVID experience last year, when we moved some people into our backup center, our current backup center is at the fire department out east, and it is, what would you say our square footage is? 200 square feet, 250, no restroom, no windows. And when we had to move people there, we were trying to put plexiglass in between them, and it was tight quarters. And, you know, it just made us realize we can't do this. This is not functioning. If we were down for any amount of time, we'd be in some serious trouble with staff trying to get them out there and have them have a functioning facility. So when this opportunity came up to join the North Campus, this was great. It was perfect timing, and we're really excited and thankful that we're included in it. And then we have our heavy-duty truck for towing. We have a very, very large radio trailer that currently sits out in Sisters as a temporary site, and we've had some struggles getting that moved around. And so that is going to be for towing up to the radio sites when we have to haul that big radio trailer around, as well as a generator that we haul for different sites if we had a loss of power. Page number 6, our future capital reserve plans. So you can see we have our long-term radio enhancement there. We've listed it for 24 and 25. Our goal would be that that's when we're done. We don't know. I think it just kind of depends on as things start expanding. It could be that we add something in a year or two on there that, oh, we have another site. We've maybe joined forces with another county and we need to expand further that way. So we want to keep that open. I have 0 there, but there's potential that we could revamp that radio enhancement plan and need to do some future growth. Our future 911 center technology, our goal is to put $115,000 in there a year. That's for phones, that's for radios, that's for computers, just whatever. We know that things are changing and we're gonna need upgrades, and so we wanna make sure we're doing that. And then our future radio system replacement. As you remember, that was a large project, and I hope to never have to replace the radio again in my career, but I know that's not realistic. So we continue to put in that every year.
But you only go from analog to digital once, though, right?
Yeah, that's true, so that helps.
Remember how fast digital moves.
Yeah.
Forever changing. Then, our accomplishments on slide number 7, we completed our ODOT wireless and Harris P25 radio system upgrade. That was a big one. That was continuing on. We knew about it. They talked about it for a few years, and then it finally came to fruition in 22, so that was great. We have our administrative phone system upgrade that's happening right now, so that's non-emergency lines and all of our front office phones. And correct me if I'm wrong, we're going with the county.
Correct, we've extended the county system.
System. And then we've started the long-term radio enhancement plan, and we currently have the 3 sites that are underway. And then we've increased our recruitment efforts. Social media, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on something else.
You're on Twitter.
Twitter, yeah. We're not on TikTok yet.
I was going to say TikTok?
Yeah. I will not dance and sing on TikTok.
No.
Oh, Sarah.
Somebody may, but.
Yeah.
I know an influencer on TikTok.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, my daughter.
Oh, well, does she want a job? No, just kidding. So our goals coming up for fiscal year 23, our goals and projects: completion of our Longview radio site, completion of our West County radio site, completion of our Station 704 Camp Sherman radio site, begin planning for construction of our 2 new radio sites in the county, purchase and replace our new 911 phone system, complete our remodel and relocation of our new backup center, and increase our recruitment and retention. So that's a lot. Mm-hmm. But I think, some of those, they'll all be kind of working together and overlapping. So our 3 sites are all going at the same time right now. We have a great engineering group on hand, and they help us out. And so it's so far going pretty smooth, except for the increasing the recruitment and retention. Which brings me to the next slide, slide number 9. So Patty was flashing her cards. We made a couple new ones. I showed them there. I didn't bring any though, but I will bring some. Since January 5th, we've had 83, or April 15th, we've had 83 applications received. Wow. It used to be hundreds, and so I think that's what is such a shock. I remember running testing where we would do the typing testing and the critical testing at 911, and we would have hundreds of people coming for these testing, and it's just not that way anymore. And the testing is more convenient. You can do it in the comfort of your own home, online, and it's a little bit surprising. But we've had 33 and out of that have completed all the testing, and only 6 have passed. And we have 4 background right now, with hopefully starting in June. And you can see what we've done. We are collaborating with the high schools. We're up at COCC, increasing our social media. We've been at job fairs, community events. We're not going to slow down. We're going to keep our foot on the pedal there and try to get out there as much as possible. I never thought I'd be saying that we're in the high schools trying to grab the 18-year-olds and go, hey, come here. But we've seen some interest. And so I started at 21. There might be people that want to start at 18. I don't know. But, if they want to, we'll be there to welcome them with open arms and get them in the door.
They could grow up and be the director someday.
They could, yeah, absolutely.
I was at the Red Cross smoke detector event this last weekend, and I was talking to a COCC student, and he said he was in the fire science, something or other. I said, hey, you know what a public safety answering point is? I'll come show you someday. So I was just naturally recruiting already, too.
I love it, yeah. And it's just, I was at the hospital yesterday, and I was talking to a nurse, and I'm like looking at her going, do you like your job?
Oh!
It's hard not to do that. I mean, you're amazing.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about
opportunities.
what I do. So, on slide number 10, this is just one of my favorites. This is our telecommunicator week this year. It just shows that we have a lot of our user agencies that collaborate with us, that love our dispatchers, that appreciate what they do. We were well fed. It was great to have the visitors in. Just everybody stopping by to say hi is huge. We're locked in a room a lot of the day, and so to have people come in there. Today we had the sheriff's office bring their bloodhound in, and everybody got to scratch him on the ears. And I mean, it just makes a big difference for a tough job, so it's nice to have that. And then I found this quote, and I like to end with it. We hire the heart and teach the hands, which is very true of this position. You have to have the heart to do it, and then we can teach you the rest of it. And I mean, I think that's important, and we want people to understand that. And we delivered baby Sophie in March on the phone. Oh. So, yeah. Okay, questions?
I have a question about the capital reserve. So in our binder, there's the 911 Fund 705, and then there's an equipment reserve, and then in this PowerPoint, you talk about the capital reserve. Is the capital reserve and the equipment reserve the same?
710, yes. The same,
Okay.
Sorry.
So it looks like we've been building the capital reserve steadily, and this then is going to be a pretty big drawdown year.
We'll draw it down to like 5.
Okay. Yeah. We were it's kind of a different scale, but I mean, we're talking about these really big capital building facility projects that we're doing, and how much basically we're trying to have the money, how much money we're trying to have in hand when we initiate the project, and how much we will finance and just pay from the taxing district over time. And it looks like you're for the type of capital investments you're making, you've basically got most of it in hand.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to go up the bank. Yes.
Just a comment on the history of this. The district was reconstituted. What year was that? Do you remember? With the new rate of 42.5 cents? 18?
15 or 16. Yeah.
16. And part of the setting of that rate, there was quite a long process working with the city of Bend and all the other partners to determine what that rate ought to be. And part of that discussion was the inclusion in that rate of set aside each year to put into the capital reserve, knowing that in 15 years or so, or 10 years, we'd have to replace the big project that we just built last year, just finished last year, I guess? 18, okay. So I've been out of it for a while.
Lucky
And so that's built into this capital reserve. So this is one of those
This
capital
assessed rate
reserves that's
is
not just,
assuming that you're building that capital reserve.
and paying for it, having the money to pay for it when the time comes to replace it. So that was all factored into this particular levy. So in this case, the capital reserve fund has had an intent from its very inception to replace a big piece of the capital investment that the district uses to operate.
Sarah, I think I still call it a new building, but it's not new anymore. How long have you been in that? Has 911 been in the building?
Yeah, it was 2010, so we're hitting 12 years now.
Okay, and the debt service is probably 20 years, 25 years?
It's 20.
20? So another 8 years that will be paid off. That's a good sign.
And how much does the lease of the downstairs space cover of the debt service at this point?
I don't even know.
I think it's half.
Is it?
Yeah.
So I just noticed a lot of
the projects that you're doing are inbound, which you need to do. You need to continue to keep the technology up. But you've done, in the last couple of years, you've done some really neat outbound stuff as well, like the text alert system that I think is spectacular. So have you put any thought into doing other things around that, or have you seen a need for anything else than that?
So not quite yet, but I think I'm on a Next Gen 911 committee, and it's coming down the pipe. I think we're going to have to see a lot of different things that are going to change. One of the projects that actually Bent Police is actually paying for is called Live 911, where they can listen to calls and then launch their drones. We're going to see more and more things like that, more and more projects that are going to come up through Next Gen that I think we're going to have to look at and evaluate, and then look at the costs and see, okay, what do we want to do? What do our user agencies want to do? And how are we going to fund it? And I think they may come back to us with some of those things because they're going to benefit us in the long run and benefit all the community when we see it. So it'll be interesting. I think right now Oregon's struggling to develop that plan and what that looks like, because we see some of the other states are way ahead of us when it comes to Next Gen. There's people that are looking at video. There's people that are doing way more. I don't know if we want to do that because then we look at how we're hiring. But there could be a potential that at one point in time, we're going to have a console that is all video, and there's somebody there watching and getting the video, getting the pictures. And so those are all things that we're going to have to prepare for and fund in the future.
Because a lot of that outbound actually ends up becoming a really good recruiting tool, or at least a possible recruiting tool.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking about it, if somebody is in law enforcement and they're just done doing that piece, they don't want to sit in the car, they don't want to chase somebody. This might be a good way to get some of those people in the door that are done driving around in a patrol car all day. They can come in and they can see what they've been seeing on that side, but now they don't have to chase somebody. They don't have to spend 12 hours in a car. They can come in, be in an air conditioning, heated building, and then still be that piece of the puzzle. So,
Sheriff actually talked about that for some of the jail staff, having some ancillary staff. So that's a good place to go.
yeah.
So Pulse Point is another app that was just pointed out to me too. Can you tell me about that? Because that's like a transition. And then also, I just put it on here and I pulled it up, and sure enough, Redmond structured fire, and there's a whole bunch of numbers on the bottom, probably a bunch of stuff being dispatched to something.
Yeah, it's probably all the units. Is it like
Yeah.
421?
322, 412, 422, 475.
So that means we've got.
I mean, 113, so something just happened. But yeah, just tell me about what. Because I know that when we went to digital, there you couldn't do scanners anymore, and then this was pointed out to me. So yeah, what's the status of it?
Yeah, Pulse Point is a citizen engagement application, so it's tied directly to the CAD system. So when a call gets dispatched, it sends a piece of data over to Pulse Point that then populates those fields in that application. And what you're actually seeing is half of what Pulse Point can do. So the other half is for people who are CPR certified. It can let them know that there's what we call code 99 in the center. Someone's not conscious, not breathing, not alert, and they can alert them to that to potentially go and provide aid.
So I'm carrying a device that could notify me that I might be able to help somebody.
Correct.
Real close.
Yep, I believe Ment Fire was the driver of that initially when it was brought to the center. It was before my time when I was with the center in 2016, but we've continued to build it out for all the other fire departments that use it.
Is somebody paying for that? Who's paying for that?
We pass through the charges to the fire agencies for the CAD interfacing component for it, and I believe Ben Fire pays the actual pulse point portion of that since they were the first one to roll it out.
And it's just for fire and EMS.
Correct. But if law enforcement is on the call, you'll actually see their unit pop up on there too. But it's primarily driven from a fire EMS standpoint.
Now we know more.
Yeah, my whole family has calls point, and I get calls all the time. Hey, what's going on?
What is going on? Well, and that's,
I mean, I know as much as you.
well, and this was from a fire person pointing out that the value could be, if you see a fire incident and a bunch of stuff, bunch of resources being called, that could be the notification of a, forest fire or whatever, just a bigger fire event. So that's why somebody was following it.
That makes sense.
Sarah, looking at your budget, one of the things that is interesting, okay, so the property tax revenue is going up over $500,000, 5.7%. And so that's got to be helping your budget, even though you're not raising the levy, truly, it's over $500,000.
Yeah. And also our telephone tax has gone up as well. So in 2020, the state of Oregon went out to increase the telephone tax to $1.25. And so that also for any landline, any cell phone, anything that can make a 911 call, that is charged as well. And then it's the state of Oregon OEM will take it and then divide it out to all the Oregon PSAPs, and you get the money back.
You get the money back, okay.
Yeah. It's a little slow, but they're usually about
8
6 months behind.
Oh, I was
but
gonna
they
say
can-
8.
They're always in arrears, but yeah.
Okay, well, good. So the transfer in, the 591,000, was that for the equipment, or what was that for then?
So,
It
that's
says-
the one from last year, the 591.
Yeah, 591,000, yeah.
Dan can probably speak to that a little bit better.
You said something about we
think-
got reimbursed for some equipment, that wasn't it?
That was not it.
I would have to look it up in the line item, but if I recall, no, I'd have to look it up in the line item.
Okay, well.
He's
try
gonna make
to-
something up.
I'll find it. Yeah,
Thank you, Dan.
sure.
I think it came over from 710, but I forget.
That's what I was thinking as well.
From
but-
710?
From 710, okay. That was a adjustment to their reserves, I believe, putting it back in.
Do you have any other questions for me?
We have opportunity for public comment. Any public comment? And then on the back of your agenda is the motion to approve the operating budget. Whenever somebody's ready to make that motion.
Now we're going to business here, huh?
Yeah, let's get her done.
I will move to approve the Deschutes County 911 Service District operating budget of $18,737,517 and no cents, and set tax rate at .3618 per thousand of assessed valuation to Fund 705.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, and this is the whole budget committee?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. We have a second motion. Is that correct?
Yes, number 2.
Yeah.
If I'm on a roll, I motion to approve Deschutes County 911 Service District Equipment Reserve budget of $707,960, Fund 710.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. There are any other comments or questions? If not, we'll close this public meeting. Thank you, folks.
You're in business, go higher.
Yeah, we're ahead of time, I think.
2 o'clock. Yeah,
Okay, be
ahead
sure
of
and get me the new cards.
I will, absolutely.
Yeah, we can all go hike in the little park.
That's not a thing anymore.
You've actually got us ahead of time.
Gosh, how did they do
I'll
that?
just flag whoever's in the hall.
No, they're efficient,
Yeah.
and they care.
He's already here, you can put on a jacket for
Oh,
it.
see,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
So we are a little ahead of schedule. If Health Department gets here sooner than later, we can invite them in, but let's go ahead and take a break.
18-year-olds that say, like, retire before you're 50.
need like a 15-minute break.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's reconvene, and next up is Health Services. I'll turn it over to Eric.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, Eric Kropp, Interim Health Services Director. I'm happy to report that we're ahead of schedule. Thanks to...
Trying to jinx it again.
It's all right, I'm not superstitious.
Yep.
So we'll start with introductions of staff, starting on the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cheryl Smallman. I'm the business lead for Health Services.
Good afternoon. Nahot Sadrazuli, Director of Public Health.
Good afternoon. Janice Garceau, Director of Behavioral Health.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Weiler. I'm the Operations Officer for Health Services.
And also, if we could have staff in the audience also introduce themselves, please. Pamela?
Hi, Pamela Ferguson, one of the Public Health Program Managers. Hello, Jessica Jacks. I am also a Program Manager. And with guest.
Hi, I'm Laura Nordquist, Deputy Superintendent of Benton High Schools.
Hi, I'm Amy Snyder. I am Supervisor of our Prevention and Health Promotion School-Based Program, which includes Healthy Schools.
In terms of today's agenda, really we're going to focus on four main areas. The first is the May 5th follow-up. We appreciate the Budget Committee meeting last month and going over the materials, asking excellent questions. So what we plan to do is do a little bit of follow-up based on the input we received at that May 5th meeting. Much of the questions and input were related to strategic planning and questions about how does the budget and health look at strategic planning. So we're going to spend some time talking about the Regional Health Improvement Plan, which is really the strategic plan for the whole region that helps us identify what services to provide, gaps in services, and what to put in a proposed budget. So that's the RIP, R-H-I-P. There's also the RAW, the Regional Health Regional Health Assessment. And so we'll talk about that. And if you go home tonight and talk to your family about the RIP and the RAW and explain it to them, we know we've been successful. And next we're going to focus on the special requests. There's we want to make sure that we have opportunity to explain them and answer any questions. The third area is to talk about crisis services. There's been lots of discussion about the Crisis Stabilization Center, but really we want to talk about it in the context of the whole crisis services program. You heard from the sheriff about the important service it provides. There's been lots of discussion about funding of the 24/7 operation. So we would like to talk about some grants that have come through and where we are with that, not only the crisis center, but the whole program. And then the last area is talking about next fiscal year, what the board will likely see coming through. As you know, the board adopts a budget, and then soon thereafter, departments work with the finance team to come with changes to the budget. And throughout the year, there are, 100, 200 changes to the budget. But we want to talk about what will be coming from health services as different funds become available, and there are things that are not in the proposed budget but will be coming to the board in the next couple months. So we just want to give you a highlight of those things. With that, I will kick it over to Cheryl.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, the Regional Health Improvement Plan. This is, you have a copy of it in the back of your health services binder, which has a lot of detailed data aligned with strategies and kind of outlining the future states. So we thought it'd be worthwhile to at least give the high level when we talk about the Regional Health Improvement Plan, the RIP, and kind of why and how it comes to be. So the Oregon Revised Statutes actually requires a regional planning process, and so the Central Oregon Health Council convenes that regional planning process. That plan becomes the guide to multiple agencies' strategies. So the first step, as Eric mentioned, is really to do an in-depth evaluation of our current health needs and gaps in our community. That produces the Regional Health Assessment, the RAW. We then convene, Central Oregon Health Council actually convenes a variety of partners and agencies to prioritize and collaborate on what are the highest needs, but also what can we have the biggest impact on in the next 4 or 5 years. We're currently in the 2020 to 2024 RIP, and we are starting the next planning process. It's actually a 2-year planning process to come up with a RIP. So we are starting that endeavor actually this year. Started already.
Yeah.
That RIP is one input, a major input to DCHS or Health Services strategic priorities. We also have external mandates and whatnot, as you are very well aware, but it is a major priority or major input for us. And it also, this RIP, fulfills the local mental health authority and local public health authorities' statutory planning requirements. So it meets a lot of different needs. So what goes into the RAW in the RIP? A whole plethora of quantitative data, existing databases, locally collected data. We do focus groups. We do telephone surveys, and then we convene, as I mentioned, over 20 different agencies for that collaborative planning process. So what was prioritized in the current RIP? There are 6 priority areas. First, address poverty and enhance self-sufficiency. Second, behavioral health, increasing access and integration. Third, promote enhanced physical health across communities. Fourth, stable housing and supports. Fifth, substance and alcohol misuse, both prevention and treatment of. And sixth, upstream prevention, promotion of individual well-being. Most of our special requests are either directly aligned to the strategies and priority areas in the RIP, or they're foundational to us meeting those priorities. We've done our best to identify on each request where it primarily sits. Some of them hit multiple priority areas, but you'll see in our special request refresher, it outlines exactly what it is tied to. We'll also go over some key community need data points. For instance, we talked about how emergency department overdoses have increased 259% since 2014, I believe. And that directly aligns with our special request for harm reduction staffing. Healthy schools is another really great example of how we unfortunately talked about increased vaping and substance rates for youth, and so that special request directly aligns to the substance and alcohol misuse prevention and treatment priority area. So those are just 2 examples of how the RIP aligns with our special requests, and we'll talk through that throughout today's presentation. So let's go right to it. Special request refresher. Just a reminder, in your health services binder, you have a 1-page printout. This is just an example of what it looks like, so you can find it. It's the 11 by 17 sheet, and in that, or on that sheet, it outlines all of our special requests in priority order, outlining whether or not it's in the proposed, the increase in FTE from the proposed, the total cost, the county general funds we are requesting, as well as the impact of approving it, but also the impact if we do not approve it. We'll go through each service area, starting with behavioral health, then public health, and then the director services and admin services, before going on to crisis services. So with that, I'll hand it over to Janice.
Thank you. So I really did not add any new material. This should be familiar to you. So this is really just a review and an opportunity for you to ask any additional questions that you might have. I did spend some time, just so you know, thinking a little bit about impact, because that's something that Bruce had asked us to be willing to talk about. So if you do want me to pause and talk about specific impacts of not funding or how these programs impact lives, I'm certainly willing to do that. I've given that some thought. I think about it every day, actually, but I'm happy to respond to that. So remember that when we're talking about behavioral health services, we're really talking about four overarching concepts around how these services are designed and supported. First, most of the services we provide are required services either by statute or by fidelity programs that we're required to provide or by grant obligations. Second, most of the funding we received is based on needs-based assessments and funding models that take a look at community need and service levels required to meet the need. And there's a whole host of complex formulas by which we arrive at the numbers of staff needed to do certain kinds of things. Most of our services are enhanced by match funds, either through a direct federal matching program, a state matching arrangement, and in some instances, county general fund leveraging state match or federal match dollars. That's just a way that our government tries to enhance local resources to expand capacity. And every single thing we do is measured. If you ask my clinicians, they'd probably tell you that we're measured to within an inch of our lives. So we report on lots of data. We have lots of grant deliverables. We have lots of outcomes that we take a look at across program areas in different ways. Our first special request in behavioral health, if you recall, is for our intellectual and developmental disability services program. This is a program that has grown predictably over the last 5 years at a rate of a total growth rate of about 34% since 2018 and roughly 8% a year. That's a little bit greater growth rate than the county population during that period of time, but it does seem to increase as our county's population increases. Again, this is a static population of individuals in the community with intellectual or developmental disabilities. This program is funded through the Oregon Department of Human Services workload model. And that workload model uses workload formulas, population formulas to identify increased service need in a community, and then they recommend a funding level, and typically they also recommend an FTE level to meet the need. The new staff that we're proposing will increase our ability to provide case management services to the additional increased population of individuals that we serve. And also increase our ability to recruit and license foster homes and support placements of individuals that need out-of-home placement. The specific ask is for 3 IDD service coordinators and a half-time admin support technician. The county general fund ask, and in this instance there is a county general fund ask of $111,470 to sort of round out the total match amount that we apply to leverage the federal match dollars for this program. The funding source is state general funds, Medicaid dollars, and the county general fund dollars that match the federal dollars. I can pause here if there are questions.
So just a minor nit, and I probably look down toward Dan, because our book says 117 general fund is on the special request list. Is there which way does the discrepancy go?
The special requests come from the department. We just print them out there.
Well, I'm just saying, but they're saying 111, this says 117, it's a nit, but.
Yeah, Cheryl, do you know if it's what would be accurate between the 111 and the 117?
111.
111. Okay.
Yeah, mine says 111.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to resolve the two numbers. So if it's 111, it's 111, that's fine.
It's just this one sheet in our binder.
Oh, the special request sheet was created well in advance of what I call the placemat, fondly referred to as the placemat, and in advance of the slide. So we apologize for the discrepancy there.
So
Yeah.
we're talking about intellectual and developmental disabilities, is that correct?
Yes.
So in the narrative, it says, in order to, justification, in order to meet the needs of vulnerable populations served including addressing access, service equity, and inclusion priorities. Can you explain that a little more? What does that mean?
Are you talking about impact of approval?
That's under justification.
You go to the handout, so each page, special request.
Yep, got it. Sorry. And, okay, I see the sentence that you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty general statement. It's not very specific. So these particular positions provide case management and care coordination, linking individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities to resources. And they are, these particular, 2 of the 3 particular positions are also identified for helping to develop foster care and residential placements for people that need out-of-home placement. So a lot of, you're going to hear a lot of language about equity of access in lots of service areas in the health serving field because the Oregon Health Authority and state-level elected officials are really focused on whether or not we're ensuring that all of our vulnerable populations have access to resources. And foster care placements are particularly difficult to develop because they are hard to support financially. They're supporting a really vulnerable population, and they need lots of wraparound supports for the people providing care to this service population. So I don't know that that sentence is, it's pretty vague. So I hope I've been able to be a little bit more specific about what that means.
Janice, if I can just add on to what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I agree exactly with what you said, and it's not just health services where the state of Oregon is really requiring this and similar language and a genuine effort to address it through all state programs is what we're seeing with, Eric Kropp had mentioned this sometime last year when we were beginning to think about creating a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy at the county. Is just, this is becoming a standard requirement for state grants and other grants that we address it in some capacity. So that could very well be part of what you're capturing here.
Yes, although I think in this context, it's really using the service equity term even more broadly. It's just saying we need to make sure that we have access to critical resources for the entire service population in the region that needs to be able to have access. This is not specific to a DEI specific activity for IDD, although they do engage in those activities alongside us, like many departments.
So just a couple other clarifying questions. So the 111 is necessary because that's the match that the county is providing so that you get the federal grant?
The match the county is providing is much larger, and we are making up most of the match by moving county general fund, using existing county general fund in the IDD budget, already identified for that, moving county general fund out of the behavioral health, mental health side of the budget because of savings on the behavioral health side, and then realizing that that 111 gets us to the full amount needed for the match.
So if the 111 wasn't there, do you have a backup, or do all 3.5 go away?
If the 111 isn't there, we have to take more money from another program that doesn't have more money. So we took what we could spare, we made up as much of the match as we could make, and then we're asking for the additional 111 to get to the full match.
Okay. And then this is effectively moving forward. This would show up in future as well. There's no offset or anything that would, one way or the other, that would happen in the future.
The match shows up every single year. There was an exception 2 years ago when we had savings and we were able to, oh boy, I am going to get into trouble if I don't let Cheryl explain this part.
It could get offset in
It could
future
get,
years.
yeah.
And that's because the way that the match works is first you have to expend the full state grant, and then any expense over that is available to be reimbursed at 2/3 if you have the county general fund to match that. So if we receive more state funds, and our expenditures are less, we wouldn't need additional county general fund because we wouldn't be participating in the match program at that point in time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Of course.
She's my phone a friend. Other questions about IDD? Okay. And IDD is not included in the RIP at the moment, so we didn't list a RIP strategy for IDD, and that's because there's still work being done at the state level to begin to integrate intellectual and developmental disability services with other health services. But right now, it's not an entity or a service that's typically addressed by the Regional Health Assessment and Plan. Harm reduction is, it really aligns with the substance and alcohol misuse prevention and treatment strategy in the RIP. I talked with you last time about the fact, and I think anyone who watches the news is aware that we are definitely experiencing a crisis in overdose. We've had an increase of 103% in ED visits locally for overdose since 2017. Over 85% of those are due to opioids, both prescribed or otherwise. So when we say opioids, we are not always talking about street drugs. We're also talking about prescription opioids. There's been there was a 70% rise in overdose deaths in April and May of 2020. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic was an absolute crisis for people experiencing addiction because it in effect, cut people in recovery off from many of their support structures, and lots of relapse occurred and a concurrent rise in overdose-related deaths. The person in this role currently provides coordination of opioid overdose prevention services not provided by any other staff. The position is currently filled. The ask is to add this FTE, public health educator to continue overdose prevention activities, because currently the FTE is a temporary FTE in public health. This FTE would live in behavioral health as a position that is part of our outreach to unhoused individuals and harm reduction efforts in the community. So the ad is for one FTE public health educator 2. There is no county general fund requested to support this position, and it is funded currently and through the rest of fiscal year 23 with COHC COVID funding, and we anticipate Measure 110 funding likely in fiscal year 24 and beyond. Yes?
You were having your meeting regarding the Measure 110. Weren't you on May 20th?
They had the meeting on May 20th, and we are waiting with bated breath for the outcome of that meeting. I like Monday morning, they got an email from me saying, hey, have you made your decision? What's the news? And I have not heard back. Okay. I did get a confirmation the email was received, but I have not gotten intel.
So you're saying that funding won't even come in until, did you just say 24?
That funding, so the way it will work is that we'll be notified of whether or not we were funded. The good news is I think our county's total Measure 110 asks were about 12 point some million. My understanding is that about 11 million was allocated to fund Measure 110 requests in Deschutes County. Our particular ask was roughly 8 some odd million total. I think that's hopeful. I think that means that they're over budget, but we think most of what we requested will be funded. So we're just waiting to hear. Once we hear, then the contracting process starts. The OHA has had huge, significant additional revenue initiatives handed down by the legislature with timeframes associated. Their contracting departments are really under considerable workload pressure. So we may not get the actual dollars in contract for several months. Once we do, we'll come back to our commissioners and remind you of the FTE that we had identified for that project, and you'll let us know if we can create those FTE and fill them. So that's how it'll work. I anticipate we won't have these positions filled until the fall.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe I misheard. I thought I heard you say that you actually already had a face assigned to this.
Yes, we have a person in the Public Health Educator 2 role now. They were funded through some COVID dollars and Central Oregon Health Council dollars that are temporary in public health. That program was transitioned this year in January into the behavioral health program because it really aligns, the work that it does really aligns with a lot of what we're doing in the community. And we brought that person over, but we can't steal the FTE from public health. They need the FTE. So we are asking for the FTE to keep the person in the role and doing the work that they're doing now.
So the Measure 110 funding meeting that you had on the 20th was to review all of the requests statewide for 110 funding, correct? And then their process of going through all of those requests and choosing who's going to get funded based on a percentage per county, or how, and what then, when did they say that they would know?
I think they know now. They just have to tell me.
Just won't tell you.
Yeah, no, they will tell me. I think they're probably, my guess is that, so first of all, the meeting on the 20th was with the advisory committee that has been overseeing this entire project for the last year. And we literally were the last county reviewed. So we're the absolute last county. The good news is that the OHA made a funding formula decision so that you didn't lose out because you were the last county reviewed. So they identified dollars for each county. When you're reviewing these counties' proposals, you've got this much money to spend, and so on. So we had, I hear, I don't have confirmed data, but I have heard from reliable sources that there was roughly $11 million available for Deschutes County and about $12 million and some odd dollars in requests. And we're part of that 12 million. We're not all of it. We're part of it. So that advisory group was going to review all those proposals and make a decision about who they thought should be funded and inform us. My hope is that they fund our entire project. We applied with Best Care, Rimrock, and Pfeiffer and Associates for a combined BERN grant, Behavioral Health Resource Network grant. But even if they don't fund the entirety, I think given the amount of money that was available, much of what we requested will be funded. So that's the roughly 8 million. And so my guess is sometime this week I will hear from them, and they're going to say one of two things. Either we funded your entire proposal, we'll let you know when the contract is coming, or they'll say we're able to identify this much funding. Are you willing to submit a revised budget? That's probably how it will go. Yeah.
And one clarification, we applied for, we're 2.4 million.
Of the 8. So remember, these were combined. They had asked communities to really come together and build something together, and we are 2.4 of the $8 million total BERN grant proposal that Best Care submitted on behalf of this collaboration.
Was that the holdup of getting that funding out, is having communities come together and work together?
No.
They just put us last for some silly reason.
No, I think the holdup, honestly, is that this was an effort on the part of the Oregon Health Authority to convene a group of people with lived life experience to make decisions about millions of dollars. That is a sea change. And it's actually a really powerful model to involve people who have recovered from addiction in making decisions about distributing dollars. I think there probably wasn't a good understanding of the amount of technical knowledge that's needed to award millions of dollars to counties. So the Measure 110 Advisory Committee had a lot of work they had to do to get people up to speed on how to get dollars out the door in an organized way so that you don't get complaints that you didn't award contracts fairly. So they've done some really interesting work, and we've had to wait a long time. We haven't always been happy about it, but the model they're using is pretty unique, and we'll see what the outcome is. I'm hearing good things about what communities have received, so I'm
Feeling positive?
I'm feeling really positive, yeah. Any other questions? Impact. I am not being dramatic to say this program saves lives. If this position isn't available, if this person isn't doing this work, people die. They die from overdose. And I know from the data we collect on this project that we have been directly involved in ensuring that people receive what they need to not die as a result of their addiction and to later be available to recover, which is what most addicts do, by the way. Most addicts at some point recover. So, okay. CCBHC integrity. We, as you know, are a certified community behavioral health clinic. That is a demonstration pilot we've been involved in for 5 years. The criteria to qualify to be one of these is a 70-page document, I kid you not. So what that means in real world language is there's a lot we have to check the box on, ensure we have in place in terms of policies, procedures, programs, services, activities, staffing, all of that. That takes a lot of work, just general oversight. It's not exciting, but it's deeply meaningful because CCBHCs have been a way that we've ensured sustainable funding, and we're starting to see results. So we track results on lots of metrics. I'm just sharing a couple with you. Since we've been a CCBHC, we're seeing meaningful changes in people's depression score, so people are significantly improved after receiving services in having less depression. And we're seeing positive results in A1C control, which is a measure of the degree to which your diabetes is under control. We know that poorly managed diabetes is often a co-occurring condition for people with mental health conditions, and we know it's one of many reasons that people with mental illness die on average 25 years earlier than their peers. So we think CCBHC is showing meaningful results. We know that it is being evaluated by the legislature this year. In fact, they just let me know they're sending out a new list of criteria this week that I need to be paying attention to, and they'll be visiting our site to make sure we're in compliance either in June or July. We've seen 5 years of sustained funding. We've seen OHA make a commitment to positions. We think the project is going to continue. As I said, the requirements are rigorous. We need oversight. And the ask is that we convert an existing behavioral health manager and admin support specialist position from limited duration to regular. No county general fund is requested. We have the resources to cover it. The folks are in the positions doing the work now, and they will be critical positions for us to make sure that we navigate this next round of scrutiny well and keep these services in place. Impact. If we don't do a good job with this, we lose the project that is resulting in these really positive outcomes, and we lose the ability to generate a 3-to-1 federal Medicaid match that's helped us sustain services during some really rough times. Questions? Okay.
So you said it's 2 FTE conversions that are already there. We actually have 3 listed in our description.
Next slide. It's on the next slide.
I've been doing that all day. Keep going.
No, that's, I love that you're paying attention, so that is great. So the other part of our CCBHC integrity is just ensuring that we're maintaining some of the core services. So the CCBHCs have a whole list of services you have to ensure are in place, and one is services to people that are at risk of incarceration. Our Aid and Assist program is a team of 6 and a supervisor. It provides mandated services to individuals who have been found by the court to be unable to aid and assist in their defense because of their mental illness. The goal of services is literally to stabilize them so that they achieve capacity to cooperate with attorneys and participate in their legal proceedings. That service population has increased by 400% since 2018, at the same time that we've experienced an 80% decrease in state hospital capacity and a loss of local treatment beds. What that means on the ground is that we are providing intensive wraparound services to very ill individuals who probably need hospital level care or residential treatment, don't have access to it. This is a service population that is extremely difficult to engage. These are the groups of people who are not necessarily putting up their hand and saying, I think something's wrong, I think I need services. These are folks who are really ill, maybe actively psychotic, actively in addiction, and we rely heavily on our peer support specialists who have lived life experience of having serious mental illness, having addiction, recovering. They are nothing short of magical with this population. They can come alongside people and convince them that treatment might actually offer them some hope, deal with their fears of the system, and encourage them to engage in ways that someone like me just really can't. No matter how well-intentioned I am, I just don't have the story to go with the activity. So we really, really value our peers and rely heavily on them. We have a peer in this position. I shared an article about this particular individual because she's quite remarkable. And her position ends on June 30th, 2022. We have resources to fund it. We're asking to convert that position to a regular position, keep her in the role, and we are able to fund that position through existing OHP revenue and aid and assist dollars. We're waiting to hear what the state actually funded for our aid and assist service element contract. So impact of this position, again, I really do think that this team prevents harms in the community and saves lives. There's no doubt about that. This is a population of people who have very, very poor outcomes if they're not served. They encounter law enforcement, sometimes with not great outcomes, or they cause harm in the community to other individuals. That's not typical, but it can happen. Questions about this peer? Her name's Erica. I hope you get to meet her someday. She's pretty amazing. Yeah. Is that it for me? Okay. I'll be back.
So, anyone needs a break? Anyone needs a break?
No.
No? Just want to get up, stretch? No? No? I'm off. Okay. Great.
Hoping we're not grouchy.
Right. It's.
I'll stand up.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
We missed the cookies before the.
It was feeling awkward.
Took them away.
Nobody responding. Maybe the healthy school colleagues could come up. Maybe Laura and Jessica. Thanks, Janice. That way we don't disrupt. Thank you again for having me. For the record, my name is Nahat Sadrazodi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. Last time I was playing with this too much. Hello. I would like to start off by thanking my leadership, which has been very engaged in shaping this presentation and our special requests. I would like to mention by name our 6 excellent managers, Pamela sitting there and Jessica sitting next to me, and the rest are probably on Zoom, Anne, Rita, Tom, and Emily. Also 2 other colleagues, Jacqueline, our quality improvement specialist funded by modernization grant, who works heavily on the RIP and the RAW, also helped a great deal. Also Ethan was very instrumental in some of the material that you have in front of you, preparing them. Good to see you in person.
Nice to see you.
Yes, thank you. Great. Okay, so, welcome. Too much coordination here. Move this. A gentle reminder that In public health, our collective aim is to maximize population health through an equity and inclusion lens. So our work goes beyond individual care or siloed services. We're often working at system or policy levels and make decisions driven by assessments and data. Last time I had shared that the latest county health rankings had us at number 5 in the state, which is not bad. It's okay. Well, we want to be number 1, of course. That's somehow baked into our value system in Deschutes County to be number 1 or ahead of the curve. And to get there, it will take vision and courage and investments. So our key message in the context of aiming to be the healthiest county in the state, while acknowledging that we are faced with finite amount of resources, is that when it comes to public health, it makes sense to invest our limited dollars in preparedness and prevention, where we see the largest returns, especially when focusing on children, youth, and expectant mothers and parents. For example, studies have shown that for every dollar invested in Family Connects, which I unpacked a bit last time, the community saves $3. We also see huge returns when focusing on emergencies and preventive clinical services, and on social and economic factors and physical environment, which we often refer to as social determinants of health. And then in terms of the latter, last time I thanked the commissioners for their investments in childcare infrastructure in the county, which has direct and indirect health implications for our community members. So often in public health, we talked about direct investments in public health infrastructure, where we can deliver services and programs to the community members, or indirectly through investing in social and economic factors or determinants, such as housing or childcare and others.
I didn't think of this last time. Is there a way that you could, to tell the narrative, is there a way that you can show a path of somebody that you miss here ends up in behavioral health in the county later?
Where we miss in public health, or
if you miss getting them into the early childhood development, or if you miss getting them in the schools, how likely are they to end up as a behavioral health patient later in the time, which ends up being probably a more expensive patient?
Oh yeah, yeah. There are
Being a heavy emergency department room user.
Yeah.
At the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, the implications are in behavioral health and in physical health. Absolutely. There are multiple studies that would confirm that. I'm happy to share them with you.
Yeah, that would be a good long-term narrative to be able to drive to make this case.
Absolutely. And some of that might come out actually when we talk about healthy schools. I think there is an opportunity to make those linkages more explicit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm making note of that. Did you? Okay. So last time I put forth this question, when we met, I put this question that, what would you say if I came to you and said, we want to design and roll out an initiative that fills a critical gap, lowers overall costs to the community, and improves health outcomes? I imagine you would say that's a smart investment. Well, frankly, that's exactly what our public health programs and services offer, which is cost-effective solutions to our community members. And yet, when it comes to public health investments, the fact is that Oregon, compared to our neighboring states, remains one of the states to invest inadequately in public health infrastructure. And thus the importance of local investments, especially in the next two special requests. Our first special request is about investing in our youth. Healthy Schools is an innovative cost-sharing partnership with Bend Lapine School District aimed at reaching the youth and their families before harmful behaviors and bad outcomes do. And last time we touched on the alarming rates of substance use, teenage pregnancies, STDs, suicide ideations, very low HPV vaccination rate, amongst others. Kudos to the county for its bold investment last year, and I can confidently confirm an extremely successful first year with important learnings. We are well established in 2 schools, Bend and Lapine High Schools, reaching more than 1,700. Yes, you heard it correctly, more than 1,700 students already. We have also learned a great deal, some of which, frankly, we could not have anticipated without first trying it out. Of all the lessons learned, the one that we are bringing to your kind attention and would appreciate your consideration and support on is the staffing model, which has created challenges to our rollout and objectives. Our ask today is to convert the originally requested 6 employees at 0.8 FTE to 5 1.0 employees. The positions were originally budgeted part-time to work on the school schedule, and through the pilot program, we learned that full-time is better for several reasons, including benefits, time to close out the school year, and then get ready for the following year, develop curriculum, training, time off, all of that. So the request is to make them full-time, going from 6 part-time to 5 full-time. If our request is granted, we can accelerate our reach to 22 schools and more than 12,000 students. 12,000 students in fiscal year 23 alone. One additional note, which I did not share last time because it hadn't come. This initiative is being increasingly recognized throughout the state. In fact, a few days ago, I received this short email from the health officer at Lane County that I will share with you. So he was writing to her assistant saying, please find 30 minutes on our calendars with Nahat to talk about Deschutes public health work in schools. And then he wrote to me, in quote, I'm interested in learning more about the LPHA staff you are placing in schools. You are on the leading edge. I have Jessica and Laura here, thank you, who can provide more details. We're going to pause now and answer any questions you might have.
So the graph you show on Oregon General Fund investment in public health ranks low in the Northwest. So the first thought that comes to mind is, well, maybe it's a healthier place to live. I guess the difference would be if you produced information that showed it isn't, and I think you have produced some of that information showing, you know, instance of unhealthy activity maybe is higher. So that would be the answer. I'd have to rely on you to make that conclusion. And then the second number that jumps out at me is 12,000 students served, I think you said, with 6 people. So my question would be, how effective will they be? And I guess your answer would have to be a report showing that.
If I could piggyback on that question, one of the things you mentioned 1,700 students reached in year 1. If you could give us a feel for some of the ways that you have connected with kids, like saying 1,200 kids is impressive, but to qualify that a little bit by telling us how, in what venues, with what kind of information you have touched these 1,200 kids' lives.
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. So one example that comes to mind is around our suicide prevention work. We initially, as early as we could in the year, when we had everyone on board, asked health teachers to fill out a survey and kind of indicate what their level of confidence was in teaching health curricula. And suicide prevention curricula came up as being low. So we were able to very quickly get staff into those rooms to coach and teach that curriculum to those students. So that was modeling to the teacher themselves, but it was also releasing counselors' time from that classroom who was also participating in providing that instruction. So that's one example. it's challenging, I think, to describe everything that we do, but because it's a really an infrastructure type of work. But that's one example. Another is the area where I'm thinking actually around upshift, and in Lapine, where we had a school resource officer engage with our public health specialist to work out a system, because they had the capacity to do so, to minimize and prevent a student from getting a citation, to it instead being routed to our upshift program. So that's an example of where there's just one student involved in that particular situation, all the way to kind of that curriculum setting. Anything you would add?
No, do you want me to address maybe some of the scaling up? Then when we talk about how can 6 people impact 12,000 students, one of the things that our prevention coordinators do, as Jessica mentioned in her example, is work very closely with our health educators. So all our middle schools and high schools have health educators, but they often don't have the appropriate curriculum materials or the knowledge of the topic. And one example, I'm looking back at Amy, because if I say something wrong, she'll wave her hands at me. But for example, in June, for 4 days, we have a large group of health educators from the district who will be attending in service with looking at materials to help present the most cutting edge information on some of the prevention topics, and give them more skills to directly address topics with students under our Healthy Schools initiative. So some of the things that our prevention specialists do are direct services, but lots of it is helping teachers build their capacity. And as we look to the elementary level, it would be the classroom teachers that we build the capacity in for them to cover age-appropriate topics in terms of prevention.
Thank you. And then I want to go to your first question, unless there was a follow-up on this. Yeah?
So, yeah, 2 questions about what you just said. Is one, family members I have are retired teachers, and they frequently were asked to insert stuff into their curriculum, and they just said, we don't have time. We're teaching to some already mandated requirements, and we're teaching to tests sort of type of an approach, and and they're asking us to insert more information into our curriculum, and there's just no time for that. So that's one concern I have. And then something we brought up, or I mentioned last year, about the curriculum and our ability to hire people, and all of a sudden they're the expert now, and you kind of alluded to that we have experts now inserted into the school program that bring this cutting edge material. Where did they get that? Since Nahad told me last year that we're going to be building it. So are we now the expert, and do we have all this cutting edge curriculum to insert into the program?
So we can let's tag. Yeah.
Well, so maybe the first thing I would respond to is the time that teachers have, and I'm assuming you're talking about elementary educators there, because at the middle and high school, we have full-time health and PE teachers who that is their realm, and certainly prevention is a pretty significant kind of core standard that they teach to. So are you primarily looking at elementary when you talk about time to talk about prevention or other health-related topics?
You're talking about a particular health curriculum, and you're going to be adapting that to a new cutting-edge program. Is that what you're saying?
What I wanted to address your first question first, where you said with your teacher friends not having time to, say, address prevention topics at the elementary level.
So you're answering that question by saying that there is a curriculum in place, and And that's what I understand you saying.
No, that, what I'm saying for our elementary teachers is that's work to be done. We're beginning our focus with high school and middle school, and then we'll work with elementary teachers to develop units that are appropriate. I understand that question about, or the comment about the pressure of time. My daughter's a kindergarten teacher in my own school district, so I know that to be true. One of the things that helps our teachers is when they have really well-developed curriculum materials that they can be trained to use, and so it's they don't have to become the experts themselves in some of these topics. They have really good materials that they can use, so those 2 days a week for those 45-minute periods where they're going to address some of these important health standards, they have the curriculum they need to do it.
Okay, thank you.
And I would add, just on the standards level, Oregon has standards that are, we will be looking at in that training, that time in June that you mentioned, is really opportunity for those health teachers to look at what those standards are and how the curricula that we know works best can align to that. So it's really a process including them of how can they maximize their time. It's not adding necessarily in addition, but it's ensuring that an evidence-based approach is being used. So that's a distinction.
So Jessica, are you saying then that, okay, the 4 things that you were considering here, substance use disorder, suicide, death, or attempt, or teen pregnancies, that the 1,700 students of the 2 schools that were covered this time, that if you compare how they would fill out those 4 different things, they would be better than the others 12,000 that you're talking about adding to the program? I mean, you saw significant differences? I mean, you have those kind of...
You're getting into some really great information that I think Amy could probably answer better in terms of our evaluation approach. But essentially, we are not tracking each student, but we're looking at them as a cohort, and we're working to ensure that the work that we do is evidence-based. And so with that, we should see a difference between cohorts.
Okay, so... but you guys, you figured out somewhere during the year that we really need this to be a full-time FTE, that 80%, that 0.80% wasn't working, which makes sense.
Correct.
And how soon did the program actually get implemented for the 1,700 students then?
We
Did
were
it
fully
start
staffed in November.
November? Okay, so it didn't start till then? Right. So are there some kind of results that we can see?
So Amy, do you want to speak to those results?
I think, yes, so that I think one thing that will help with is thinking of our program as a process. So we're an evidence-based process that increases the amount of evidence-based school health practices. So our intervention is really on the school and the adults in the schools. And we're really addressing schools as a social determinant of health. And so that means it takes longer for us to be able to see changes in youth suicide, youth substance use. But we are really making a large impact in the work that we're doing. And so we'll be able to see that change when we do our evaluation and we compare by cohorts. So we have our 2 vertical clusters that started in cohort 1 this year. And then we have the next 2 that start in cohort 2, and then the last remaining vertical cluster in year 3, and then the rest of the schools, which are alternative schools that don't have feeder schools into them. And so we'll be able to look at it at a population level to see if some of our early indicators, which is positive youth development is the early indicator that we're using, is changing. In first year, we are able to track what we've been able to do with our assessments. So I can share with you that we've engaged 120 school staff, students, and parents in the process of assessing the school health needs, their priorities, and then what their plan is on how they're going to collectively address that together over the next 18 months. And that's where we'll start to see the adult behavior change. So that would be teachers and staff and parent engagement with the school, parent connection with the school. And then following that, we would see the changes to the youth. So we're really making a change across the entire system, everyone who would interact with a youth on a daily basis. It just takes longer for us to get there. But we can share with you what activities and outputs we have from year one that are going to lead to those adult changes, which would then lead to the student changes.
So just following up on that, so because we had some of this discussion last month or earlier in the month, wherever we are, the days are blending.
May 5th.
Yeah. So what essentially you said is you can talk about the actions that you're putting in, and I'm summarizing that conversation in this one. You can summarize the actions that you're putting in. The data lags that. We had decided that there'd be some preliminary data about 2 years in from the first cohort, potentially in time for year 3. But really, when we were looking at a lot of the data, especially in comparison to the baseline, which was pre-pandemic, you were probably at about a 3-year lag to get a lot of that data in. So, I mean, it's a good program. We're really deciding on the program kind of on faith, or we're doing a pre-build on the assumption that it's going to work.
Faith based on evidence.
And I'm with you. Was it last time I said, when you're in strategy, what you say is 2025 was a good year? I think you're putting in a really good strategic program that I have a lot of confidence is going to come out. But if somebody comes back and says, show me that the money that you're spending is coming back, the answer is going to be, well, wait a year, or wait a couple of years. So that's, I mean,
You're saying really to
you're
wait
you're especially putting a lot of pressure on the elected officials who have to respond to this.
Sure. Yeah.
Just a
Good luck on that election.
We're passing around what I hope visually can help explain some of this evaluation. So what Amy just described is figuratively on this handout. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I go back to your example of the suicide prevention curriculum? Because it's like it's sounding good, but it's still very abstract. Teacher, health teacher, working with kids, doesn't have the information. Someone with expertise brings them evidence-based suicide prevention education curriculum that they probably were able to develop from looking at examples nationally or something like that. That sounds good, but it's like I am still from that story. We haven't dug deep enough to help me understand how like the light bulb goes off in the kid's head. Like what information was delivered to those kids and in what kind of a format that it had an impact. And so maybe you could unpack a little bit just what that curriculum looks like, and also to get to the question of Bruce's question of where it is suddenly you're the experts and and we're making up curriculum. This is evidence-based, practice. So it would be helpful to know where it came from, because I'm sure we're not inventing the wheel.
And before we start on that, Phil, I'd just like to address the issue of like, where did the light bulb come on? And I would say in any educational topic of importance, it's rarely one moment. It might be something that a student is exposed to 7 or 8 times from different sources that has an impact or over time. I mean, if you think of about a basic skill like learning to read, it's not usually one lesson or one intervention, but it's things over time. So I'll turn over specifics of curriculum to Jessica and Amy.
There's 6 evidence-based suicide prevention education curricula that the district has adopted in their suicide prevention protocol. Part of our work is to make sure the teachers know that curricula is required to be taught at certain time points throughout youth's progression from K through 12. And then we take that curriculum and we can either give the teacher coaching or we can directly implement it. Our goal is never to supplant a teacher, but to support them in their capacity building. But for this year, our public health specialists at Ben Senior High provided that education directly to over 500 students and saved the counselor and the teacher that time because they were particularly overwhelmed with the burden of COVID and the crisis of mental health that's happening. The other piece of that is it takes about, I would say, 3 hours of prep for a topic that you know pretty well. So if you're going to deliver a topic, I would still need to read over the materials, plan out how I'm going to transition into this lesson, how am I going to engage my students with engagement strategies that I know work with this particular group of students, and then how are we going to transition out of it. For what we did, we were able to do all that prep for the teachers and then deliver the education to free them of that time. We also were able to make sure that the program was delivered with fidelity. Often, really the most impactful part of skills-based health ed is the practice that the students have. And for the suicide prevention education, a lot of it is role-playing of how do you have that difficult conversation? How do you intervene? How do you balance the concern that your friend will get mad at you when you tattle on them, with what the students might be feeling. And so they have to go through this role playing, and sometimes the teachers are uncomfortable, sometimes the students are uncomfortable. And suicide prevention is a pretty emotionally laborious subject to teach. So we were able to take that off of their plates for this year. And then now we can do some more coaching. If they're ready to start implementing it, then we can help them with implementing it.
I hear a lot of folks asking for, outcomes data, preventative data, and it sounds like there's going to be a lag on that for 3 or 4 years or whatnot, but this is an evidence-based practice, you're saying, so I'm assuming that it's based off of some kind of longitudinal preventative outcome study with a control group in order for it to get that evidence-based. And maybe, it's just a thought, but maybe if those preliminary studies were passed out to folks so they could see the outcomes that are expected from the future, that might help a little bit.
Thank you. And
I mean,
is that?
Yeah, this report had a lot. It
Oh,
had a
okay.
lot of that in it.
I didn't see that.
It had some of the anecdotal data from, I'm trying to remember, it was somewhere in the south.
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Okay.
It's their, they passed coordinated school health, which is the approach we're using the process as legislation and appropriated funding to have it in every district and every school. For us, I think one of the challenging parts of communicating our program is that we're an evidence-based process based on decades of research, epidemiological research, that shows that these different school health practices, which is really the adult behaviors in schools, it's the school climate and culture, it's the health education that's being provided, it's that coordination between counselors and school nurses and the school-based health center or the community health care providers. It's also bringing the families in and increasing communication with that. That's really what our program is, and it's very different at each school depending on the priorities that are identified by that school. So each school that we're in right now has identified 6 priorities that they all share as a school, as a community, between the adults in the school, so teachers and admin, the students, and parents. So all of them decided these are the 6 priorities we have for the next 18 months. And what gets implemented is really a sub-program. So that suicide prevention education, that is a sub-program that's being implemented to address a need in the school, but it's not our intervention. It's the service that we're providing to fill the gaps, and that has longitudinal pre-post, like your experimental study, which has causality. So we're increasing implementation of those evidence-based programs and practices. Our process of what we're implementing is really that process of school health improvement collaborative as a community, to increase those sub-programs that we know that really work.
Thank you.
Can I go to Bruce? Thank you. That was really comprehensive, Amy. Bruce, I think you asked a really good question. I think Commissioner Adair also, you alluded to this, 6 staff, 12,000 students. We mentioned this last year, but it's worthwhile bringing it up that our collaboration is not based on those 6 staff. We are bringing the weight of the department to this partnership, our expertise, our collective knowledge from all the service areas. not just public health. So really, it's 400 staff in public health who are now engaged in our schools and providing support to those 6 implementers. So we don't expect any of those health educators to necessarily be subject matter experts in a particular area. But we have those expertise within our department and services, health services, where then we can coach them, provide additional information, refer them to other resources, and build their capacity so that they can build the school's capacity as well. So that's part of the formula here. We were never assuming that we could reach everyone with a few staff members. That wasn't the model, really.
And it really sounds like there's a teach a man to fish multiplier
Mm-hmm.
here.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, if you have one health educator, if you have one prevention staff person who is working with several teachers in a school, then you're equipping each of those teachers with tools that allows, that
Yeah.
magnifies the impact
Yeah.
of that one prevention specialist.
Absolutely.
In the school.
And it's good to remind ourselves, we're not addressing all the harmful behaviors here. We're not, right? We've done some landscape analysis at the very beginning and selected and consolidated our efforts into 5 or 6 key areas. So it's the 20/80 rule, right? We wouldn't be able to address all of them. We don't have the expertise or the capacity, numbers, any of that. So our focus is on those, that 80%, right, that we can impact here. So that's part of the formula as well. I do want to go to your earlier question around, is it we're investing less because we're healthier than our neighboring states? I think deep down you know the answer, but let's unpack it a little bit. And I think there are multiple ways to respond to that. One way is to talk about it's maybe the chicken and the egg thing. The more we invest, the healthier we are. So that's one way to think about it. Another is that there is a fixed cost to public health, and are we even meeting the minimum cost that it takes to have the infrastructure here to be prepared and ready for all of our health crises and conditions and problems, right? So that's another way. And then factually looking at it, depending on which resource we look at, California, Washington are often ranked ahead of us when it comes to overall health. So it's not because we're the healthiest state in the country or even in the Northwest. It's because probably it takes political will and courage to invest in public health and a bit of faith. When we don't see the crisis, we build the infrastructure to prepare for it. For example, right now, I can confidently say that the investments we've made in COVID have prepared us to, in case of a monkeypox outbreak. We are ready. We have the infrastructure, the expertise, the staff. If we have an outbreak, we can not only deal with it in Deschutes in Central Oregon, but even deploy them to the rest of the state and help them. And that's because of the investments we've made today. So are there any concerns, unanswered questions, doubts? I know there were questions about outcome. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I got a couple more vectors I want to pursue on this. So you switched from the 6.8 to the 5 full-time effectively to go do this. Was the original, I want to put an individual in each of the school pyramids. I want to staff all 6 high schools down to the middle school. Was that for consistency of the face all the way down, not only to the teachers and the staff, but the students? Was that the original reasoning?
For the 6?
Yeah.
We were looking at the vertical clusters across the district, and I think that was our thinking, is that
So-
we want a consistent person within that vertical cluster.
So, and you don't have to explain the whole way, but are you confident that with 5, because now you are going to be mixing and matching a little bit on some of those vertical clusters, are you confident that you can deliver the quality of the program in all 6 of those clusters with five people?
We actually only have 5 vertical clusters, because our other two high schools, Ben Tech Academy and Realms High School, don't have feeder, they're choice high schools, so they don't have feeder patterns. So the 4 in-town schools in La Pine would be the 5.
We had originally allocated one to
Realms
those,
Ben Tech,
yeah, to the and reassessment with our steering committee, which is a build of public health and Ben Lapine Schools administrators. We came to the conclusion we can do this with 5 full-time.
Okay, so then in terms of scale, let's again be strategic and say 2023, 4, and 5 were really good years. This is a wildly successful program. Thank you, Deschutes County, for investing a fair amount of general fund and health resources on this. Now, it's very likely then, will sisters in Redmond also went in on this?
I hope it's not 2025. I hope it's this year. I hope sisters and Redmond join us this year.
But now you're saying this is an additional scale that the finance committee is doing. So we're saying, yes, we're taking this on, we're building it on 3 years of evidence-based faith. I'll give you on that. But this is a program that still is going to continue to scale and grow beyond that. Again, probably for very good reasons, but it is a pretty substantial county spend that we're asking to, in the future, take on.
Absolutely. And the argument is based on what I presented earlier, the return on investment. These are social investments. There's strong evidence that shows for the dollars invested, we get multi-fold returns on them. And we are a county department. So I do hope that Redmond and sisters, I hope you're listening to us, join us this year, bring matching funds, double the investment, and we can start rolling it out.
Okay.
We may also see the desire to partner with health services at the county among the school districts may take very different forms. The superintendent of the Redmond School District, Sherang Klein, he has brought forward this model. I believe it's from Yamhill County or somewhere wherever he was based before, where that's not about kind of population level prevention approaches. It's about individual clinician one-on-one work in the behavioral health realm. And so he says, he's asking us, hey, could you send some behavioral health specialists to us? If we had behavioral health specialists in our schools providing clinical services, then we could capture Medicaid copay for these people, and essentially match the county investment that way. That's it's still a partnership with health services at the county, but it's completely different than what we're talking about here. And but I from the perspective of are the school districts, if they see a successful partnership, are the school districts going to come to the other school districts going to come to the county and say, we want to do something innovative? We very well may see that happen.
And we hope so. And we're the first county implementing this in Oregon?
In the world.
Yeah.
Just
that was too easy.
Dramatic.
Coordinated school health has been implemented elsewhere,
but from
our approach is, as far as we know, is only to us.
Yeah, in all fairness, we're building on lessons learned of previous attempts and initiatives. We think we have the latest model and the best version right now rolled out.
Well, it's with data that comes back and says this is a successful program, this would be a good thing to take back to the state to try and get long-term state funding to go statewide with this, which would offset a lot of the county need.
That's the plan, and it might get actually built into the modernization framework moving forward. That's the plan. We're just showing them the product, and the product is pretty good.
That's probably another list for the lobby bin that we were trying to put together.
Yeah.
And we've had some conversations with the state who has been interested in this model and wanting to make sure that other school districts across the state are aware of it.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to your way back question about kind of connectivity, what happens, can we see, impacts from public health? We don't have the data power to look at one student, but we do know from research that adolescents that are introduced or start using substances are 5 times more likely to have an issue as an adult. So we know the cost to healthcare and the families that creates. We had a school who's not a Healthy Schools current school reach out to us that was in some distress. They were reaching out. They have currently, of their 1,200 students, have 400 that are actively vaping. And while they weren't in our cohort this year, they will be with your endorsement in our cohort next year. And we were able to do some, we're not going to leave the house burning. We were able to do some initial quick review of here's some things that you can do and pilot some work now, and we'll continue that next year. That's just an example of kind of the things that come before us.
I want to be respectful of directors and admin services as well, but I can also just take more questions. So whatever you're going to make decisions, so whatever you like, we'll do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Shall I go on to the next one? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, thanks. I mean, I know you're standing up there taking a lot of blows, but what we're trying to do is prove out your confidence in this program so that we could be confident in it potentially.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
Not at all.
I have been in this field for quite some time and have been looking for how we can do better. How can we get this evidence-based prevention science practice in the setting where most of our students, where most of our kids are? And this is the first time that has become a reality. And I know that we're going to see change. I know that the work that we're doing here is going to be profound. It already has been very profound in the amount of time that we've had. So I'm very confident and super excited.
And we'll have the data to prove it. Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay. So let's proceed. Our second special request is pertaining to our health officer, which thankfully the committee approved last fiscal year, but to be paid for with temporary COVID-19 funds. This is a very critical position for the county given the population explosion in Central Oregon, an aging demographic, and a shift in disease patterns towards chronic diseases and injuries. And I shared an anecdote last time where we see many elderlies that show up in emergency rooms are there because they had fallen down and injured themselves. Also, having crises or emergencies is becoming the norm, and having a health officer with medical training can consolidate some of the fragmentation that we have in our preparedness. There are also great opportunities to expand our partnership with the school districts, look at common goals and cost-sharing frameworks, similar to the Healthy School initiative you just heard. We have looked at other similar-sized counties which have full-time health officer positions, and we are trying to draw from lessons learned and best practices to maximize this large investment and even bring in revenues where a portion of the health officer time would be spent on delivering clinical services. So thank you again, commissioners and the committee, for approving this full-time position last year. However, the recruitment for the position has proven difficult, partly because of the temporary funds for the position. When we interviewed a few candidates, I mentioned this last time as well, they asked how the position was funded, and they were well aware of the temporary nature of COVID funds. Therefore, our ask, drum roll, or you're doing it? Yeah, okay. Our ask is for $168,611 from the county to demonstrate a firm commitment through predictable funding to this critical position. The rest of the position will be covered through the configuration that you kindly have in front of you. If no questions and we have your approval, we can go to the next one.
So if I recall last time, this was half COVID, half general fund this time, and then some of those funds were drying up, but you thought that there was some long-term, especially because of the clinician work, you thought that there was some billing opportunities long-term. Are those billing opportunities have you done any more work on that? Is it something that you think is going to fill the halftime, or is it something that you think can actually round out the position long-term along with grants?
If they do clinical services, even if they do full-time, we don't think they will generate enough to cover the cost based on some of the preliminary modeling done. We think if we can maximize up to 20% of their salary, that means that we're filling a gap, a critical gap, and bringing some revenues. At the same time, we don't want to create a situation where we're competing with other providers in the community. That's not the aim here. We need a public health medical director who can also provide some clinical services. That's the aim here.
I do have a question. Dr. Berry, is that position open now?
Yep, it's open for recruitment now. No candidates.
No, not zero, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Is there a pay range to that?
There is a pay range. I don't know it offhand. We're hopeful that the cost of living increase that's likely coming is going to maybe make a difference in the recruitment, and we have some opportunity for possible bonuses that we might be able to apply both to this position and to the health officer recruitment that will be helpful. So
We do have a number in the book.
in the book for the health officer, Commissioner Adair's asking about the medical director for behavioral health.
Moving, so
Yeah.
we need another psychiatrist.
But it's a good comparison. It's really the health officer role has a really similar function in public health in terms of ensuring the quality of the medical services delivered by public health. And you know from your work with Dr. Berry that that's been a critical role in behavioral health to have that medical director clinical lead role. So it's not exactly comparable, but it's a central, important way to ensure that what we're giving the community is good and high quality.
So it may have been in the previous question, but I didn't understand the answer to answer it directly. The funding sources will be 50% general fund and then a mixture of other funding. Is that going to give security enough? Because there still is some COVID fund options in there and some other various things. Will that be the security that you're looking for?
The truth is that the security would be demonstrated through 100% general funds or some predictable funding source. Just to steal a page out of the sheriff's office, maybe TRT could be an option here.
A lot of sick tourists, right?
A lot of sick tourists visiting our
Yesterday it was lump in the snake, today it's TRT.
TRT. So, but at the same time, we are trying to prioritize our needs and asks and figure out a responsible way to have this conversation. So we have identified through the generosity of behavioral health, 20% support where there'll be some crossover activities there. We also have 10% COVID funds because this role will have a role in COVID response. Inevitably, that's going to happen. And then modernization grant, which is a portion of it is one-time funding, we think can also provide some support for this position. But if this were 100% general funds or TRT or something, certainly there'll be more predictability to it and stability for the position. But we think this is an easier sell than what we had previously, Bruce.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably the best answer. It'll help.
It sounds like you were saying that telling a candidate that this was 50% COVID money funded was that large percentage of COVID funding sounded sketchy to people.
Last year, it was 100% COVID funded, actually. Yeah, is that what you were mentioning? Yeah, it was 100% COVID.
The hot, large dependence on COVID funding sounded very sketchy to people.
Yeah, absolutely. And then no one's going to move from Texas, one of the southern states like Kentucky, here based on temporary funds for a position, right? So, yeah. And I don't blame them. So any further questions, doubts, concerns? Or we're good to go with? Yeah? Okay.
Real quick question about it. I'm just kind of still processing. So at what point does a public health department decide, oh, we need that health officer? You know, what's that transition? If you can just put some words around that.
Sure. The easiest answer is benchmarking against other counties of similar size. And doing that, we see that Jackson, Marion, Lane certainly have justified having this position. Another is benchmarking against national data and some of the publications that are available through, for example, NACHO, which is an association for local public health agencies. They have a 2008 report where they have benchmarked some workforce against per capita. And that's certainly one to look at as well, though it's a bit outdated given what we have experienced with COVID. Things have changed quite a bit. But these are a couple of sort of low-hanging fruit, Commissioner, to justify a position for a county of our size at this stage.
So within that data, are there counties that are smaller than ours in population that still have a health officer?
Yes, so certainly all the counties have access to a person that's considered health officer. Now, most of them contract out 0.2, 0.4, 0.5 with as sort of as a contractor with them. That's what, for example, Crook and Jefferson and others are doing. We also have Dr. Fawcett as an on-call expert or health officer serving our county. That has really helped a great deal. And at the same time, when crises hit, he is also engaged in other responses. So that makes it a bit challenging for us to sustain this model. So every entity and every county has access to a health officer role, but they're not all full-time. They're contracted based on the amount of time that they need.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. And last one, very quickly, again, just to respect my colleagues. This special request is in the proposed budget and does not have budget implications. I think the verbiage is in front of you. I'm going to skip through it again unless you wish for me to go through it. It's about the modernization grant, which is funding multiple positions. A couple of those positions actually are dedicated to the regional health assessment and the regional health improvement plan. So those positions funded through modernization support those mandated efforts. Well, we've had challenges in recruiting for some of these vacancies that the modernization grant funds, and there are multiple reasons for the challenges, one of which is the label of limited term duration. This grant is one of the more predictable funding. It's never guaranteed, but it's one where we're seeing since 2017, the state is incrementally increasing its investment. So given the what we consider to be somewhat predictable nature of this grant, we are proposing to convert the LTD label to regular so that we have a better chance of recruiting highly qualified candidates to fill some of these roles which have been vacant for months now. No budget implication, easy one.
Well, I mean.
So no one's ever been hired for these positions then?
They have. We've had multiple vacancies, but we also, we've had multiple positions. 2 of them have been filled, and the rest we're recruiting for several months.
You have 2 right now, but you're still missing 3.
Yes. I hope I'm not lying. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. We have Jacqueline and Adrian in 2 of those positions, and then we've been trying to recruit for an environmental health specialist and a public health nurse and an admin assistant as well. Okay?
Just to no budget implications, I just wanted to clarify for, for myself and maybe for everyone else that if we convert these positions from limited duration to regular, and the state doesn't continue on a trajectory of supporting public health modernization at this same level, then there are budget implications in that, we will want to maintain these positions. If we want to maintain these positions, then we'll need to come up with another way to fund them.
And my understanding from HR is that at the end, even if they're regular and we don't have the funding, then they're eliminated.
One benefit for us, just to help with perspective on this, is when we have limited duration positions and we experience reductions, we have to eliminate those people. When we have regular positions, we can make strategic choices about where to make the reductions. And that is a huge benefit of regular positions versus limited duration. There are times when limited duration makes an enormous amount of sense, where it's a very specific sort of pilot project. But when we have multiple limited duration positions and we're sort of locked in, and sometimes keeping a vacancy and facing losing an existing FTE who may not fit that vacancy, it's a tough spot to be in. So we are always going to be fans of, like, can we please be working with regular FTE, and then when we know we have to make reductions, we make the reductions strategically in a way that makes sense based on our commitment to the community to deliver core services. So, but yeah, the implication is real because we could be losing people. We hope not. So.
I can also attest that we have around 50 limited duration positions, and we have about 24% of those, so much higher than regular positions. Those are the ones that are vacant.
Yeah, they're hard to hire for in this current hiring environment, incredibly hard.
So that concludes public health. So thank you for your kind attention and questions.
The next special request is in the director's office, so I'm covering it. It is not tourist related. We're not asking for TRT. This is the Health Public Information Officer position. Just as background, the position was added as limited duration with COVID-19 funds. Then in January of this year, the Board of County Commissioners extended it for an additional year, and the funding is Public Health Modernization Funds. So the position is limited duration and will go through December. The request before you is to change the limited duration to a regular position, and then the funding would be 70% through OHP capitation on the behavioral health side, and 30% with public health modernization. In terms of the reasons for the request or what the position will do, it really kind of comes down to what we, the department, have previously done when it comes to the public communication and what has changed. Previously, the health department, when we wanted to talk to the public, we would issue a press release, work through the county's public information officer, and we also had a website. And so that was kind of the two primary ways of communicating with the public. Issue a press release and go look at our website. Things have been changing. In addition to those two ways of communicating, there's been a lot more engagement with social media. We have different program areas that use the social media as a platform to get information out quickly, and also because that's what our customers are expecting and demanding. Through the social media platform, there's oftentimes dialogue with the customers. We're also looking at more community education and looking at community education campaigns. And then the third area is working collaboratively with other county departments that want to get a message out, but there's a public health or sometimes behavioral health overlap or interest. I went through and looked at the health PIO and looked at the project sheet, and that gives you a good idea of the types of projects that this position works on. Currently, the PIO is working with our Veterans Service Office on suicide prevention. As the board will recall, the Veterans Service Office got a grant from the state to work on reducing suicide among veterans. The Veterans Service Office reached out to the health department for some expertise, and working with the prevention team and the person assigned to suicide prevention with that expertise. And really, the PIOs to helping coordinating that work between health and the Veterans Service Office. Another project that the PIO is working on is the smoke campaign. As the board knows, our county forester received a large grant to work on, it's called, I always call it wrong, smoke inhalation grant or smoke campaign, but essentially to educate the public about the steps they can take with wildfire smoke and things they can do to prevent the impact of smoke. So the health PIO is working with the county forester and public health on that campaign. In addition, because the county forester is a one, or I guess a two-person shop, that grant management has moved into the health department because of Cheryl and her team can provide that grant management support. Couple other projects, or several other projects the PIO is working on, is working with the IDD program to try to increase the number of foster care homes. There's a lack of supply there in terms of foster care homes, so he's working with IDD on that outreach. Working on employee spotlight. The employee survey showed that a lot of employees, or some employees said that they felt like the public didn't understand their role and what they did. So working with actually Nick and Whitney are kind of heading up this employee spotlight where we can highlight what employees do and the impact it's having on the community. So the health PIO is working on that piece for health services. The PIO is also working on newsletters with the WIC program and a WIC radio spot. So really, I see it as the model has really changed. You know, the question becomes, well, should the position be in the department or more in a central role? And I think that's a good discussion to continue to have. But I see that health services, the demand for and the need for PIO services is much higher than other departments, not because we're complex, but because we're large and really the community is looking for this engagement with the health department.
So, Eric, have they done a spot then on the fact Pamela was telling me that they do have the formula available in the community? She just told me that this afternoon, so I thought that, is incredibly important. And then thank you for that IDD spot. I had just done a calculation on foster homes. Truly, it's a huge shortage. It was mandated that people couldn't be institutionalized, and yet there aren't enough homes in Deschutes County for our population.
Yeah, I don't know the answer on the WIC formula. I don't know if Nahad or Pamela.
I'll tell you. Yes. So, I think that's really important if he can get something out. I don't know. Is it on the radio now, Pam?
I haven't heard it on the radio. I know it's on our Facebook webpage, and I know Public Health Division, OHA, sent out a press release to the providers in the state.
Okay.
But yeah, it would probably be a good idea to push a little bit more information out.
Okay, yeah, she said it was that like Target, Fred Meyer, all formulas available everywhere, so.
Well, hopefully there's news organizations listening that can.
Right, exactly. Let's hope so, because I know people that have been desperate.
All right, any other questions about this request? All right, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you about special request number 8 and number 9. Number 8 is to convert a current filled FTE, its limited duration, through fiscal year 23, and this is specific to our fiscal support services unit. They have actually operated on 2 regular FTE for the last 20 years. I think both individuals I saw actually celebrated 20 years with the county as of this month, so it's pretty remarkable. They have seen an immense amount of change. They've leveraged technology to manage the volume and workload over the last 20 years as our department has grown. This chart shows just in the last 10 years, expenses as one indicator of work volume has more than doubled, increased 125%. So you can only imagine what it's been for the last 20 years. We have had a couple opportunities since 2017 to add a limited duration FTE. First in 2017 with CCBHC, then as limited duration positions are often easy to eliminate if they're vacant. That happened as we needed to consolidate. And then with the influx of several $1 million in COVID funds, we were able to add an FTE to help with the workload here. The impact of it, we've seen prior to adding this FTE, we were at about a 2-month turnaround time to process invoices, so you can only imagine vendors, employees that were requesting reimbursement had to wait. And ironically, it actually adds to the workload as they're requesting for status updates and we're trying to process quickly. We're currently at a 2-week turnaround time at max, so we can often do it within 1 week turnaround. So pretty remarkable. And I don't anticipate the volume of work is going to decline anytime soon. So. Right now, it is COVID funded through fiscal year 23, and in fiscal year 24, if approved to convert to regular, would be an indirect to the departmental program. So 70% to behavioral health and 30% to public health. Take a pause on that one and see if there are any questions.
One of the ways, I would love to confirm this or be corrected, but one of the ways I think about these positions is that our health services department is largely externally funded, federal and state monies, and in order to, we're doing all sorts of cutting edge and innovative and advanced things. It allows us to secure large amounts of federal and state money, but those monies come with administrative costs, and if we're unable to keep up with grant reporting, Medicaid billing, and everything else, then that large percentage of health services funding that we depend on getting from outside is it's vulnerable. We are creating risk in being able to secure those funds in the future. So, I mean, is that a reasonable way to think about this?
Very much so, yeah. And I would say the processing, specialized nature of processing the invoices in particular has increased at least since I have been here. We talk about FEMA. We have to really track and show exactly what activities go to vaccine outreach or vaccine delivery and show the backup and be able to point out 11% of this particular invoice can go to FEMA vaccine, and then code it and show it in our financial system. So that's really in the weeds, but it's one example of many. Special request number 9 is to add 1 FTE. This would be an administrative support technician for behavioral health front office. This is a team of 10 currently. It used to be at 11, and based on departmental priorities and needs, we moved one of those positions to another area because of increased mandates and added staff, and we needed additional admin support. We attempted to operate the last year with those 10 FTE. We didn't know how COVID was going to impact in-person services, and what we learned is actually that it didn't work very well. We tried to increase on-call usage as a way to offset that instead of adding an additional FTE. And this position in particular requires training to our electronic health record system. It requires knowledge of our ORSs and HIPAA. And with the turnover on-call, we were spending more time training than actually implementing and using that on-call support system. So we have 6 locations. We have 10 staff. Several of those locations require multiple staff at that location. When one calls in or for vacation or for sick, we're pulling from rural areas primarily to support our main clinic. And the impact of that is that we either are, maybe Chris can speak a little bit more to a specific example, but we may not be able to meet a client that is coming in, or we're not able to answer the phones when people are calling. So we're seeing operational issues across our different locations. And Chris, is there anything you would like to add?
What I would tell you in admin services is just like processing invoices doesn't sound like I don't know what more we can really tell you. Is there's a part of the business that is just, it needs to work. And I would say that this is just another function where we have a lot of clients, behavioral health clients, and when they come through the doors, how they're greeted, if they're greeted, will matter. I mean, one of the expectations, I think, for the people in this room is that our clients, the public, should have a quality experience. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't include putting a sign at the window that says, ring the bell or, make a phone call to let somebody know you're here. We're trying to avoid that. There's another part of this that's just a little bit practical, and I didn't want to make it sensational, but the people at the front desk are often the first ones that are working with clients that are in serious distress. And having an additional depth or other people on the team to help out, it's actually very practical to have somebody there to assist while one person may be working with the client in distress, or maybe helping the other people in the lobby get out of the way into a safe location, while the other one is able to press the panic button and give directions to the staff of what's occurring. We do operate in some locations with one staff member at the front office. It is not ideal. But what we're proposing here by adding the one additional person is that it allows us not to draw away from other locations that have 2 staff to then make it 1 staff for that other location while we try to shore up the Courtney building. So I guess what I like about this book of business is this is a direct service to our community. I think we can do it better. We know what needs to be done. It's the way we've been doing it. We did take a chance during COVID trying to help out another part of behavioral health by not coming back to the board and asking for an additional position at that time. We thought we'd just use the FTEs that we had in hand. It just didn't pan out the way that we thought. We need to get it back to the original base, and it'll have real meaningful impact for the operation to stabilize each of the locations by not being so disruptive, by grabbing people that are available and then trying to move them over.
So Cheryl, are any of these bilingual?
Yes.
10? How many?
How many are currently bilingual of our admin support techs? We should know, but we don't.
Well, I just wanted to be sure,
Yeah.
because I remember we were trying to.
1, 2.
Well, the supervisor of the front office team is bilingual.
And the supervisor and some of our admin support.
And if
No,
you're
not right
do you
now.
want to talk about the iPad and the
Yeah, I mean, we have language access services that we provide in a lot of different ways, but nothing replaces someone who can speak your language. And we do have 3 that I can think of bilingual front desk staff right now. I just want to say a behavioral health front desk is not your dental office. And these people, they're our partners in this work. They are often low paid and incredibly skilled at managing sometimes very volatile situations. If we leave them alone up there, we lose them. And we've lost some staff because they've had to deal with things alone. So it's just, this is a staffing need that I'm 100% behind. I think you can tell that. We can't do our work without these folks, and they're amazing with our clients and incredibly kind and skilled in ways they haven't been trained to be, but you see it show up every single day. So they need people that have their back. It's hard work up there alone at the front desk.
And Cheryl,
Yeah.
Cheryl, maybe you can talk a little bit about the funding and the impact on general fund.
Sure, yeah. In fiscal year 23, this will be paid out of behavioral health reserves, just so we don't surprise any programs of the additional cost. And then in fiscal year 24, it would be an indirect to behavioral health programs that specifically use this. Now, behavioral health is about 5% county general fund in fiscal year 23, so extrapolating that, it's reasonable that 5% of the position could be county general funded. This position is around $85,000, so $4,000, $5,000 would be county general fund. Questions?
I have a general question about special requests and Fund 270, the Behavioral Health Reserve Fund. And I'm noticing it's not in your presentation, but you guys did already talk about it at the briefing with the Budget Committee. But I was just wondering if you could run through, that fund is at $12 million right now, and if you could run through why that can't be used for, behavioral health special requests and what the plan for that reserve fund is in the future, briefly.
Yes, so. That fund, I'm actually projecting that it will be at $13.8 million starting fiscal year 23. And will grow a little bit. But at any rate, we'll end with $12.2 million at the end of fiscal year 23. So we do have a transfer in to help shore up operations. It can be used for some behavioral health special requests. It cannot be used for IDD's special requests. That is specific to county general fund. So what we did in that specific instance is we decreased county general fund to behavioral health programs, about $500,000, and then moved over county general fund from those other programs for IDD, current services, to meet the current match. Now our ask is for additional FTE and additional match. We then filled the operational need with reserves. So we are shoring up behavioral health operations with our behavioral health reserve dollars, which are generated primarily through PPS, CCBHC PPS from subsequent years that we didn't know would come through. So we didn't expend it or plan to expend it. We do foresee that we're going to continue drawing down on those reserves in the next 3 years. We were aiming to have, we benchmarked against other counties and CMHPs to see where their reserve levels were at. And they vary, but generally we were going to have a recommendation of keeping a 25% or a 3-month operating reserve. Based on the forecast for the next couple of years, particularly around personnel and the unknown of stabilization center, impacts funding, the unknown around continued PPS, we're going to draw down on that reserve. And we probably, if probably very conservatively, we would start to lessen expenditures to lower the amount of drawdown in the next couple of years, if that were the case.
And if other revenue doesn't present itself, and if we don't start generating more PPS, I mean, this changes every year. And I actually really firmly believe we're not going to draw down on reserve as much as we responsibly need to project today. I don't think that's where we're going to land, and it hasn't been where we've landed.
So where we could use reserves, we did.
Yeah.
Short answer.
Right, because there is some need for, it's noted here, operating transfers into behavioral health to cover, so you're drawing down on reserves more than you were expecting in the past. And then I'm hearing Janice say it's just a responsible fiscal thing to do that, but you guys are also very good at finding sources of revenue and whatnot, so sometimes you come in over. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll talk about some of those that we know are coming our way. We think they're coming our way today. Not today. We'll talk about it today.
Thanks.
We'll talk about it today.
We'll talk about it today if there's time.
Checks in the mail.
So, Dan, where do we find that they're taking out 1.6 million, 1 million?
Or 1.3, so it's on page 129, it's Fund 270, the OHP Mental Health.
Right, I've got that page, but where's the breakdown of that 1.6 transfer?
The 1.3 transfer out it's under the transfer outline, or it's just under the roll-up category there that says transfer out.
Okay.
On page 129, but you can also look at exactly.
Well, I'm looking at this book, and it actually says
Oh.
materials and services, 1.6 million, 34,215.
So where you're going to see that, well, I can tell you where it is, or I can show you exactly where it is based on what materials you have. In behavioral health, you've got health services, so go to the program tab, the first green page shows OHP mental health reserves. That transfers 1,392,000.
It's on page 146 of the.
I found it, I think I found it on page 1.
Yep.
I found it on the green page.
And then.
Thank you for the color.
Yeah. And then behavioral health supports prevention programs, 240,000 to public health prevention, specifically for substance and suicide prevention programs. And that would be found on the second green page. Under interfund transfer prevention, 241,400. So those two numbers make up the transfer from the reserves.
Thank you.
Eric, how should we move forward? We have 10 minutes left. We've got crisis services or budgetary upcoming items.
Or both, time permitting.
Or both, time permitting.
I think we can hit them both. Just we'll start real high level, and
Yeah. I'm going to let you run the slides, Cheryl.
Okay.
So we were asked to talk a little bit more about Deschutes County Crisis Program. Go ahead and click forward. One of the things that's really critical to understand is that our crisis program is a program that provides a continuum of crisis services that are interconnected and embedded within the Deschutes Crisis Stabilization Center. Click one more. That integration is what allows us to provide the infrastructure that supports stabilization center activities and covers costs of 24/7 stabilization operation with less cost. So, sorry, I'm not saying that very gracefully. We talk about stabilization center and people imagine it as a thing. It is actually a part of our overall array of the continuum of crisis services we offer in the community. It's interconnected. It's very difficult. We have tried any number of ways to extrapolate the exact cost of stabilization. It turns out to be really complicated because it's built on the fact that it is embedded with other crisis services that help us provide it. And make it a 24/7 operation. We've gotten pretty close to being able to carve out what it costs to add after-hours services, but again, that's still interconnected with MCAT and other after-hours staff that are located in the stabilization center. So when you think of stabilization center services, it's really actually important that you're not necessarily thinking of it as a succinct and separate thing. It is a thing within a much larger continuum of crisis services that involves mobile crisis, forensic diversion, peer supports, probably our Measure 110 burn grant funded positions, non-law enforcement response efforts, and anything crisis happens out of there, and also helps to support the capacity for the county to stand up a stabilization center. So I hope I've sort of helped give you a framework for how to think about a really complicated, interconnected piece of crisis services.
So financially, here's what we know today. Well, mostly know today. The dotted line is the expenditure going out to fiscal year 26. What you have on the y-axis is dollars and millions. The dark blue is a grouping of non-local funding, so Oregon Health Plan capitation, Oregon Health Authority service elements, beginning working capital that I'm estimating will roll over, etc. The green is the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. They increased their support this year from $570,000 to $620,000. So thank you very, very much. They are a real partner in this service delivery, so we appreciate that partnership. The blue is the county general fund, which shows at a consistent level. Last year, the board approved $241,000 specific for stabilization center positions, 2 positions specifically. Then the orange is the Community Justice Commission's impacts grant, which we're pretty sure we will receive. That is $2.4 million for the next 2 years, and then is unknown, and as we talked about, may continue. The COHC grant is contingent on us receiving that. It is $250,000 for 1 year, and then the city of Bend has committed to $328,000 for 2 years, of which they're using ARPA funds, I believe, to support non-law enforcement services. So we do estimate that there will be a shortfall in fiscal year 24 of about $300,000. Again, you see that COHC grant fall off, which is $250,000 in fiscal year 23. There is a chance that we're going to have an enhanced Medicaid rate, which, depending on how that rolls out, and a number of conversations are occurring, it could generate $300,000, $317,000 specifically that we're estimating. But again, devil is in the details on how that will actually roll out. So that is the current landscape. Questions on crisis services?
We'll keep a close eye on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Big spread in a couple years.
Yes.
Sure. Is what we're looking at here in these 4 fiscal years, is that just the stabilization center operation or the whole crisis operation?
Entire crisis operation.
So it includes the work you were doing before we started the bid?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
So without the stabilization center, would this be a similar kind of picture, just different proportions? I mean, is there a pending crisis with the crisis delivery with or without the stabilization, or is the stabilization really the piece that's going to be missing in the future?
We have a gap. with or without the stabilization center, because we utilize most of the pre-stabilization center staff to support the stabilization center. Mobile crisis, for instance, is supported through Oregon Health Authority state funds, but there's still a gap of $200,000 for which we're supporting with other funds. The stabilization center, when we drill down, is about half of the expenses here, but it also makes up some of the revenue. So the sheriff's office funding would go away, for instance, if we didn't have the stabilization center. I would imagine that would be a conversation.
And is the impacts grant specifically for the stabilization center or more broadly for crisis services?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, the impacts grant right now is a key support for stabilization center services. If they issued it again in 2 years and we had found other funding for stabilization, I am sure we could apply for impacts funding for other kinds of crisis response and diversion efforts. Just like with any grant, you can make some adjustments. But right now, it really is a key funding stream that makes up the gap.
And just for context for other budget committee members, the three commissioners, we have been doing outreach to various potential partners to support the stabilization center over the past year. Some of those have panned out. You know, the city of Bend has made a commitment for 2 years. Some of them, you know, we are you know, have not been as productive. You know, St. Charles Hospital, you know, if you've been tracking the news in the last few weeks, they're not in a position to make a contribution to the stabilization center right now. There's also that was a long time ago, or it was months ago, and they probably knew what was coming, but they didn't actually.
I think they knew what was coming.
They didn't tell us everything at the time. They were just like, we're not in a position to do that right now. So, but I know Commissioner Adair has had some more in-depth discussions with the city of Redmond, and the Health Council was the fourth.
Yeah. You know, I think one of the dynamics that we're experiencing is there's a lot of people that want to pay for something, but what they don't want to pay for is necessarily the ongoing operations. So we're getting some additional revenue, but every time we get it, we're asked to do more. And at some point, something's got to give. So I'm not sure where that is. That's where our elected officials can be really helpful to us. We added some dollars. We're really grateful for those dollars. They actually help us do more non-law enforcement response. They didn't actually offset stabilization center operational costs. They're part of the whole, and that's good. And we still will need to be looking at ways to support this really critical service that's gotten the attention of people all over the country, frankly, as a model practice. Hopefully that will mean dollars coming from somewhere. We'll need to keep focusing on that. Like, we're not going to slow down.
And I'd like to clarify the City of Bend discussion. We're still kind of at a staff level, so we haven't brought this to the commissioners yet. The City of Bend interest is to get more police officers back on the street. So they, the latest discussions are that the money that they've talked about will go towards the non-law enforcement response. We will work on a draft MOU to bring before the Board of Commissioners. So we're still kind of at the staff level on that.
Yeah.
So they're interested in investing in MCAT. Is that basically what that means?
Basically, it means they're interested. It will help offset some stabilization center costs because there's some indirects built in there and some supervision built in there. That's a cost. But it will add, if all things, so again, this has not been brought to you all yet, but if funded and if we move forward with an MOU, it would add a position to our non-law enforcement pilot, which is really a critical pilot because that helps us draw down the enhanced Medicaid reimbursement rate, which Cheryl referenced. And that's real revenue that will help us do that and maybe offset some stabilization center costs. So we're doing the Rubik's Cube of stabilization center funding.
And it's
every
MCAT,
year.
but a different strategy. I think that's an important distinction. that it's 911 dispatching MCAT essentially.
It's 911 dispatching MCAT, and our clinicians responding with a colleague, not a law enforcement officer, in certain cases that we've worked for several years with 911 to really delineate and be clear about. So,
Just to go down a brief path, because it might be relevant. How long has this been open?
well, I'm incredibly proud to say that we opened this June of 2020. If that date means anything to anyone, that was a feat. That was a feat. We opened it in the middle of a pandemic, and we served people face to face through the entire pandemic. So it's been open that long. And I just want to say the staff there, if you've never toured it, go tour. They're amazing. Of course, I think all my staff are amazing. I think all our staff are amazing. But these folks really showed up big time in the middle of the crisis.
You said this was, I'm putting words in your mouth, but I want to make sure I'm putting the right words in your mouth. You said that this was a pilot program that didn't have a lot of evidence, or that didn't have a lot of direct evidence in terms of results, but 2 to 3 years in, we're starting to see significant results.
Oh, we're seeing results. We have gotten law enforcement officers out of the ED for hours, and we're down to 4.6 minutes per drop-off. We
actually said 3.5.
3.5.
Yeah, we've lowered it recently because we're getting really good. We are diverting about 30 people a month from the ED. The average cost of an ED visit is somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000, so we think we're saving the ED between $400,000 and $800,000 a year, and we actually think we're saving more money than that through the other preventative efforts that stops the churn through the ED. We are seeing results big time.
So we're making a 3-year bet that it's funded, and then we believe that potentially funding will come based on the evidence that we're generating.
Yeah, I mean, the way I like to talk about this program, and it may not be everyone else's favorite way to talk about it, but the way I talk about it is this is a program this county can't afford to lose. We're going to figure it out. And we're good at that.
That sounds like a potentially really familiar conversation that we had a half hour ago.
Does it?
I'll stop.
Cheryl, how much is the city of Bend contributing then?
Right now, it's estimated at $328,000 for 2 years, across 2 years.
Okay, divide it into 328.
$164 a year.
Jim, to go to your reference of I think you were talking about when we were talking about the Healthy Schools program.
Yeah.
This is another program that has garnered a huge amount of state recognition. I mean, the Impacts Grant program that the state offers it's not tailored to the Stabilization Center.
Yeah.
But the Stabilization Center is so recognized as as an excellent feature program tool in the world of crisis intervention, crisis services, that they basically they're like, the Impacts is probably more written towards like the MCAT, but because because the Stabilization Center is doing such incredible work, they are making sure that they're allowing that as an eligible.
Maybe the way that I put it is, this is a good example of saying that the health department has very good instincts for doing new things that result in good things, and that's something that we might need to continue to think about as we discuss other programs.
Did that get recorded? Can I frame it and put it on my wall?
To go to the legislative angle, I would say, in the minds of legislators, this program is on the radar probably 2 years before Healthy Schools is on their radar. So I mean, at the point, the point where we will be able to parlay that into legislative efforts to create dedicated funding for facilities and programs like this is really close.
Yes.
I would just flag this as the Stabilization Center is going to be a continual conversation that we need to have long-going in terms of long-term forecasting. When we're looking at the 2.5 potential million gap in fiscal year 25-26, obviously health is incredible with finding revenue, and we hope they do, but with our general capital reserve at 2 million and our general fund operating, eating into each other, and with capital debt demands for the courthouse, we obviously need to look to that earlier than fiscal year 24 to come up with a funding solution if that's a priority, if that gap hasn't been closed, because we may not have the general funds needed to support that. And so that's just something that I would flag for the committee ongoing.
Good point.
Well, I think we certainly re-engage Redmond. Their big issue, as we know, this spring was passing their bond. They really didn't have a plan B for paying for their law enforcement or police center campus. I can't recall exactly what it was called. And they really needed to move beyond that, which they did. And I think that's a conversation we should certainly have going forward.
Yeah. And I just want to be clear, the gap is a crisis gap. I think that was a really good question from Wayne. It's a gap we have to fill one way or the other. We're really aware of it. Our reserves provide us some opportunity over the next couple of years. That's not necessarily a long-term solution, but it does provide us a buffer to help support services that we think are life-saving if we need to make reductions elsewhere. I mean, that's how we're going to have to operate, but hopefully not, because we will find revenue. That's the plan. So.
Yeah, instincts. I don't know why I'm still struggling. I think sorry, it has nothing to do with crisis, but just Jim mentioned instincts. We have good instincts. That's very complimentary. I do think that for at least public health, we're talking about common sense solutions based on some foundation of evidence. So I would prefer to frame it that way rather than necessarily any of us coming up with some ideas and going out there and spending taxpayer money on experimenting. That's not how we approach it.
Fair.
To borrow language from kind of other realms, entrepreneurial maybe is another way to talk about it. Like doing innovative things before other people are doing them, with enough understanding that it's the right thing to do and that it will be successful, that you're willing to take those risks.
And there are people that really carried the water on this vision. Holly Harris, who you all know very well and is still with us. Frankly, Deanne Carr. Deanne Carr was maybe less engaging, but she saw the CCBHC as an opportunity, and she was right. And Dr. George Conway really saw the Stabilization Center as something critical and did some hardcore advocacy that was, sometimes maybe a little rough around the edges. But I just want to credit their vision and their tenacity around these efforts, because they were right, and people's lives are being saved. No drama there. It's real. That service saves people's lives. So I'm really grateful for their leadership and just want to acknowledge it. Sorry, we are eating into your time, and there's some money coming that we want to talk about.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy to dive into any one of these things, but I'll just briefly do an overview. Over the fiscal year 23 proposed budget is 1% higher than our current revised budget. So I just wanted to highlight that. It's pretty stable. You can dive into the category details there. At the beginning, working capital is higher than fiscal year 22 revised even because of vacancies. But we did talk about the transfer in. That was one that I was going to highlight from the reserves. Also, TRT transfer, we've reduced it by $26,000 primarily, which was a one-time expense for a vehicle. But just noting that we've had some vacancy in environmental health, which is helping to offset any TRT requests that we may have. We do have built-in inflationary adjustments to our fees, most of them at 7.5%. So that's helped to offset some of that adjustment as well. And then noting the general fund subsidy, we're requesting or proposing a $181,221 increase from fiscal year 22 level. Obviously that differs when you get down to the service areas and the impact there, but noting that request. Personnel increased by 4%. We have a proposed reduction or elimination of 2.85 positions, primarily for cost-saving measures, all vacant currently. and then a 9% increase to transfers out, or our indirects are increased 382,000. So the contingency there is reduced by 11%. That's primarily related to COVID funds that we received cash in hand, and we're drawing down on those so you can see that we're expending them in subsequent years. So yes.
Does that have any of these special requests in it, or you might have started off with that? I didn't.
Has none of the special, actually that's, let me take that back. There are 2 special requests for which are in here. The harm
not all of
reduction,
them.
the expenses in here, but we would have to legally approve the FTE. The peer position that's in CCBHC integrity, so special request number 7, similar. The expense is in this budget, but we would have to legally approve the FTE. If those are not approved, both of those expenditures would come out of this budget.
And is there a version of that spreadsheet with maybe the full load of those requests? I'm just thinking half of that health officer and some of, there's a couple $100,000 at a time in there, isn't there?
There's 453, 386.
Yeah, see, there you go. He's running the numbers already.
453.
Oh, that's not quite right because it's minus the 8K that.
So that 181 would be more like $500,000 or $600,000.
Oh, yes.
The variance,
County
the
general
variance.
fund, yeah.
446.
If the 446 would be added, so our county general fund would go to $6.5 million, which is about a 10% increase.
10%, okay.
Yep.
Thanks for
From
saving me
current
the
level.
math.
Upcoming budgetary items that we know, there are many. We do not know necessarily the requirements around all of them, what the outcomes are going to be. CCBHC demonstration, we talked about, Janice spoke about the evaluation that's forthcoming. There are 2 things you need to know about that. We're watching it at the federal level, needs to get approved there to extend past September of 2023. And then Oregon also needs to participate in it. Oregon's doing an evaluation. We should have results in January, February is what they're estimating. So a lot of moving pieces there. That's at this point in time for fiscal year 23, we're not projecting any revenue for that, but that is, as Commissioner Chang noted, sort of our not a safety net, but a backstop on our revenue. Opioid settlement funds we know are coming, or we anticipate are coming, about 200,000, but we're just waiting to hear about when per year for 20-ish years. Pacific Source contract, we noted the 30% increase in Medicaid. How that rolls out, I anticipate would be a change in our contract. That's an annual contract, usually starting in January, or we hope that it starts in January. It's usually, this year it's in April because it's negotiating. Aid and assist, that's 430,000. We requested that may be forthcoming if approved or awarded, and we would be back to the board to request on that. Covers expenses of additional staff primarily. Behavioral health workforce funds.
It doesn't add staff, though. It's covering existing.
Correct. It's work that's currently being done.
Being done, yeah.
Yep. Behavioral health workforce funds, also potentially forthcoming here. Measure 110, we spoke about, Janice spoke about that, and same with Measure 108, that's the tobacco and cigarette tax, may be coming through to a public health in particular, whether that's an RFP or through the intergovernmental agreement, unsure. Anticipate that will come through, don't know the amount. Family Connects Oregon, another one that may be in front of you as we roll this out more broadly. There may be a staffing request, it may generate revenue. How much, we're not sure, but just wanted to put that also on your horizon. And then lastly, it's not noted here, but COVID. COVID, FEMA. We did receive some great news last week that FEMA funds, which support our vaccine outreach and vaccine rollout efforts, so the clinics that you're seeing, that is continuing after July 1 at a 90% reimbursement rate, and OHA is going to pay the other 10%. We were waiting to hear exactly what that was going to look like. So that's been extended through December. So that's really great news on this front.
Limited to vaccination.
Vaccine, yep. And lastly, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes.
Simple stuff.
Simple. Okay.
All
Well, thank
right.
you. That's all that we
Thank
have
you.
for you today. And I will hand it over to Chair.
Thank you. Good job. Appreciate your energy.
Are we excused? Or are there questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All set.
Is there any other comments relevant to tomorrow's sessions, or questions, or things that we need to have, or?
I could just say that one of the things that I'm increasingly scratching my head about as we go through hearing from department to department is what are the functions that need to be, that we need to have in every department versus in a centralized office? I mean, we heard about IT people all over the place today. We talked about public information officers. We talked about legal assistants. So I don't have any kind of thoughts or answers, but it's increasingly, I increasingly have questions about, like, when does it make sense to put an IT person in the DA's office, and when does it make sense to have just another IT person, more IT capacity in the IT department? And when if you say, okay, well, at the DA's office, we need to have this IT person to process hundreds and hundreds of hours of body cam data. I mean, that sort of makes sense, but I think we need to ask these questions about a lot of these functions that cross departments.
We could add HR to that list.
Yeah, we've struggled with that over the years. I'm not sure we ended up with good decisions. There's reasons why they decided to pull it into department, and they're good reasons, so it's hard.
I guess the rhetorical question, or semi-rhetorical question, would be, is that something that you'd want to address here, or is that something that you'd want to actually engage a professional service to help determine and then bring it back? So if if you're trying to figure out, organizationally, are we doing the right thing, that's where an org consultant would come in pretty, and maybe come up with a viable answer.
A couple quick comments from my perspective. Big organizations tend to have, a central function, and then have the professionals embedded in the medium and larger sized departments. Smaller organizations just have like one IT person that does it all, or it's more centralized. Medium-sized organizations tend to have a mix. When I worked for the city of Phoenix, the large departments had HR professionals in the departments, and there's also a central HR, and there's that interaction. Same thing with IT. So the way I look at it is, big organizations will have more of the folks embedded in the departments, small won't, and then medium-sized will have a mix. And really depends on the service, the departmental needs, and all those factors.
I mean, the counter is, and again, in a different context, but we had one particular vice president who loved having a planning organization, and the organization didn't particularly like him having it. So they kept reorging planning away from him, and then he'd just shrug his shoulders and then reestablish his own planning org. So over time, the planning org ended up growing in, 2 or 3 places to 4 times the size it should have been. And I think that's the basis of the question that you're asking. Are you getting too hybrid and accidentally either duplicating function or spending extra money trying not to duplicate functions on purpose?
And our organization has an interesting history with IT, as Eric and particularly you'll recall, is we used to have one system. It was AccuTerm. And maybe there was another system, but it was really just countywide until the late 2000s, 2009, 2010. And it was about that point when different departments started to get their own specialized systems for various departments. CDD finally got one in 2013, which is Acela, but the DA's office got theirs, and all of a sudden at that point, the people that built and ran AccuTerm with our IT department started to retire. And all of a sudden, then the threshold question came is, are we going to keep this and then continue to hire and train, and one or two departments are going to fund it, or we're just going to go decentralized with IT experts that are going to run all these various systems? And then our IT department is, of course, focused on storage and data and support and the Microsoft 365 or whatever the centralized, the big systems that support the whole county, but the different departments have their own IT specialists. I think it's a fascinating question with human resources, and now as we begin to think about a PIO,
also, we could add finance and budget to that as well, because we
exactly. That's exactly right, because
we have finance and budget positions in some departments as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, just on the technology side, I mean, I think the three examples, 911,
yeah,
the DA's office, and the sheriff. I mean, the sheriff and the DA are elected officials, and I think there was just the demand a decade ago or so, or maybe further back. I'm so special that I need my own people to do these things. I can't really trust anybody else with these records or with these functions or whatever. So those sort of made sense. And that was, of course, before my time, or most of us. And then there's 911, and theirs is just really peculiar technology to a specific function that you wouldn't expect any of Joe Sidoni's staff to really be able to support, perhaps. So, and now I guess the question, I mean, I think this is a great question, because we're seeing these positions, and is it duplicating? Is it really, after all this time, is it really necessary to still have separate functions like that? And technology is a great example, but there's other examples, like finance and budgetary people and business managers and
or the ones that are confronting us right now. You have PIO. I mean,
right.
Sheriff's office has their own PIO.
And legal's another
James was
example.
here today.
The sheriff's office has their own legal team, and that's kind of unique to them.
Thanks for letting me just throw that out there.
No, it's a good question. There's some good responses here, too, worth consideration. It's all worth the debate. Anything else? If not, we'll continue the Deschutes County budget meeting to Wednesday, May 25th, 2022.